Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 1, Edible with the Head Removed. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In a dark room, Luze laid on the bed in bewilderment. His gaze lay straight ahead on something that was seemingly a monitor flashing with weak, red light. He had transmigrated. Luze spent half an hour organizing the fragmented memories in his head. After this was done, he finally knew of his current predicament. He didn't transmigrate to the past nor another world, he transmigrated to the future. 2,000 years in the future. Humans had warp drives and their footprints were spread across the Milky Way galaxy. There were even ventures outside the Milky Way galaxy that took place. At the same time, they found countless universal races. They established diplomatic alliances with amicable races and had interstellar wars with violent races. It was no different from the times when Luze was on Earth. It was still diplomacy but with more focus on violence. After all, the opponents were no longer human. During the battles with different races, humans noticed that other than technology, the stronger civilizations tended to be stronger physically too. Human bodies were like babies to these stronger civilizations. If you fell behind, you would get beaten. If humans hadn't sought protection from the elves who had a friendly relationship with the human race, humans would have been annihilated in war. After periods of serious reflection, humans finally understood the potentials that living beings had. Spirit chi spread across the universe. It was invisible and unable to be felt. However, it could be sensed with someone's body and spirit. During the Earth's age, it was called dark energy. Devouring spirit chi, empowering oneself and the evolution of life had become the most crucial project to the Human Federation and was written in the curriculum. Thus, martial arts became prevalent. Talented young people all hoped to become martial artists and gain strong powers, freedom, and eventually even eternal life. Luze's past life was like this. He had died due to his desperation. He was about to have his final high school exams. His martial artist level had reached that which was needed for the exams. In order to get into the best Federation university in his past life, he cultivated non-stop day and night. This had caused his chi path to go the wrong way, which resulted in his death. He was no useless man nor did he have a girlfriend break up with him. He was a martial arts maniac in his past life. With his handsome looks and decent family as well as medium-level martial arts talent, quite a lot of girls liked him. However, his only wife was martial arts. He didn't offend any tycoons and get ambushed, he wasn't dumb. Plus, in that day and age, security in cities was much better than the ancient times of Earth. Why would some tycoon waste their own time to get rid of a small kid? He didn't have any deep family feud and nor a desire for revenge. All in all, he was just an ordinary member of society, a very ordinary person. He had nice parents, a good family, and a cute little sister. Ha! I'm gone, I must take good care of my parents and my little sister. Cough. Not everyone could become a powerful martial artist. Although he had high aspirations in his past life, he didn't have the matching talent for that. Reality always slapped you hard in the face. If you worked hard, was there a need for talent? Luze wasn't unhappy with his identity. He was handsome, had a beautiful family and a cute little sister. This type of life wasn't bad, was it? That life had already passed. Living another life was good enough. As for whether he could become a powerful martial artist, if he became one, then he was lucky, if he did not, it was fate. Luze wouldn't obsess over it. After all, planet Lanzhong, the planet he was on, was in the inner region of the Federation. It was very safe. Even if he couldn't become a powerful martial artist who could cross the cosmos, he would be in no danger. This was very good. Luze was very happy with the arrangements of the transmigration god. If he died again, he would see if he could give it a 5-star rating. Sleep, sleep. After organizing all the information, fatigue struck him as Luze couldn't help yawning. This sudden transmigration stunned him quite a bit. After digesting the memories, his mind was tired. He could think about the other details tomorrow. Just like that, Luze closed his eyes as his consciousness drifted off. Everything fell into darkness soon. When Luze opened his eyes again, the sky was blue and clear. The sunlight shone warmly on his face, making him narrow his eyes in comfort. A light breeze brushed past. He smelt the aroma of grass mixed with earth. It shook up his spirit. Fresh air did indeed make people feel good. Luze smiled. Then, his smile froze. Wait, something doesn't seem to be right. He was laying on the ground and looking at the sky. Wasn't I sleeping in my bed? Luze quickly got up and looked around dazedly. He was laying in a grassy field. The fresh grass still had morning dew on it. As the wind blew, the grassy plain flowed like waves. The view was good, but why was he here? Luze was dazed. Did he transmigrate again? The god of transmigration must be working hard. Seeing how he's so hard-working, I'll give him a 0 rating. The dream of having a house and a little sister changed into survival in the wilderness. The question now is, should he eat grass for breakfast? Luze looked at the fresh grass and thought speechlessly. Although he wasn't hungry at the moment, it was good to think ahead. He needed to at least figure out what he would eat. Wait. Luze's eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled confidently. He must be dreaming. With his confident smile, he pinched his leg hardly. Luze's smile became twisted. The huge pain made his mouth spasm uncontrollably. He had used too much force. There was no one here, why even act cool? The most embarrassing part was that he failed. Luckily, it was just the air watching. Did he transmigrate again? Guess a 0 rating it is. At this moment, Luze suddenly heard a rustling sound come from behind his back. The sound grew louder and louder. Luze had goosebumps on his back as he turned around quickly. Fuck! Luze made a rude remark and grabbed a bunch of grass. What had he found? A white rabbit. Though, the white rabbit was a bit strange. Its size wasn't rabbit-like anymore. It was a meter-tall rabbit. Looking at the supersized white rabbit, Luze couldn't resist thinking. It should be edible if I removed its head, right? No, how could he think like that? Luze stopped this cruel train of thought. The rabbit head is very tasty. He mustn't throw it away. Chapter 2, This is a Rabbit. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze looked at the humongous white rabbit peacefully eating grass. He was already thinking about his method of cooking it. Should he steam it or roast it? After making a difficult decision, Luze ended up choosing to roast it. However, he then realized that he had no ingredients and it would be difficult to even start a fire. Anywhere he looked, all he saw were boundless grassy plains. Even if he was to start a fire with wood, he would need wood first. At this moment, the huge rabbit seemed to have noticed something. Its long ears shot up in vigilance as it suddenly looked around. It had blood-red eyes and even though it was looking up, it kept munching with its mouth. The human and rabbit stared at each other for a long time. They seemed to have noticed some similarities from each other's eyes. They were both lovers of culinary delicacies. But Luze felt that the rabbit's desires were towards the grass and not him. However, when he saw the cute little mouth open and reveal rows of shining white teeth, Luze realized he was wrong. It definitely was no normal rabbit. This rabbit is very cute, so how come its teeth are so sharp? When Luze felt the nefarious intent from the white rabbit, he subconsciously retreated a step back. He came from a peace-loving Mother Earth. Although he liked to eat, he has never even killed a chicken. When he felt the ferocious chi coming from the huge white rabbit, he became a little uncertain. As for the previous owner of this body, Luze knew from his memories that his talent for martial arts wasn't very good. The foundational fist art, movement technique, and sword art were just satisfactory. He also didn't have any real battle experiences. Luze clutched his fists and stared cruelly at the huge rabbit. If you encounter a tiger, you must not act worried. If you glare at it, at least you can die with honor. Luze hadn't encountered a tiger before, but this huge rabbit was about the same size as regular wolves on Earth. It could be considered a fierce beast, right? The man and rabbit glared at each other. The huge rabbit's chi was ferocious, but it was very careful and didn't attack immediately. Meanwhile, sweat was pouring down Luze's forehead. He went over the basic movement techniques over and over in his mind. Running as fast as he could seemed like the way to go. Luze felt extremely great mental pressure from being stared at by the rabbit's blood-red eyes. Soon, more sweat gathered on his forehead. His mouth felt dry and he couldn't resist gulping down some saliva. At this moment, the huge rabbit's powerful legs sprung against the ground, making only a slight thud. A mixture of blades of grass and earth was kicked up into the sky as the giant rabbit turned into a white beam and rapidly neared Luze. The gap between them closed by tens of meters in just a few seconds. The giant rabbit got close up to Luze. Its originally soft and cute paws became a lethal scythe slicing at Luze's chest with a frosty glow. Luze bit his lips and forced himself to stay conscious under the charge of the ferocious chi. He subconsciously stomped his right foot on the ground, twisted his waist and leaned to the left. Screech! There was a slight crack and the shining claws sliced through Luze's pajamas like paper, leaving a faint mark on his chest. Blood seeped out from the wound and dripped down due to gravity. Before Luze could even pant, the giant rabbit landed, twisted, then sprung again, turning into a white beam. Fug! Pain and humiliation made Luze's eyes go cold. How could I be bullied by a rabbit? It's just a bit bigger, has some good teeth and some sharp claws. One word. Attack. Luze's previous body owner wasn't a prodigy, but at least he practiced martial arts. Martial arts were divided into 9 levels of body refinement. One ate the meat of ferocious beasts and used chi to refine the energy and spread it throughout their entire body, aka the skin, tendons, bone marrows, organs, 12 core meridians as well as the Ren and Du meridians. This was also one could use spirit chi to cultivate in the future. Luze was no prodigy, but he was above average. His family also never lacked ferocious beast meat, therefore, he had the power of a level 4 martial artist. He had already begun refining the bones in his body at that stage. When he was nervous and facing the huge rabbit's rapid charge, he could barely dodge it. If he just calmed down, perhaps he could come out victorious and eat it. When the giant rabbit charged at him again, Luze had already calmed down completely. His eyes went cold as he moved his legs and sidestepped slightly. He dodged another attack. What was different this time was that at the same moment he dodged, he clenched his right hand into a fist and twisted his waist to release power. His punch landed on the side of the huge rabbit. Thud! The huge rabbit was struck and flew away, landing 5 meters out. Luze sneered, "Humph, rabbits are still rabbits. No matter how big they get, they're still weak and pitiful." What? He only got half a sentence out before he couldn't resist opening his eyes wide in shock. The head rabbit flipped back up was charging at him again. Luze didn't hold back on that punch at all. Even if he hit a rock, it would have been enough to crack it. Was this rabbit made out of iron? Seeing the huge rabbit charge over and over again, Luze's mouth spasmed. His eyes went cold as he thought, if one punch won't work, then 10 punches, 100 punches, 1000 punches. Today, I will punch open your rabbit head. Thus, Luze sprung up with his legs and shot out. The man and rabbit kept entwining. One punch, one claw. One was a noob martial artist, one was a giant rabbit. It was like chickens pecking at each other. After more than 100 clashes, Luze's fist landed on the giant rabbit's head. There was a thud and the giant rabbit softly fell to the ground. Its brains had been scattered to pieces and it inevitably died. Luze finally came out victorious. Although he had marks on his body and had lost some blood, there was nothing lethal. Yet, his punches struck the giant rabbit's head over and over, eventually killing it. Luze's hands fell onto his knees as he panted non-stop. He looked at the body of the giant rabbit and thought that the rabbit's defense was too strong. It took him more than 100 punches to kill it. At this moment, the rabbit's body suddenly turned to dust, only leaving behind 2 cherry-sized red orbs. The orbs emitted a weak glow, making them stand out of the ashes. Luze looked at the 2 orbs and blinked his eyes. Did killing monsters in this world give loot? He went up and grabbed the light orbs with his hand. They were weightless but rendered a warm sensation on the hand. Chapter 3, Blood Spewing Like Crazy. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Before Luze could even take a proper look at the 2 orbs, they suddenly disappeared right before his eyes. Luze blinked and felt dazed. Is everything able to run nowadays? Those orbs that looked like treasures disappeared just like that. Luze's liver hurt. Even worse, at this moment, 1 black and 1 white rabbit, each about the same size as the one he had just killed, appeared on the grass before him. They were rapidly running towards him in a frenzy. There also seemed to be grass rustling sounds coming from behind him. Luze's face froze as he looked back. Another 2 rabbits of the same size, this time both grey, were coming towards him. 4 rabbits. Their red eyes flashed with ferocity as they neared. Luze turned and dashed to the right without hesitation. Just one of those huge rabbits had almost flipped him to the sky. Now that there were 4, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. Luze had used up a lot of stamina in the previous fight. After bursting out at full speed, he was soon short of breath. The sound of the grass rustling had never stopped. Without a doubt, it was the 4 rabbits chasing him. Luze's mouth was dry. He wasn't a female rabbit, why chase him? The grassy plains looked boundless. Luze ran at full speed for a few kilometers. He was panting heavily but could only grit his teeth and press on. He ran faster and faster. This was because as he was running, 2 more rabbits joined the chase. Now, there were 6 rabbits behind him. If he dared to stop, he would be torn to pieces. Luze couldn't think about other things. His chest was in immense pain, his throat was dry and sore, and his legs were numb as though they weren't his. He was only running forward subconsciously now. More and more rabbits gathered behind him. They lined up uniformly behind Luze like kids led in a run. Of course, if only these kids didn't open their mouths so big. Just when Luze's consciousness was blurring out, the rabbits behind him suddenly raised up their ears and their bodies instantly froze. Moments later, they all spread apart and ran into the brushes. Luze heard this without seeing it and arduously turned to take a glance. He found that the rabbits hunting him had completely disappeared. His mind relaxed and his body immediately stumbled to the ground. After resting for a while, he slowly sat up. When a human came to the grassy plains, they were abused by rabbits. Oh my God, he was almost killed. He would remember this conflict. When he got stronger, he would definitely come back to deal with these huge rabbits. Just when Luze made up his mind, there was a sudden pain in his chest. He looked down and blood suddenly spurted out. Then, his vision fell into darkness. In a dark room, Luze suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He panted heavily and fear could still be seen in his eyes. His dark hair and pajamas were drenched in cold sweat. Moments later, Luze recovered his senses. His eyes looked at the familiar environment with some confusion. What is this situation? I just transmigrated and now I transmigrated back. Luze licked his dry lips with his tongue. Did he just die? He had experienced the feeling of death on Earth. He didn't expect to experience it again so soon. Looking at the time outside, the day wasn't even bright yet. That meant that he had died twice in a single day. That was amazingly satisfying. Luze recounted that strange final scene on the grassy plains. His last memory was of his chest being cut open by something sharp. His blood spewed out like crazy. He was like a human fountain. As for who the culprit was, he didn't see at all. Even now, his body was racked with pain. It seemed that the feeling from that strange place passed over. Luze was very confused right now. Did he transmigrate or was he just dreaming? Could such a realistic dream even be considered a dream? Just when he was pondering, his eyes dimmed as he suddenly felt some incoherent things in his brain. He quickly sat down with his legs crossed as he focused his mind. A moment later, Luze found a small three-dimensional space in his mind. There were 2 red orbs floating in the space. Aren't these those red orbs that came from the huge white rabbit? Luze dazedly looked at the floating orbs and became even more confused. A transmigration hack? Am I really the main character of this realm? He thought about something and both of the little orbs disappeared from the dimension and appeared in his hands. It was like that strange space. They had no weight but were warm. Luze gazed at the light as his eyes shimmered. What the heck was this? How could he use it? Moments later, Luze took the mobile phone from his bedstand and flicked out his father's number. He hesitated and changed father to dad. He would try eating it first and see what it tasted like. As a Chinese man, there was nothing he couldn't eat. If his stomach became upset, he would hotline call his dad for help. Then, he gritted his teeth and put the red orb into his mouth. The faint red light turned into a warm flow that fused into his body. It was like flames burning his body. Luze's skin went red. Luze quickly used the basic body refinement cultivation method as he guided the powerful energy to refine his body. The first 3 levels of martial artists were skin refinement, muscle refinement, and tendon refinement. Luze had already done all these, but this energy didn't go according to the guidance of the cultivation method and refine his bones as he wanted it to. Instead, it gathered at the skin and refined his skin again. Luze became dazed and then realized that this energy was innately nourishing loopholes. Luze's original skin refinement wasn't complete, thus, he started to follow this energy and refine his skin once again. Dead skin receded and his skin became tighter. The cells were renewed and his skin became livelier. It was even emitting a faint glow. This was what complete skin refinement looked like. An hour later, Luze opened his eyes. He had a look of excitement on his face. He took out the other red orb and ate it without hesitation. The skin refinement went on. The sun rose up and emitted a faint red glow. The sun in the sky was different than the Earth's sun. The star of this solar system was larger. Lanzhong was also closer to the star, therefore, the star looked much bigger than on Earth. Along with the sound of happy birds chirping, a light breeze with sunlight entered Luze's room. Luze opened his eyes, which flashed with a sliver of excitement. Those 2 small orbs allowed him to refine his skin again. Although it had only completed half, his current power was definitely far greater than it was yesterday. If he encountered another huge rabbit, he would be able to kill it far easier. Thinking about the huge rabbit, he thought about the light orb. What a pity, would he have another chance to enter that place? Chapter 4, This person is definitely black when cut open. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At that moment, Luze smelt something strange. He looked down and black dirt seemed to be seeping out of his skin and emitting a putrid smell. His mouth spasmed. The fabled marrow cleansing was real. Not good. It smelt so bad that he wanted to puke. He quickly got up, charged out of the room, ran to the bathroom and began taking a shower. When the stream of warm water flushed down his head, Luze breathed comfortably. Transmigrating twice in a single night was quite a bit for him to handle. His tense mind had finally begun to relax. After washing, Luze started to dry himself off while looking at the mirror. After removing the impurities, his skin had become white and smoother. It was probably better than his sister's skin. Would she be jealous if she saw this? Thinking about this, Luze smiled. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and a figure dashed in. Luze instinctively looked around. Long black hair that reached the hip, an exquisite white face, long curly eyes and cherry lips, a tall figure, a skinny waist, busty booty, big chest, and long legs. She seemed to be an anime girl. It was his sister, Lu. At this moment, her eyes were still half closed and her hair was a little messy from just waking up. However, when she saw the completely naked Luze, she suddenly stopped. She clearly didn't expect Luze to be in the bathroom, let alone looking at his completely naked self in the mirror. Her eyes looked dazedly at Luze's body before she reacted. Her white face appeared a little ruddy as she ran out of the bathroom and slammed the door. Luze, let's compete again later. Luze's cold voice came from outside the door with slivers of killing intent. This made Luze come back to his senses. He clearly didn't expect Luze to enter the bathroom at such a time. He was in such a rush to wash himself that he forgot to lock the door, therefore causing that scene. However, Luze didn't care, it was only his little sister. Lu was pretty but he wouldn't harbor any crazy thoughts. Perhaps only cavemen would have those crazy ideas. Only in ancient times would humans perform incest to pass down their bloodline. So what if he looked? They used to take showers together when they were young. What was there to worry about? Different from Luze, Lu's talent was much better than his. She was 1 year younger than Luze but was currently a level 7 martial artist. She's already begun to refine the 6 bowels. Part of the reason Luze cultivated so arduously was due to this. The little sister was too much of a genius, therefore, the big brother had a lot of pressure. No, you saw me naked. I'm the one at loss. Why should I let you beat me up? Luze shook his head. Although he was now a bit stronger, he was still weaker than the level 7 Lu. You. Lu felt annoyed when she heard this. Her chest palpitated rapidly. But soon her gaze became confused. She knew her martial arts maniac brother all too well. How could he say something this angering? Most importantly, he had rejected Lu's request to battle. This was completely illogical. Although Luze didn't go out to cause trouble, he always liked to challenge his little sister. Although he could never win, he still enjoyed it. If Lu had time, she would be patient and go along with it. Luze, you changed. You actually rejected my request to battle. Did your brain get eaten by a brain-devouring bug? Lu said with annoyance. When Luze heard this, he began to sweat. His brain didn't get devoured, but the reality was worse. He touched his nose awkwardly and smiled, you don't understand. I'm developing my mental state, peace like water. Perhaps I will surpass you soon. Lu felt dazed and raised her lip. Her tone became dangerous, you're saying that I would lose to you. You don't believe me? Just you watch. I'll tell you this for your own good, don't look down on someone when they're young. Luze said pridefully. Out of 100 sentences he wanted to say when he was immature, this was the 4th one. Now, he finally had the chance to say it. Then, he also said the 3rd sentence in a shocked tone, this kid is this terrifying. There was no way he would agree to fight today. Even if he was jumped, even if he was eaten by cosmic beasts, he still wouldn't agree. If he agreed, he would be a dog. Luze wiped his body happily and threw the towel and pajamas into the washing machine. At this moment, Luze's face darkened. He discovered a serious problem. He didn't bring a change of clothes. Now, he didn't even have a way out. He awkwardly looked at Lu who was at the door waiting for him to leave. He forced out a smile and said, Cough, Li, help me out, yet. Just when Lu Li was about to rebuke, she heard Luze's pleading tone. Her eyes flickered as she showed a cute smile and asked softly, "Brother, what do you want Li to help you with?" Hearing Lu Li's soft tone, Luze's eyes lit up. He was touched. His sister was really understanding. He quickly said, "I forgot to bring a change of clothes. Can you go to my room and get me some?" "Okay, just wait a moment brother," Lu Li replied softly. Then, she went to Luze's room and took out a set of clothes. She thought about underwear but was too embarrassed. Returning to the bathroom, Lu Li smiled. "Brother, your clothes are here." When Luze heard this, his eyes lit up. He opened the door a little and reached out his hands. "Li, pass the clothes to me, thank you." Lu Li was indeed the best and most caring. Just when Luze felt touched, Lu Li's soft voice sounded out, "Brother, if you want the clothes, you need to promise Li one thing." Luze. He had a bad feeling, but he had no choice so he asked, "Li, what is it?" "Of course it is to," Lu Li's face went even softer, "agree to fight with Li." Luze's mouth spasmed. "Please allow me to take back my positive opinion of her. This person is definitely black when cut open." Chapter 5, This person is definitely a demon. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. When Luze heard this, his expression changed. Lu Li smiled but didn't rush him. The atmosphere grew tense. Eventually, Luze sighed. He wasn't shameless enough. If he was, then he would just go out naked. At the last moment, his embarrassment saved him. "Okay, I agree." "Argh. That's right. He was a dog today." "Woof, woof, woof." A solo dog was still a dog, right? For Luze, whose single years equaled his age, it didn't matter at all. Hearing his words, Lu Li flashed a victorious smile, "Brother, take your clothes." At this moment, Lu Li's soft voice transformed into the voice of a demon in Luze's ears. This person was definitely a demon. Luze hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom, staring at Lu Li. Lu Li smiled and walked in while Luze went back to his room. He should put on underwear. If he didn't, he would feel cold and unsafe. When Luze finished changing, Lu Li had finished cleaning. Her eyes gradually lit up. The only thing that didn't change was the smirk on her mouth with a sliver of a gentle smile. Seeing this smile, Luze suddenly felt cold. There was no warmth in this world. "Luze, come downstairs." Lu Li smiled and jumped down. Luze sighed and could only follow. The Lu family was quite well off. Luze's dad, Lu Wen, was the founder of a clothing company. It was rather famous even on Lanzhong. Luze's mother, Fuxia, was the head designer of the company. The company was founded by these two from scratch. As such, their family didn't lack money. So, Luze and Lu Li could use ferocious beast meat to refine their bodies. Their family lived in a 3-story mansion with a big garden. They also had a 300 square meter training ground which was specially made for Luze and Lu Li. However, even as the boss of such a company, Lu Wen's status was lower than high-level martial artists. So, the two hoped that their children could become strong too. That way, they didn't have to get abused in business. The two went downstairs and arrived at the training grounds. Lu Li looked at Luze's whitened skin and her eyes flashed. "Luze, your skin refinement level got deeper." Becoming whiter overnight couldn't be hidden from Lu Li, who was with him day and night. Luze nodded while smiling, "Didn't I tell you about the sudden awakening I had this morning? There's nothing strange about becoming stronger. Perhaps I'll surpass you soon." Luze's words incited a soft smile from Lu Li. "Really? I will be looking forward to it. Go, brother. Then, Lu Li's long, sturdy legs turned into a flurry as she charged towards Luze. A wave of aromatic wind blew past. Her thin, white palm turned into a dancing butterfly as it pressed towards Luze's chest. Luze's eyes narrowed. So fast. Lu Li didn't use her full strength, but her level 7 power was there. Plus, she was a prodigy and that added to her power. Luze found out that he couldn't dodge her palm at all. He tensed his body and a light flashed across his white skin. His arms crossed in front of his chest as he defended with full power. The butterfly flew past and lightly stopped at his crossed arms. The seemingly light palm contained a mountain-breaking power that was vented from those small, white hands. It passed through Luze's arms and struck fiercely against his chest. Luze's heart felt heavy. He retreated step by step for 14 steps before standing still again. Although he was struck and sent flying away, Luze showed a smile. He defended against it. After going through a deep level of refinement, his defense greatly increased. If this was yesterday, Luze would have probably fallen over facing that palm, but now, it only made his hands a bit numb and his chest a little heavy. Seeing that her palm only pushed Luze back 14 steps, Lu Li's smile turned into shock. She opened her mouth and blinked her eyes as she looked at Luze for a moment before saying, "You would definitely not have been able to stop that attack yesterday." Luze flung his numb hand and cracked a smile, "You didn't expect this, right?" Lu Li smiled gently, "In that case, I won't be holding back today." Then, she dashed up again. Because Luze has only learned the basic martial technique, Lu Li only used the basic movement technique and the basic palm technique. However, Lu Li's mastery was clearly higher than Luze's. She moved around easily and rarely stopped. Seeing Lu Li charge over ferociously, Luze's mouth spasmed. She discovered that he could take some hits, so she was going to give him a beating? His little sister's heart was truly evil. But looking at Lu Li's basic movement technique, Luze didn't think about anything. He knew that he had too many weaknesses. Whether it was his cultivation level or martial technique, they were all garbage. He needed to work more on cultivation in the future. He looked at Lu Li's movement technique while dodging her attacks. In the beginning, he got hit from all directions, but eventually, he could dodge a few attacks. Gradually, he could dodge more. Out of 10 palms, he could barely dodge 2 or 3 palms. This progress shocked both Luze and Lu Li, as Lu Li was 3 levels higher than Luze. Lu Li mumbled under her breath, "Is this guy a forgotten martial arts prodigy? No way, right? He was so dumb before." Luze yelled out loud, "Ha ha ha! I'm a prodigy." After the two sparred for half an hour, Luze had been smashed by a few hundred palms. His entire body was aching and he could barely stand. His mouth spasmed, "Lu Li! I protest. I strongly criticize it. You're just jealous that my talent is better than yours." Lu Li's face carried a gentle smile, "Brother, Li is just trying to force out your potential. Your foundational movement technique is improving so fast because you're scared of being hit by me, right? Now, you have great mastery over your basic movement technique. It's all Li's work." Luze was speechless. He was indeed hurting a lot because of the beating, that's how he could master the basic movement technique so quickly. Although her words were right, Luze felt something was off. He felt a little cold when looking at Lu Li's soft smile. "Here," Lu Li threw over a faint blue serum, "drink it, don't leave any obscure wounds. This is a DNA serum. At the martial artist level, if you didn't refine your 5 viscera and 6 bowels, then the recovery capability of your body wouldn't be as strong. If you don't use a DNA serum or treat an injury in time, you might leave some subtle wounds in your body." Luze took the serum and drank it in one go. It was sour and sweet, a bit like strawberry milk. It was quite nice. Chapter 6, How do you like the surprise? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Then, the two began their routine cultivation. After they were done, it was already 7:30. They took a shower in the restroom of the training grounds and changed their clothes before returning home. In the living room, Lu Wen was sitting on the couch watching the news on a holographic screen while Fuxia was busying about in the kitchen. Although they were busy at work, the two liked spending time with their children. This was beneficial to their children's growth. Meaning, Fuxia would cook breakfast if she had the time. Zi, come over. When Lu Wen saw Luze and Lu Li come back, he put down the computer in his hand and called them. Luze felt a little confused but still walked over. He studied his dad carefully. This old handsome man definitely had quite some girls chasing after him back in the Earth era. There was some authority between his eyebrows, which is probably due to being in power for a long time. But when he looked at Luze and Lu Li, he hid his authority. There was only maturity, gentleness, and deep intimacy. This made Luze feel quite complicated. After all, the original Luze already died. Whether it was Lu Li or Lu Wen, they all looked at him with deep intimacy. This made him not know what to do. But since he inherited this body, he would protect this family. What's wrong, Dad? Luze smiled as he sat down. Lu Wen was dazed. Dad? Didn't this kid always call him father? Is your brain eaten by brain-devouring bugs? He asked the same thing Lu Li asked. Luze's mouth spasmed. Like father like daughter. Their mind was joined up. Lu Li smiled. I feel so as well. Dad, why don't we go to the hospital and cut open his brain and see? Shit. Lu Li, do you know that when you speak scary things with a smile, it's really terrifying? Luze chose to move away from Lu Li silently. Then he smiled and said, I just felt that the life before was too tiring. Choosing a different way to live might be better. Hearing this, Lu Wen felt dazed and glanced at Luze a bit longer before showing a smile. The most important thing is that you guys are happy. In reality, Lu Wen didn't want Luze to be a martial maniac too. No matter how invincible you were, what's the point of solitude at the pinnacle? This was why Lu Wen still liked to spend more time with his family despite having great societal status. It's your 18th birthday today. There's good and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lu Wen's handsome old face smirked. Luze was surprised. Today was his birthday? He completely forgot about it, but his dad was playing such games. He was a bit speechless. Let's hear the bad news. Cough cough, Zi, on a dark windy night, your mom and I were. Stop. Get to the point, Dad. It's not easy for your son to live up to this age. Luze said helplessly. He had zero tolerance for Lu Wen every time he did this. Lu Li on the other side silently raised her fist against tyranny. She was single too. Cough, kids these days don't really understand romance. Lu Wen shook his head. Then I'll get to the point. You're not our child. Luze. Lu Li. And the good news is that there's a second grandpa who wants me to inherit 100 billion worth of fortune. It's a private planet. Don't worry, Dad, I will take you to prosperity. Luze smiled. Oh my god, he made such a joke on his birthday. What was his dad? Which second grandpa? Lu Wen looked dazedly at Luze. You already knew you weren't our child? And the wealthy second grandpa came to you before. Luze was surprised, and his smile gradually receded seeing Lu Wen's grim expression. Their eyes met. Luze's mouth spasmed. Dad, are you being serious? Lu Wen nodded and answered, yes. Luze felt very complicated. He just transmigrated and encountered a happy family. This family had great parents and a cute sister. Yet on the second day, his dad told him he wasn't their son. Although he transmigrated, the fusion of memory made him feel he experienced this life. His heart couldn't take this sudden news. What bullshit drama was this? Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lu Li looked worriedly at Luze. The gentle smile on her face was gone. Luze took a deep breath and smiled awkwardly. Da cough, what's the good news? Was it a bit too shameless to keep calling him dad? Luze couldn't say it in the end. Lu Wen's eyes flashed and smiled. The good news is that look at Li. Isn't she pretty? Isn't she sexy? Even if you chase her I won't break your legs. What do you think? How do you like this surprise? Do you feel you've earned it? Luze. Lu Li? Luze turned his head to look at Lu Li's extremely exquisite face and that extremely dominant figure. He thought for a moment. This seemed to be good news. Suddenly, Lu Li smiled gently at him. Luze was immediately shaken up. He didn't know if this was good news anymore. Of course, you can still call me dad. If you're willing, we'll always be a family of 4. Lu Wen saw that Luze's face wasn't that stiff, and he spoke with a smile. As for chasing Lu Li, what a joke. His daughter was that cute, whoever chased her would have his legs broken. No matter who it was. If it was Luze, then he would break 1. If it was other people, he would break 3. Luze looked up at Lu Wen's loving look and rubbed his stale face. He smiled. I thought Dad wanted to cut our relationship and that's why he said it. I was thinking about how I could keep staying. That really scared me. If he dares to sever ties with you, I will immediately sever ties with him. A dominant voice transmitted from the kitchen. Fu Xia was standing at the kitchen door. She looked gently at Luze as she smiled. Clearly, she heard what was just said. Mom, Luze smiled and called. Fu Xia raised a brow and looked dangerously at Luze. Luze froze slightly and immediately praised, oh, young and beautiful mother. Your beauty is magnificent like the stars. Your temperament is soft and generous like the Milky Way. The words of this world can't describe your greatness. Chapter 7, Don't These People Go Cultivate? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Disgusting. I look down on you. Lu Li said as she quirked her lips. Even Fu Xia was embarrassed by Luze's compliments. She froze slightly and looked strangely at Luze. Good son, is your brain eaten by a brain-devouring bug? PSSCH. Lu Li was looking down as her shoulders were shaking. Luze's mouth spasmed. He smiled helplessly. The third time, all 3 of them said the same thing. He smiled and said, no way, I'm just praising how glorious and unparalleled mother is. Fu Xia clearly really liked this and nodded happily. Good boy, if you can get Li, I won't disagree. This way, this family of 4 will be symmetric. Luze felt a sharp gaze from his side and his mouth spasmed. He could only smile awkwardly. He couldn't take this dark-hearted woman anymore. At this moment, Lu Wen sighed. We found you at Zishui forest outside the city. It is a pity that there were no clues left about you. Otherwise, we can give it to you, and you might be able to find your parents. Luze heard this and fell silent for a while and said with a smile, although I'm grateful that they gave me life, the only parents I have are you guys. In his past life, his parents were divorced and had their own families. He seemed to be the extra. When he grew up, he grew distanced from them. He didn't expect that this identity was even worse. He was abandoned on birth. Although dad and mom weren't his biological parents, Luze had never seen such good parents. To him, they were his biological parents. Lu Wen and Fu Xia glanced at each other with a complicated look. Eventually, Fu Xia smiled. All right, today's your 18th birthday. You're going to be an adult. What present do you want? I'll prepare it for you. Lu Wen smirked, how about preparing a beautiful young girl for you? Aya. Before Lu Wen even finished, he was slapped by Fu Shuya, unable to get up from the couch. Luze, who was interested a bit, saw Fu Shuya's expressionless face and immediately shook his head. Mother was too powerful. He couldn't mess with her. Never mind, I'll prepare it for you, Fu Shuya said as she felt Lu Wen was unreliable. Luze could only nod in agreement. Eat breakfast. After breakfast, the chauffeur of Luze and Lu Li sent them to school, Chongyang City's number 1 middle school. This was the best middle school in Chongyang City. The students inside all have middle or above talent. Luze's talent was at the bottom of the group while Lu Li's talent was at the top of the school. This dark-hearted woman was quite strong. Luze gasped and glanced to the side, smiling at Lu Li. As soon as she got off, she caught the eyes of the students there. In the school, she was a moral and capable, academic and sporty all-rounder student. She was the obedient girl to teachers and the perfect child to other parents. Her act had never been seen through. Her soft smile made countless ignorant girls call her master sister and countless guys fall for her. Luze was the legendary useless big brother. He wasn't that bad. He was just ordinary, but compared to Lu Li, he was clearly bad. Seeing the two get off the car, the students murmured amongst themselves. Master sister is gentle just as usual today. However, that person is ruining the scene. He blocked me from seeing my master sister. I want to replace that person standing next to master sister. Why is that person still alive? Bystander A asked curiously, what are you doing? Bystander B said seriously with hands closed, me? I'm cursing that person will never be able to get an erection his entire life. The gentle goddess should not have men next to her. Bystander A, wait, that's not right. Bystander B, what? You don't think so? I'll tell you, you will get beaten to death if you think so. Bystander A, no, I'm saying you should bite open your middle finger. That would work better. Look. Bystander A then bit open his middle finger and looked ferociously at Luze before closing his eyes in pious prayer. Bystander B looked as though she had learned something and bit her middle finger open too and closed her eyes. Luze was speechless. Couldn't you guys talk quieter? Everyone practiced martial arts. Whose hearing wasn't good? He really wanted to beat someone up. Didn't these people cultivate? These were a bunch of idiots. This reminded Luze of crazy fans during the Earth era. Times have changed, but there were still such crazy fans. Was Lu Li too invincible or were these people too young? These young people should go cultivate. Of course, those with aspirations already went to cultivate. Those left here are all ordinary talented people. Luze was one of them before too. At most, he just worked harder. Lu Li smiled as she walked past the crowd, and the crowd parted automatically. Luze followed and walked over. Everything was good except being stared at with all sorts of killing intent. But Luze didn't really care how people looked. He was a third-year student while Lu Li was still a second year. The two weren't in the same class. After separating from Lu Li, Luze went to his own class. As soon as he sat down, Li Erhao, who was on the same desk as him, came up. He was dark and skinny. He seemed malnourished, but his shimmering eyes had some light. Li Erhao still didn't know why his parents gave him such a name. He thought about it, and the only possibility was that he was the son of his parents' enemies. That's why they got back at him like this. TL note, Erhao means second monkey. It was because of this name that he looked like a little monkey but wasn't as cute as a little monkey. Every time he thought of this possibility, his face would look bad. He would start talking about this to Luze. This used to make the past Luze go crazy. So when Li Erhao came close, Luze subconsciously made a defensive stance. When this guy opened his mouth, it was more damaging than Tang Santang of Dahua Xiu movie. This kid is this terrifying. Li Erhao didn't mind Luze's reaction and smiled. Ze, the graduation trial ground has been confirmed. Where is it? Luze felt relaxed seeing that Li Erhao didn't rant and asked curiously. Nanfeng planet. It's not on Lanzhong planet. Luze's eyes narrowed. Previously, the graduation ground has always been on Lanzhong planet. It's said that this time, it's a joint graduation trial of all the middle schools on the 3 planets of Lun-Te system. It's fighting and understanding each other. It will begin from our generation and probably happen every generation after us. Luze heard this and realized the reform in education. This often happened in China during the Earth era. Thinking about things, he spent 3 years in high school without air conditioning, but as soon as they left, they install air conditioning in the classrooms. Previously, they learned high-level math at their university, but as soon as they left, they began to teach data analysis. All in all, there's a lot of hardship, but I won't say it. However, Luze didn't expect it would be a big scene like this. Chapter 8, Such Evil Intention. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lanzhong planet was in the Lun-Te solar system, which was bigger than the solar system. The star here was called Lun-Te. It had 33 planets revolving around it, and 4 of them were planets with life. This included Lanzhong, Heian, Jingping, which had people living on it. There was another small planet filled with ferocious beasts, and that was Nanfeng. There was no huge ocean on Nanfeng. However, salt and freshwater lakes were scattered across the surface. The rest of the area was land. The planet wasn't big and was only half the size of Earth. All sorts of ferocious beasts lived on it. It was quite a nice hunting ground. Many martial artists of Lanzhong, Heian, and Jingping would go there to hunt beasts to sell. This time, all the middle school students were having their graduation trial on this planet. Clearly, it was a major event of Lun-Te system. After all, those people who stand out from this trial might be able to get into the best academy of the human race, Federal University. This would be the honor of the entire Lun-Te system. Everyone would be watching this. For Luze, if he could still go and hunt at that strange grassy plain, he would work hard. Otherwise, with his talent, he might as well get washed and sleep. However, after he died in the plain last night, he couldn't get in again no matter which way he tried. He studied that small space in his mind but yielded no results. Eventually, he had to think of it as a small benefit of transmigrating. Soon, he began class. If you focused on martial arts, the high school didn't have high requirements for your literary classes. Luze's past life, who was a martial maniac, chose martial arts class. The morning was literacy class and the afternoon was martial arts practice. On the huge training grounds, all third-year students were focused on martial arts. After all, there was just 1 month before graduation. All martial arts cultivator liked to compete. Let's practice. Li Erhao was keen. Sure, Luze smiled and nodded. His martial arts skills needed the battle to improve. He was only beating rabbits last night and almost died on a 1vs1 match. If this was a game, he pretty much got killed by a jungle monster at level 1. His mindset was going to collapse. The two set up their pose. Li Erhao smiled and dashed over. He looked like a monkey and he was agile like a monkey. His basic movement technique almost reached the level of experienced. Martial arts technique mastery was divided into beginner, familiar, experienced, completion and perfection. Most students' foundational movement technique only just reached familiar. His movement technique in the morning before he fought Lu Li was this level. Lu Li was a year younger than him, but her mastery reached experienced. Perhaps after fusing souls, his mental power changed. Luze's martial arts talent improved a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached experienced mastery after receiving a beating. Almost experienced mastery foundational movement technique was Li Erhao's pride. He thought this was making up for his looks. After all, most students weren't as good as him in terms of movement technique. This included Luze. However, Luze was no longer the past Luze anymore. He looked at Li Erhao's punch that reached for his chest. He dodged it casually while shaking his arm. His punch landed on Li Erhao's chest, striking him back a few steps. Li Erhao rubbed his chest in pain and then looked at Luze in shock. "Shit, Luze, did you eat some pills? How could you dodge that?" Li Erhao's cultivation level was also level 4. However, ordinary level 4 couldn't beat him due to this movement technique. Luze cracked a smile. "I can't help it. I have a prodigy sister helping me with cultivation. My improvement is fast." Luze wasn't going to tell Li Erhao his increase in cultivation level. Li Erhao heard this, and his eyes were green with envy. He gritted his teeth and raised his middle finger and said, "Animal! Go die! Hurry up and explode on the spot." Luze smiled and asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Li Erhao gritted his teeth. "Continue?" Luze's eyes lit up as he nodded. He had been taking a beating and his movement technique increased, but his fist technique hadn't improved at all. After all, he couldn't even counterattack. This time, he could practice his fist art. Luze and Li Erhao's fist technique were about the same. They just reached familiar mastery. They were trading blows when Luze controlled his movement technique and used his elbows and fists to attack. But soon, Luze's fist technique flowed better and better. His punches grew more and more powerful. Gradually, Li Erhao couldn't keep up with Luze's pace. He was hit by Luze's cannon punch on the chest and fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Luze asked. "I'm fine." Li Erhao began to doubt life. This progress was too fast. This was unfair. He even felt his confidence was defeated. "Ze, you ate pills indeed." Luze looked at Li Erhao's annoyed face and patted his shoulder in comfort. To be honest, he really didn't know what to say. His martial talent was even better than Li now. She used more and more force beating him in the morning because she got jealous. "Do you want more?" Luze asked. He could feel that the way he punched changed in this battle. His mental power seemed to have gotten stronger. He subconsciously found the best way to exert force for him. That was why he improved so fast. After all, martial arts techniques focused on how the body exerted force. "No, never again. You definitely want to beat me to death and inherit my ant flower. Such an evil intention. I'm telling you, no way." Li Erhao shook his head. Luze's mouth spasmed. "So the ant flower is still there? The old magic artifact must be very happy." But since Li Erhao didn't want to fight, Luze could only cultivate himself and try to improve. His fist technique hadn't reached the level of experienced yet, but it was much better than before. With how his movement technique and cultivation level improved too, Luze felt he could beat 10 of himself from yesterday. This improvement was too quick. He seemed to have fallen in love with cultivation. This feeling of constantly getting stronger was mesmerizing. The martial arts stopped at 4:30 p.m. That was the end of the school day. People arranged the remaining time themselves. The homework was much less than in the Earth era. One had to say this was perfect. Luze thought about his 10-kilogram school bag in his past life. His eyes were slightly wet now. Chapter 9, This is the right way to open, right? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After class, Luze went straight to the building of the second year. "Li, I really like you. Can we give each other a chance to know each other?" As soon as he came to Li's classroom, Luze heard a familiar soft voice. A golden-haired handsome youth was standing at the classroom door with a smile. He spoke gently. Clearly, he was educated. This person was called Shen Fei Yang. He was the son of the mayor of Chongyang City. He was in the same year level as Liu Li. If Liu Li was the female idol of the school, then Shen Fei Yang was the male idol of the school. His family was exceptional. He was handsome and gentle. His cultivation talent was not much weaker than Liu Li. He was a level 7 martial artist too. In the eyes of students at the school, he and Liu Li were a perfect match. Shen Fei Yang fell in love with Liu Li the first day he went to school. He had been chasing her for 2 years since. He never even looked at other girls who liked him. Even Liu Zi approved of him. He was such a good man. Liu Zi was just a little bit better than him. Liu Li smiled softly as usual. Sorry, Shen Fei Yang. I don't plan to have a relationship in middle school. You don't need to waste time on me. Shen Fei Yang was clearly used to Liu Li's rejection and smiled helplessly. He looked at her softly and said, I won't give up. If you don't want a relationship during middle school, I'll wait till we are in university for you. If you don't want a relationship while we are in university, I will wait for you for the rest of my life. Oh my god! Shen Fei Yang's expression made the nearby girls scream. Their faces were red. Who knew what they were thinking inside their brains? Liu Li smiled and said nothing. She turned around and saw Liu Zi. Her mouth spasmed. This guy was enjoying the show? He didn't even help her get out of this situation. Her smile grew softer as she walked to Liu Zi. Brother, let's go. At this moment, Shen Fei Yang looked at Liu Zi and smiled helplessly. Brother Zi, help me persuade Li. I promise to give her happiness. Liu Zi was dazed. Why was this brought to him? Looking at Shen Fei Yang's hopeful eyes, Liu Zi smiled. Li can decide for herself. She's a grown-up now. If you really want to chase her, then do it yourself. By the way, they didn't seem to be real brothers and sisters. Should he try chasing her too? Cough. As a transmigrator, if he still needed to chase girls, then he would lose the face of all those Qianbais. He must not think like this. It should be saints and demons girls coming to him. Goddess and immortal goddesses wanting to sleep with him. He should look coldly at Liu Li and say, sit down, move. That's the right way? Shen Fei Yang smiled awkwardly and patted his head. Brother Zi, you're right. Look at me, I'm too desperate. I will keep trying. I won't disturb you guys. Then, he left elegantly. Seeing Liu Zi look at Shen Fei Yang leave, Liu Li smiled, he's long gone. If you like him, then go chase him. I believe there is true love for homosexuals. Shen Fei Yang might be a good choice. Liu Zi's face went green. He looked strangely at Liu Li and said, you dirty-minded girl. I just feel it's not natural. After all, once you transmigrate, you should encounter the antagonist. Why did he encounter such an excellent man? Shen Fei Yang was almost as excellent as him. What's not natural? Liu Li asked in confusion. Nothing. I'm wondering why someone can like an evil-minded person such as you for this long. This isn't natural. Liu Li smiled and stared at Liu Zi. How about we spar every morning from now on? Otherwise, I'll tell Dad that you wanted to put me in 18 positions. Liu Zi looked at the gently smiling Liu Li and his heart went cold. He said drily. You're so evil. Liu Li's smile was unwavering. Brother, you misunderstood Li. Li is trying to help brother improve. This is for your benefit. Then she turned to leave. Let's go home. Today is brother's birthday. Don't put on a bitter face. Seeing her tall figure and waving long, black hair leave, Liu Zi's mouth spasmed. He followed on lifelessly. He was no match for Liu Li now. Living every day like this would be unbearable. She's really a little torturous monster. When they got home, Lu Wen and Fu Shia had prepared the birthday cake. The birthday was simple, the family of four celebrated it together. However, Luze still felt it was very warm. After making the wish and blowing out the candle, Fu Shia gave an exquisitely wrapped gift box to Luze and said, "Good son. This is your present from your dad and me." Luze smiled and took it. He opened the box. Inside was a dark black ring. The ring had some strange patterns on it that looked beautiful. "This is storage ring." Luze's eyes narrowed. Pocket dimension equipment was very expensive. Even his family would need to spend a lot of money to buy such a ring. Luze smiled and said, "Thank you, honorable mother, I will use it well." "Oh yeah, and dad too." Lu Wen's face went dark. "Punk, am I only secondary?" Fu Shia smiled gently and touched Luze's head. Her eyes were a bit complicated. "This is your adulthood birthday. Good boy, you've grown up." As a mother, Fu Shia was prideful and complicated seeing her son finally mature. Soon, Luze would have his own family. She would miss him. Indeed, it's better to let Zi and Li marry. Fu Shia thought. Li was admiring the scene on the side. She didn't have a storage ring, but because it was Luze's adulthood birthday, Li felt this gift was right. "Luze, this is my present." Li saw Luze carefully put the ring on and threw over a USB disk. "What is this?" Luze asked in confusion. "Nanfang Planet Ferocious Beast Guide. I heard your graduation will be at Nanfang Planet. I'm worried you might be eaten, so I found friends to get you some information." Lu smiled. "Shen Fei Yang." Luze raised a brow. "A girl?" Lu glanced at Luze. "Oh." Luze nodded and couldn't resist roaring, "Don't use the pretense that I would be eaten. Then use the pretense that you will die? After all, your power is that weak." Lu smiled. Luze took the USB and didn't plan to talk to Lu. Otherwise, he would die from anger. At the same time, he thought that when his power surpassed Lu, he would show her what's good. Chapter 10, Finally Know How I Died Yesterday. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Fu Shia looked at their interaction and smiled. "You two are really close." Seeing this, she felt assured. Luze cut the cake with his head looking down. He felt his mother seemed to have some misunderstanding about being close. The cake was made with spirit fruits. It was beneficial to cultivation. After eating the cake, Luze and Lu were sent back to their room for cultivation. Luze especially, his graduation trial was almost here. Lu Wen and Fu Shia hoped he would get a good result. The graduation trial concerned the resource allocation for 1 month before the final exam. You might even get a guaranteed spot. It should be taken seriously. Going back to this room, Luze sat on his bed and started to digest the spirit power brought by the spirit fruit and refined his body. There was no faint red orb, so his skin refinement stopped. He could only continue refining his bones. Soon, the sky dimmed and insect chirping interrupted the silent night sky. Luze's room was pitch black. His eyes were tightly shut as he was immersed in cultivation. Suddenly, Luze felt a shock in his brain, and his consciousness sunk into darkness. When he recovered consciousness again, the insect chirping was gone. What came instead was the fresh smell of grass brushing into his face. Luze's heart beat fast, and he opened his eyes. When he saw the familiar grass plain, he almost jumped in excitement. He could come back in again, indeed. Since he could come back in, then the small orbs, he. Luze's lips raised up. The green light flashed across his eyes as he searched the surrounding. "Little rabbit, where are you guys at?" But Luze didn't let his guard down. After all, there were unknown dangers here. He still didn't know how he died last night. Soon, Luze saw a huge grey rabbit eating grass ahead. It was a bit smaller than the huge white rabbit yesterday but was still nearly 80 centimeters tall. Luze came to a 30-meter range of the rabbit, and the rabbit raised its ears in vigilance. When its red eyes saw Luze, it bared its sharp teeth from its triangular mouth. Luze's mouth spasmed. Every time he saw a cute rabbit bare its sharp fangs, it felt unnatural. But he wasn't the same person yesterday. He looked calmly as the rabbit charged over. Luze's eyes went cold. When the grey rabbit reached him, he shifted and at the same time, struck a heavy punch on the rabbit's neck. Crack! There was a crisp sound and the grey rabbit kept falling forward a few meters and kicked its legs a few times before becoming still. 1 second kill. Luze raised his lips. He was much stronger than yesterday. Soon, the grey rabbit's body turned to dust and left behind a faint red orb. Luze was surprised. There were 2 yesterday. Today, there was only 1. He compared the mass of the 2 rabbits. Do the stronger ones have more light orbs upon dying? He would just need to kill a few more to know. Luze didn't think about it anymore and picked up the light orb. The light orb disappeared in his hand, probably going to that small dimension again. Then, Luze started searching again. Soon, he found 2 more rabbits. The black one was about the same size as the huge white one yesterday. There was another grey one who looked like a twin of the one he just killed. Seeing Luze, the 2 rabbits charged over with red eyes as though they saw beautiful female rabbits. Luze dashed and charged up with red eyes too. They were little orbs. He dodged the claws of the 2 rabbits. Luze punched the grey rabbit to death and then focused on the black rabbit. The black rabbit had a stronger defense than the grey one and was also faster. However, Luze was not the same as yesterday. He struck 5 punches on the neck and the black rabbit spasmed as it fell to the ground. 3 red orbs harvested. An hour later, Luze sat panting in the grass. He was an experienced rabbit hunter now. In that hour, he killed 2 super huge white rabbits that were larger than yesterday's. He then killed 6 huge rabbits and 13 small rabbits. He was cruel and merciless. Too cruel. Including the 3 orbs he got from the start, he collected 35 orbs in total. This was amazing. Luze never stopped smiling. The laborer was the most honorable indeed. Seeing all these little orbs, it should be enough to bring his skin, flesh, tendon, and bone refinement to perfection, right? At that time, Luze, he naughty little sister. Big brother will teach you a lesson. At this moment, Luze's smile froze. His eyes were wide open as he stared into the grass 10 meters ahead in disbelief. Sweat was coming down his forehead. The height of the grass was different. Some were just at his knees, some were more than 2 meters high. Luze would disappear if he went in. In the bush around 1.6 m tall, there was a pair of eyes inside the grass. Luze felt his eyes were blurry. He blinked but found that the eyes disappeared. Then, the grass seemed to be moving slowly. When it moved out of that patch of grass, Luze finally saw what it was. It was a huge green wolf that was 1.5 m tall. Its fur was a pure green color that was very similar to the grass. It looked smooth and thin. It was definitely a top-level fur. There was clearly no wind blowing but it was still wobbling. Its eyes were green too. Only the white ring of his eyes was of a different color. Luze sat on the ground and looked at the huge wolf. The wolf also looked at Luze. Their eyes met and they were both dazed. This wasn't scientific. This was a tiger, right? How could there be such a huge wolf? But its color was really good. The wolf's green eyes shot out a frosty light. It also seemed a little careful as if he had never seen such a living being before. Moments later, it opened its mouth showing its frosty fangs and roared at Luze. Luze! There was a 1.5 m tall huge wolf roaring at him. It looked super ferocious. What should I do? Should I bark back? Should I act dead? Just when Luze was thinking about this, the huge wolf seemed to be getting impatient. It shot out a half-transparent chi blade thing that sliced across the air making screeching sounds. Before Luze could react, it sliced mercilessly on his chest. His entire chest seemed to have been cut open like paper. Huge amounts of blood came out that he seemed like a human fountain. Ah, I finally know how I died yesterday. These were his final thoughts before his consciousness sank into darkness. Chapter 11, This Isn't Right. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the dark room, Luze, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. A painful sensation came from his chest, covering him in cold sweat. He didn't really die, but it really did hurt. He felt his tears were coming out. He died once a day. No, yesterday he died twice. It seemed that from now on, he would die every day. If this continued, would he be used to death? Luze felt cold thinking about this. He rolled around on the bed and put the blanket over him. In this cold world, only his blanket could give him some warmth. But Luze thought about that green wolf and the transparent blades it shot out. That was a wind blade, right? There were even magic beasts. What place was that? However, no one could answer Luze. He didn't even have a little elf cheat. Wasn't it normal to send a cute, bed-warming elf? This quality of this service was too low, bad review. Luze sighed. From the looks of that green wolf, Luze was no match for it at all. He should just stay being a rabbit killer. Although he knew that the wolf would drop great things, his life was more important. Although death wasn't scary, not caring about death is scarier. That might get addicting. He would definitely not do that in his entire life. Otherwise, he was a dog. After making up his mind, Luze didn't think much and tried again. He couldn't sense that dimension indeed. It really did seem to be available once a day. Luze looked at the time, it was 8. He clearly only stayed in there for an hour or so. Time didn't seem to match. It seemed he needed to be careful. If he killed a few more rabbits, it would be a few more orbs. After learning the rule of going into that strange dimension, a small faint red orb appeared in Luze's hands. He put it in his mouth and started cultivation. The orb carried intense heat as it entered his mouth. Luze frowned and began refining his skin. Soon, an hour or so later, he finished devouring the light orb. Luze took out another and continued. After devouring the third light orb, Luze felt that his skin grew very tight. Each skin cell emitted a faint glow. His flesh and blood were completely different from before. He opened his eyes and looked at himself. He was covered in a thick layer of grime. The disgusting smell made him want to puke. He quickly got up and went to the toilet and took a shower. Luze finally remembered to shut the door this time, fearing Lu would come in again. After the shower, Luze saw that his skin became very nice. His mouth spasmed. If he went to school with this skin, people would forcefully watch him. Those girls would definitely admire his skin, right? He was in despair. Should he cover himself tight before going to school? But soon, Luze shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Even Li Erhao, who sat next to him, didn't notice his skin becoming whiter today. He wasn't even noticed in his class, much less the entire school. He shouldn't think too much of himself. He returned to his room and began his cultivation again. It was only 11, the night was still long. The constant feeling of getting stronger soon mesmerized Luze. After devouring the light orbs, he had a lot of stamina. After eating another light orb, this time the scorching energy didn't just flow on his skin but towards his blood and muscles. A light piercing pain with a scorching feeling made Luze frown. He didn't move and kept refining his body. Light orbs were devoured one after another. The sky outside the window began to light up red. Birds were still chirping. Luze opened his eyes and spat out clotted air. It was then 6 a.m. After he reached perfection for skin refinement, his devouring speed grew faster. In around 7 hours, he devoured 12 orbs, but his muscle refinement only reached halfway. It was just one level higher, but the use of light orbs went higher multiple times. He still had 20 or so light orbs left. It seemed he wouldn't be able to finish tendon refinement with that. His body was once again covered in some grime. This time, there was also yellow oil and fat. It seemed a bit disgusting. He got up and dashed out of the room into the toilet. He locked the door and began showering. This was done rapidly. Luze was a hygienic kid. Just when Luze was singing and having a bath, the sound of doorknob turning came. However, after realizing the door was locked, a sleepy voice said with some helplessness, "Luze, since when did you love showering that much?" Luze smiled and said, "Showering can make the skin smooth like milk. It can attract more girls." The voice at the door fell silent as though shocked at Luze's shamelessness. Moments later, Lu said, "Smooth like milk. That wouldn't be attracting girls, it would be attracting guys. You definitely have some unfathomable intention towards Shen Fei Yang." Luze's mouth spasmed as he said furiously, "My stupid little sister. It seems you don't understand how strong your brother is. Let's fight soon." Luze asked to spar as he felt he got much stronger. He might not be able to beat her, but he wouldn't be in a bad situation like yesterday. Lu's signature soft voice sounded, "Then, Li will wait and let brother show Li his power." Luze sneered, "Humph, no need to talk that much, you just wait." He finished the shower and quickly changed clothes before going out. He said to Lu, who was still wearing teddy bear pajamas, "Hurry up and shower. I will wait for you at the training grounds." Then, Luze left. His steps were smooth and dominant. Seeing this, Lu smirked and narrowed her eyes. Stupid Luze, confidence overload? It seems little sister needs to let him know he needs to obey his little sister. Coming to the training ground, Luze's face was serious. He began to warm up. He first practiced the basic fist technique and movement technique. After more than an hour of fighting, his martial arts technique improved even more. His foundational fist technique was about to reach an experienced level. His battle with Lu soon might bring him to experienced mastery. Moments later, Lu changed clothes and came to the training grounds. Luze stopped his warm-up. Lu smiled, "Brother seems very confident today." Luze smirked, "I have power, of course, I'm confident." Lu flicked her long hair and smiled, "What a coincidence. Li is very confident today too. I just broke through to level 8 last night." Hearing this, Luze's face froze. This wasn't right. This kid was a year younger than him, but her cultivation level was twice his. He really didn't belong to this family. The talent difference was huge. According to Lu's speed, she can break through the martial warrior state before her final exams and bring spirit chi into her body and reach spirit martial state. This was reaching the requirement for the application of Federal University. Chapter 12, Unbelievable. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Just when Luze's smile froze, Lu's soft voice said, "Seeing how brother is so confident, Li won't hold back." "Wait!" Luze quickly called. Lu smiled at Luze. Her crystal eyes showed some confusion. "What's wrong?" "Li really wants to see brother's manly side." Luze's mouth spasmed. He was planning to pretend that he had a stomachache, but now that Lu said such, he couldn't use that excuse. He forcefully brought up his chest, "You're just level 8, I'm not worried at all." Since he had decided to fight, Luze didn't think much. His eyes focused and his power emanated. A faint white glow appeared on the surface of his body. He was into battle mode. Lu Li saw the white light and her eyes opened wide. You. She opened her red lips and pointed at Luze. She couldn't speak. What's wrong? Luze asked in confusion. Emitting white light. This is only achieved by reaching a perfect refinement state for a small level. Lu Li's gentle smile disappeared. What happened? Don't you know? You're only level 4. How is this possible? Luze saw her shocked look and immediately his mouth raised up. How is it? You didn't expect it, right? Your brother is a prodigy. Hearing this, Lu Li took a deep breath. Her chest went up and down. Moments later, she finally collected herself as she put a smile back on and said, I am a bit shocked. Perhaps, brother really is a prodigy, but... She also showed some white light on her body as she smiled. Li's 6 bowels have also reached perfect refinement. Seeing the white light show on Lu Li's body, Luze's smile faded slowly. Fuck. Fuck. Luze felt despair. Lu Li reached level 8 and perfect refinement for 6 bowels. She completely relied on herself. Luze could only admit defeat to such talent. At the same time, Luze was thinking that after his graduation trial, he would give some light orbs to Lu Li too. At that time, she would definitely become much stronger with her talent. But now, Luze felt despair. He thought he was fine, but now, he realized it was all wrong. Outplays didn't exist. Your sister was still your sister. But Luze had his advantage. The perfect refinement for each small state had different effects. Skin refinement greatly increased his defenses while the 6 bowels brought better stamina, recovery, and immunity. They weren't fighting to the death. At least, Luze felt he would be able to take more of a beating than yesterday. Such small aspirations. He just wanted to be able to take a beating. Luze wanted to cry. Brother, Li is going to attack. Then, Lu Li dashed. Her black hair danced as her body shot through the air at Luze. Her white hands brought a chi wave towards Luze's chest. Her power was strong and her speed was faster than yesterday. Clearly, she planned to give him a beating again. Luze moved his feet, his left elbow struck horizontally towards Lu Li's wrist. Lu Li smiled. Her palm turned to a claw and grabbed Luze's elbow. Then, her wrist shook and Luze felt he was flying. Dang! Luze was brought up by Lu Li with one hand and smashed onto the ground heavily. Luze's chest felt heavy, it was a bit painful. His ribs seemed to have cracked open. His defenses weren't strong enough for such attacks. Again. Luze got up and grinned at Lu Li, who stopped to smile at him. There were gene serums anyways. He would recover. He needed to quickly break through to experienced mastery for the fist technique. If his movement technique could break through to completion, it would be even better. Thud. 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 Luze fell to the ground again and struggled to get up before throwing himself back into the battle. He focused on learning the foundational fist technique and movement technique. Gradually, his fist technique got more skilled. His movement technique was more agile. Although he was still smashed on the ground repeatedly, Luze was lasting longer and longer. Half an hour later, Luze laid on the ground. His chest palpitated rapidly. He didn't even have the power to get up. There was not a single muscle that didn't ache. Did his ribs really break? Luze's mouth spasmed. Lu Li really went hard. Here, serum, can you drink it? Lu Li came up to him. Luze turned around. He looked up from 2 long white legs. It was a tight sports shorts at the top. Pfft, bad review. If he went higher, it was that busted chest that blocked her face. Lu Li squatted down. There was also an aromatic sweat from her face. She frowned, Luze, I'm asking you a question. Luze raised his hand, but he found that it was powerless too. After all, she threw him from his arm so many times. Seeing this, Luze brought back her hair showing her white side face. She twisted the bottle open and placed it next to Luze's mouth. Here, drink. Luze opened his mouth and the serum was poured gently into his mouth by Luze. It was sweet and sour, like strawberry yogurt. It was great. The serum went down his stomach, and his body felt warm. Gradually, Luze recovered some power. He gasped, Luze, you were too cruel. Luze showed a gentle smile again, but brother improved a lot, right? It's all due to Li's work. You need to thank Li. Luze's mouth spasmed. Every time she had some evil plan, she smiled like this. No matter how pretty her smile was, she was still a demon. He really didn't understand how she concealed her true self in the school for this long. How did people not see through this? This was unbelievable. Half an hour later, Luze showered and changed clothes. Luze finally felt he had the strength to walk. He got up slowly and washed before changing clothes and going back home. Luze, who came back first, was already eating breakfast with their parents. Luze walked over and sat down. Good son. I heard Li say that you've made huge progress these 2 days. Fuxia asked. Luze got dazed and glanced at Luze before nodding. Yes, some improvements. Lu Wen's eyes lit up. The middle-aged handsome man showed a sly smile and patted Luze's shoulder. Good luck, get into Federal University. I'm telling you, it is full of beautiful girls, PFF. Luze looked at Fuxia, who instantly subjugated Lu Wen shakily. Oh my god, that was scary. Good boy. Just work hard on your own accord. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Don't listen to your dad. Being happy is the most important. Fuxia smiled. The businesswoman outside was just a spoiling mother at home. Luze looked at his parents. His eyes flashed as she said, I will work hard. I will show you that I can get into Federal University. Chapter 13, Huge Loot. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After making up his mind to get into Federal University, Luze worked even harder in cultivation. During the day, he would practice martial technique, and at night, he would go into the hunting dimension to kill rabbits for light orbs. He found that in the hunting dimension, there were many different animals other than rabbits and green wolves. There were huge golden eagles that had wingspans of over 10 meters. There were also 2-meter-tall flaming red lions. He found sadly that the rabbits were the bottom of the grassy plain food chain. Meanwhile, his level was about the same as the rabbits. Every time he went into the hunting dimension, he never stayed for more than 2 hours and would encounter other powerful animals. After some fancy struggling, Luze would die on the spot. However, his power was steadily increasing in the life and death dangers. In just 7 days, his martial warrior level 4 refinement was perfected. His muscle refinement was in perfection. His muscles were abnormally lively. They emitted a glow. His tendon refinement was perfected, and his major tendons actually turned golden, emitting a faint golden glow. His bone refinement had reached perfection. All his bones were smooth like jade artifacts. His foundational fist technique and movement technique had all reached completion. With just one opportunity, he would be able to reach perfection. By then, his control of power would become extremely great. He would be able to use every ounce of power at the tip of the blade. In the hunting dimension, it was still the same grassy plain. Although rabbits were completely no match for Luze now, and he could kill the huge white rabbits in 1 second, other monsters were something he couldn't mess with. He could only continue being a rabbit hunter. Luze looked dazedly at the 2 rabbits that weren't far ahead. One was completely black, and the other one was completely white. The black rabbit was worth 3 light orbs. The white one was about the same size as the first rabbit he saw. Most importantly, the 2 rabbits were stuck together and rubbing against each other. Luze was completely shocked and felt very hurt. On this bright sunny day, these 2 rabbits were publicly displaying affection like this. This wasn't right. Luze was planning to carry out justice. He suddenly burst up from where he hid. Before the 2 rabbits could react, they were killed with 2 punches. Luze looked mercilessly as the 2 rabbits' bodies turned to dust as he sneered, "These days, even rabbits dare to do this. They're asking to die." He picked up 5 light orbs. Then, Luze noticed that there was a huge cave not far in the grass. The cave was 1 meter wide, but Luze could easily go in if he bent down. He looked at the ash on the ground and then the cave while thinking, was this the rabbit hole? Should he go and see? As his cultivation level grew, Luze needed more and more of the light orbs. Now, he would use 10 orbs in just an hour. One night, he would use 80 orbs. Meanwhile, rabbits only gave so much. If it was a rabbit hole, there should be quite some rabbits, right? Luze still decided to go in and see. After all, it was very dangerous outside, and he might encounter a powerful animal that would slap him to death. He might as well check out the rabbit hole. Thinking about this, Luze bent over and went in. The rabbit hole was very curved and dark. If his cultivation level didn't grow as well as his eyesight, he would probably just have to bump around. After going in 100 meters, Luze felt the space before him was getting huge. He held his breath, and he quietly got closer. In this dark environment, Luze stuck his head out from the tunnel. He saw that there were about a few hundred square meters of space in the hole. Inside were full of huge rabbits. There were more than 100 of them. There were still a few other tunnel entrances on the side. Luze guessed it was to other caves or exits. The cunning rabbit has 3 holes. The rabbits in here should be smarter than the ones on Earth. They should have this habit too. Just when Luze popped his head out, a few huge rabbits vigilantly raised their ears. They looked up and stared at Luze with their blood-red eyes. Luze immediately walked down and held his breath, not daring to breathe loudly. Oh my god! This rabbit was as big as that green wolf. This was scary. However, he didn't know if they were as strong as that green wolf. Even now, Luze would still be instantly killed by that green wolf. If the rabbit was that strong, he would be in danger. At this moment, there was a rustling sound behind Luze. The sound was getting closer and closer. Luze's heart went cold. There were rabbits coming back. The tunnel was about 1.5 m tall. Luze turned around and saw there were 2 rabbits happily bouncing over. When they saw Luze at the end of the tunnel, they immediately stopped and studied this unknown organism with red eyes. Luze's eyes went cold. He kicked and dashed at the rabbits. He chopped at the front rabbit's neck. Crack! The rabbit's neck cracked. Luze didn't stop and kept chopping at the rabbit behind. Goo goo! Luze was too fast and the second rabbit was killed without resistance. However, it made a sound before being killed. Fuck! Luze's mouth spasmed. He picked up the 6 light orbs and wanted to run, but there was already the sound of furious rabbits from behind him. At that moment, Luze suddenly stopped. He checked around. The tunnel was very narrow. The height and width were about 1.5 meters. Only 1 rabbit could fit through. Luze's eyes flashed. He retreated a few steps and stopped at a corner. Soon, a rabbit chased over from the corner. In this dark environment, Luze could no longer see the color of their fur. He could only see their size and their blood-red eyes. Luze's eyes went cold as he attacked with full power. As soon as the rabbit made the turn, he punched its head, killing it. Next, it was another. Luze did the same and killed in one strike. Soon, the rabbits couldn't even issue warnings and fell to Luze's punches. The dust on the ground piled up. Luze killed as he collected the light orbs. 3, 5, 10, 50. A huge loot. Chapter 14, This is a Rabbit Monster. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. While collecting all the light orbs, Luze raised his lips. This was really a good place. Soon, Luze got more than 100 orbs. At this moment, Luze noticed that it was the turn of the supersized rabbit at the corner. This was a rabbit the same size as the green wolf. At this moment, Luze had no retreat. If it came out, it would remind the rabbits behind it that the rabbits before were killed before getting out. His eyes flashed, and he bounced off the ground using the momentum to punch with his full power. This punch actually had some ear-piercing sound. It was extremely powerful. This rabbit was huge, and the tunnel was just enough to fit it. It couldn't turn around. It clearly didn't expect that it would be encountering a fist when it turned at the corner. Thud. Luze's punch landed firmly on the rabbit's head. The huge power went from the fist and charged into the huge rabbit, knocking it to the ground. Luze didn't loosen up. He didn't believe he could kill a rabbit this size with just one punch. While the rabbit was stunned, he smashed punches on its head. Thud, thud, thud. The sound came non-stop and reverberated through the entire tunnel. The rabbits inside the cave went crazy hearing this sound, but Luze didn't care. It didn't matter now. He would kill this one first. Luze didn't hold back his power at all. His entire body was vibrant with the white light. All 4 body refinement stages had reached perfection. His power was on par with an ordinary level 8 martial artist's. 5 punches, 10, 15 punches. Every time the huge rabbit wanted to get up, it was smashed on the ground again. Gradually, its struggles became weaker. Luze's fists never stopped at all. It was like a jackhammer, consistent and lasting. When the super huge rabbit stopped moving at all, and its body began turning to ash, Luze finally stopped. He looked down. The rabbit left behind 5 faint red orbs and a passion fruit-sized faint purple orbs. There were only 5 red orbs, but they were many times larger than the ones before. As for the purple orb, this was Luze's first time seeing it. It seemed extremely mysterious. This made Luze more and more curious about this dimension. So there was also purple, aside from the red ones? No wonder that rabbit could take that many of his punches. Just looking at the orbs, one would know it wasn't weak. But soon Luze found that this rabbit was still much weaker than the green wolf. After picking up the light orb, Luze noticed that the rabbits inside the cave had calmed down but none dashed out. Luze thought about it and planned to go check it out. He looked at the piles of ash and turned over. Before he could even see, a huge rabbit claw attacked his head. If he didn't defend with all his power at the crucial moment, that claw might have taken his life. Luze quickly dashed and went back from where he came from, disappearing into the corner. This allowed him to dodge the next attack. Luze dazed. This rabbit was a monster? It used his tactic against him. Luze touched his face. It was covered in blood. The rabbit's claw was very sharp. Even though his skin, muscle, tendon, and bone had reached perfection, it still left a deep mark. As soon as Luze retreated, there was the sound of crazy rabbits from the cave. Luze thought for a moment and frowned. He turned and walked outside of the cave. It seemed he wouldn't get anything by staying here. He might as well leave. Just when Luze was planning to leave after coming out of the cave, he heard the familiar rustling of grass. A black and white super huge rabbit dashed towards him. Luze was surprised. Luze looked at the 2 rabbits, and his face changed. These 2 rabbits wouldn't be trying to block him here, right? What monsters were they? They were cunning rabbits? Were the rabbits of the interstellar era this smart? They were all this smart? When the two rabbits saw Luze, they growled and kicked with their thick legs, dashing toward Luze. Luze's eyes narrowed. He dodged the charge of the two rabbits. His fists turned into palm and struck at their neck like a hand blade. If it was some other rabbits, they would have exploded, but these two waved their claws and blocked the palm. They were just struck back a few meters. As soon as they landed, they charged at Luze again. Luze also noticed that two more rabbits similar to such came from the cave behind him. 4 against 1. Luze felt he needed to leave behind his will. The 4 rabbits surrounded him from all directions. Luze was very calm being surrounded in the middle. He often encountered dangerous situations these few days. He was used to it. Although he wouldn't really die, the pain of the death and of not being able to hunt after death were huge problems. He definitely must not die. Luze didn't want to die. Otherwise, he wouldn't still play tricks against the golden eagle that had 10-meter-long wings. Facing such a situation, Luze could only stay calm. Soon, the 4 rabbits charged at Luze at the same time. Luze's eyes went cold. He kicked with his right leg and moved to the left, dodging 3 claw attacks. However, one rabbit claw slashed his back. Blood flowed, but Luze didn't care. His right punch blasted the air away in an explosion and struck the neck of one white rabbit. Crack! This cracking sound of bones came, and this rabbit was struck more than 10 meters away as it landed on the ground heavily. The tunnel before was only 1.5 meters high. Despite him using full power, it wasn't his limit. Now, he could freely punch. The rabbit fell to the ground and spasmed, wanting to get up wobbly. Luze smirked. He finally made an opening. The rabbit was dreaming if it wanted to get up. Luze dashed and kicked the grass mixed with mud into the air. Using the reaction force, Luze shot out, dodging the 3 rabbits that charged at him again, and landed in front of the white rabbit. Thud! 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 3 punches were made in an instant. A shallow ditch of 2-meter circumference was made below the rabbit. Meanwhile, the white rabbit's neck was completely broken and its body gradually turned to ash. Meanwhile, the other 3 rabbits had pounced behind him. The wind flew with the sharp claws. Before the claws even touched his skin felt some light pain. Chapter 15, The End of Luze's Good Days. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Feeling the force of the attack behind him, Luze knew he couldn't dodge it. He used all his power and emitted this luminous white glow over his body. He employed all the defenses from the 4 perfect refinement states, ready to take this hit head-on. Jong! 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 3 metal clashing sounds came. The 3 forces broke through the defense of his skin, muscle, tendon, and bones. It struck inside his body, smashing Luze and causing him to fly out. Cough! Luze's eyes went cold as blood came out from his mouth. The power of the 3 rabbits injured his internal organs. After all, his internal organs haven't been refined yet. Before Luze could breathe, there was the sound of wind breaking behind him. He could only force down his injuries while dashing sideways, avoiding the attacks. Phew! Luze stood and looked at the 3 huge rabbits that stared ferociously while calming his breathing. A bit strong. These 3 rabbits had the same power as a level 8 martial warrior. He was fine to take them on one by one, but 1 against 4 was indeed a bit hard. Luze felt the pain in his organs. His stamina was slipping away. Looking at the rabbits nearing him, he bit his lips and glanced away. The dead rabbit had turned to dust, and there were 5 red huge light orbs and 1 small purple one. Goo goo! The 3 rabbits pounced over again. Luze dashed with his legs towards the light orbs and took all of them. Then, he kept running away. He raised his middle finger to the 3 rabbits. You bunch of bastard rabbits, just you wait. He had harvested quite a lot. He would find a place to recover, and then come back for hunting. Although he wouldn't die, time was paused outside when he came in. It was best that he stayed for as long as he could. Seeing Luze run away shamelessly, the 3 rabbits lifted their ears and chased angrily. Shit! Luze cursed, seeing the rabbits still chasing him. Why couldn't we just laugh and let go of the past? Give up. There would not be anything between us. Stop chasing me. The 4 ran across the grass rapidly. Luze was a bit worried. If the 3 rabbits didn't chase him, he would be able to find a place to hide, but now that there was such commotion, none of them would be able to get away if a powerful predator came. Before Luze could finish thinking, he felt a scorching sensation on his left side. Luze's heart went cold. He turned around and saw a fireball about 2 meters in diameter coming up to him. Instantly, he was devoured. In his room, Luze opened his eyes. His mouth spasmed out of pain. He was burned to dust by the extremely high temperature. The smell was sour. It was the fireball of a red lion. Luze once saw from afar that a lion was surrounded by a pack of black dogs with a height of about 1.5 meters. Then, the lion threw a few fireballs and burned all the dogs. This time, he felt that feeling personally. It was spicy. He couldn't take it. Soon, Luze recovered. He looked at the huge bunch of light orbs in his mind dimension, and his lips raised up like crazy. That was all worth it. He looked at the group of faint red light orbs, especially the 2 faint purple orbs. He took out one and then ate it without hesitation. Luze closed his eyes and started to use chi to cultivate. However, he found that the purple light orb turned into a cool chi that went into his forehead. Then, he felt his mental power grow a little. This made him open his eyes in shock. He had never heard of anyone being able to cultivate mental power at a martial warrior state. His mental power was strong because his soul fused with the previous soul. Even so, he still felt it grow a sliver after using this purple orb. If it was an ordinary person's mental power, it would have grown quite a bit. And, after this cool chi flowed past, it made his brain very clear. Luze quickly closed his eyes and thought about the foundational fist technique and movement technique. He kept searching for his inadequacies, trying to improve. When the cool feeling disappeared, Luze found that his foundational martial technique improved by a huge portion. If this happened again, he would definitely be able to reach perfection. He resisted the excitement in his heart and took out the other small purple light orb and ate it. The chi flow came again. Luze didn't waste time and began developing his foundational martial technique again. Gradually, Luze got up. He started slowly practicing in his room. At the start, every move was rather awkward, but then, it began to flow smoothly. Eventually, his fists changed naturally like breathing. Even though he slowly stepped out and slowly punched, his figure became extremely fast. His fists made thunder-like sounds in the air. When the cool feeling was gone, Luze stopped and opened his eyes. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were gleaming. He looked like a master. But this look didn't stay on for long before Luze cracked open his mouth smiling. I'm a bloody genius. Perfection. His foundational fist technique and movement technique reached perfection. When he reached perfection, Luze realized that all the moves were just the use of power. Fist could be palm, palm could be fist. Using the most suitable amount of power at the most suitable time was a state of great freedom. The use of power was art. If he continued down this path, perhaps he would be able to create moves that could allow the body to use, multiple or tens of times, the power. Of course, the body might crumble to such power. The perfection state allowed Luze to have this astounding control of his body's power. Even if his body's power suddenly grew, he would be able to get used to it soon. On top of that, he would have great efficiency in learning other martial techniques. The 30-kilometer building started from the bottom. You would only be able to learn high-level math after learning addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It was the same logic. Although Luze was only a level 4 martial warrior, all his refinement states were at perfection. With how his foundational fist technique and movement technique were at perfection too, Luze was confident he could beat ordinary level 8 martial warriors. Maybe, he could take on level 9 martial warriors. Luze's eyes flashed. It seemed Luze's good days were over. Every time, he was beaten by her. He had no face. Tomorrow, it was his turn to beat her up. But then, Luze got dazed. He felt it wasn't good to beat up his little sister. What should he do? Spank her? As soon as this thought arose, Luze's gentle smile appeared in his mind. A coldness rose up from the bottom of his heart. Never mind, that would cause death. I'll think about it tomorrow. Luze's lip raised. He was in a rather good mood. Chapter 16, Luze, sh*t. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After being happy for a while, Luze sat down again. His goal was the Federal University. It was still far-fetched for his current power. He shouldn't be overconfident. Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation makes me happy. He took out 10 faint red orbs and ate them in one go. He then started cultivating. After perfecting the bone refinement, he proceeded to begin the bone marrow refinement. Waves of pain came from his bone marrow. If he didn't die so many times lately in painful ways, he really might not be able to bear such pain. But now, he only frowned a little. He didn't move his body at all. Moments later, 10 light orbs were used. Luze took out 10 more and ate them in one go. After 3 consecutive times, Luze frowned. Perhaps the little red orbs didn't have enough energy. He didn't even complete 10% of marrow refinement after using 30 light orbs. As he kept using light orbs, Luze could feel that his body resonated with spirit power higher. This meant that his talent was improving. Despite so, it was still so slow. This was too much of a waste. Luze looked at the 10 larger orbs floating in his mental space. He took out one and decided to try. He put the light orb in his mouth. Immediately, he felt it turn into violent energy that rushed into his body, passing through his skin, muscle, tendon, and bones. Realizing there was nothing to refine, this power ravaged into the bone marrow. Shit! Luze's mouth spasmed. His face was pale with pain. Sweat trickled down his forehead like a stream. This was his first time, couldn't it be gentler? Ignorant light orb. He gritted his teeth and started to use his cultivation method. An hour later, Luze found that just one light orb increased his refinement level by 10%. This meant that he pretty much digested 30 small light orbs in an hour. It was a bit painful, but its efficiency was 3 times than the previous ones. In 2 days, he would be able to finish bone marrow refinement. By then, he would have 5 perfect small states as well as a perfect mastery foundational martial technique. Perhaps ordinary level 9 martial warriors wouldn't be enough for him to go serious. Looking outside, it was beginning to light up. He practiced the foundational fist technique and movement technique, and then, spent a few hours to digest the light orbs. It was already the next day. Now, he was a level 5 martial warrior. As usual, he went to take a shower. Luze changed clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Then, he saw Luli in her teddy bear pajamas, wearing cute white rabbit slippers as she walked out. Luze's mouth twitched when he saw the white rabbits. Now, he had this instinct to go bash white rabbits. Just when Luze was suppressing his urges, Luli's soft voice came out. "Brother, if you stare at Li's feet like that, people will think you're a psycho." Luze's mouth spasmed. "There's no one here, I'm not scared." "Okay then." Lu Li sighed. "Li will think that brother is a psycho too." Luze opened his eyes in shock. Why do you look so shocked? Li is a girl too. Li sighed and brushed back her long hair while smiling at Luze. Cough, I thought we were siblings, and there was nothing to worry about. Luze touched his nose awkwardly. We're not blood siblings, right? Li looked at Luze and went silent. That does seem to be true. He couldn't argue with this. You should be careful. We're a normal high school boy and girl, Luze said helplessly as she walked past Luze. Luze looked at what he wore and felt it was fine, but since Luze said this, he could only agree. Then, he smiled and said, Li, I'll wait for you at the training grounds. Luze heard this and her body heading to the toilet paused. Then, she nodded. Then, let Li see how much brother has improved. Lately, Luze had seen Luze's progress. After all, they've been sparring every morning. From the start, Luze had been wrecked very hard, but yesterday, Luze was almost fighting evenly with Luze. She knew Luze's power the most. What surprise would her brother give her today? Luze smiled and went downstairs into the training grounds. He closed his eyes, reminiscing the foundational fist technique and movement technique. Then, his body started to slowly move. Like flowing water, if the heart moves, then the body moves. Luze immersed in the mind state of perfect mastery foundational martial art technique. He slowly moved and gradually, for that one instant, he seemed to have fused into the environment and became harmonious with nature. Luze's tall figure leaned against the training grounds door. Her eyes stared at Luze while her mouth was slightly raised. She had been here for half an hour, but Luze was immersed in this mind state and didn't notice her. Perfect state? Luze sighed. Her mood was prideful yet complex. So her dumb cute brother had changed. His mind became more open and his talent became better. Even his face became more shameless. These few days, Luze saw Luze get stronger and stronger step by step. She probably wouldn't be able to beat him now, right? Luze smiled and thought about how this guy would revenge on her. Thinking about this, she suddenly had this urge to leave here. Her heart was beating fast. And, would he still ask her to spar all the time like before? Moments later, Luze stopped and opened his eyes, spitting out some dirty chi. At this moment, he just realized that Luze was standing at the door and smiling gently at him as usual. Luze's mouth spasmed. He was too immersed in cultivation that he forgot about her. Just looking at her evil smile, she probably wanted to start trouble. Luze felt a bit cold. Ah, haha. Li, you're here. I was too immersed in cultivation, you can call me. He'll see first. Luze flicked her long hair and smiled. Brother's power must be on par with Li now. Li doesn't dare to disturb brother so casually. What if brother hits Li? Then, her eyes became pitiful. Luze heard this, and his mouth twitched. This girl was an actress. Cough, stop joking. I'm not a brother who beats his little sister. I'm a good brother. Really, since brother said this, you must do it. Luze smiled, evincing her plan succeeded. Before Luze could speak, she continued, you must not hit Li. Luze, shit. How can I get revenge now? Chapter 17, Seed Battle. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Eventually, Luze practiced the foundational palm technique and movement technique with Luze. Although there were some differences between foundational fist technique and foundational palm technique, when one reached perfect mastery, it was all the same. The most important thing was the use of power. An hour later, Luze laid on the ground, covered in sweat. Meanwhile, Luze sat next to her with a sly smile. Are you satisfied now? Luze plainly said as she glanced at Luze's evil smile. It's all right. Luze narrowed his eyes and smiled. Although Luze wouldn't really beat Lu Li, it was better to be strict while training. After 1 hour of training, Lu Li had no energy left in her body and kept panting on the ground. My fish-mouth sister, brother is doing this for your benefit. Look, if I am strict on you, you will have great accomplishments. Lu Li turned around and didn't talk. These words sounded so familiar. This was exactly what she said a few days ago. She was a bit angry. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Luze smiled, seeing that Lu Li was not talking anymore. He didn't keep messing with her and got up to get a shower. Then, he went back home merrily. After breakfast, Luze and Lu Li came to school like usual. Lu Li kept being praised while he was looked down on. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Erhao came over as soon as Luze sat down. Ze, big news. What news? Luze asked curiously. It's said that this graduation trial concerns guaranteed spots. Even the Federal University sent people over. Luze's eyes narrowed. The Federal University is coming over to take the students with guaranteed entry. Li Erhao glanced at his mouth. What are you thinking? For a place like ours, it's already very amazing to get into Federal University. How could we be guaranteed entry in? It's just an opportunity. It's said that the high-level manager of the education department of this solar system has a friend at the Federal University. That's how he got this opportunity. The results will still depend if there's a prodigy that suits the requirements. Hearing this, Luze's heart skipped. He wanted the guaranteed entry into the Federal University. Li Erhao didn't notice Luze's expression and shook his head. Sigh, people like us don't even need to think about it. I feel no one from our school has any hope. Maybe Renjian has some chance. Luze didn't listen to that. There were still 3 weeks before the graduation trial. There was enough time. At this time, the class teacher Li Liang walked in and glanced at the restless students before smiling. It seems some students have received news that the Federal University is coming. I can responsibly tell you all that this news is true. With this, the students were more restless. Oh shit, it's real. Why was I so lazy all the time? Otherwise, I would definitely get this guaranteed entry. Whatever makes you happy. I feel Renjian and Lin Huan have some hopes. As for other people, never mind. Renjian and Lin Huan have hopes? Don't think too much. In order to get guaranteed entry, you must at least achieve the spirit martial state. They might be able to try at the final exams, but don't bother thinking about the guaranteed entry. Not necessarily, if you have some special abilities, you might be made an exception and taken in. Does being very long count? Piss off. Li Liang looked at the class in discussion and smiled while clapping his hands. Okay, there's another news. Because all the senior students will be participating in the final exams, the education department takes it very seriously. The entire process will be on the live broadcast. However, there are too many people participating. Each school will choose 20 students as seeds. The live broadcast will be focused on these people. Of course, the guaranteed entry for each school will be selected amongst these people. Li Liang's words caused more ruckus. In that case, if you didn't become a seed, you would just be going there to travel. Although you might have some fortunes on planet Nanfeng, it was nothing compared to the guaranteed entry. Okay, the seed tournament will be this afternoon. It will be selected through virtual reality. If you want to sign up, then sign up now. Of course, you need to have some power or people would think you're daydreaming. Li Liang joked. Everyone looked at each other. The top 20 in the school, only 2 people in the class had this power. As soon as Li Liang said this, a nice-looking black-haired youth got up. Old Li, cough, sorry, Mr. Li, I want to sign up. PFF. Everyone couldn't resist laughing. In private, everyone called Li Liang, Old Li, but perhaps due to excitement, the black-haired youth said this in front of Li Liang. Li Liang's mouth spasmed and pointed at the students. Don't think I don't know what you call me privately. How can you call me Old Li? I'm this young, call me Handsome Li, okay? Ha ha ha. Old Li, you're really funny. People couldn't resist laughing. Okay, the joke stops here. Su Yang, you want to sign up, right? Li Liang smiled. Su Yang nodded firmly and said, yes. As the number 1 in the class, he was about to break through level 9. He could try out being a seed. However, he never thought about the Federal University's guaranteed entry. Li Liang heard this and put in Su Yang's name into the computer. Teacher, I want to sign up too. A naive golden-haired man, who was over 2 meters tall, got up and yelled. Liu Silly, the second in the class. He was a martial warrior level 8 too. Li Liang nodded and put in Liu's name into the computer too. Who else? Teacher, I want to sign up too. A round-faced cute little girl got up. Su Feng, you want to sign up too? Li Liang got dazed as he looked at the cute girl. Su Feng Zheng's eyes nodded. Teacher, I just broke through to level 8 yesterday. Li Liang heard this and smiled. Not bad, perhaps you can compete. If there are 3 seeds in 10th class, you will be bringing me honor. Li Liang's words made everyone laugh. People said, go Su Feng. We need you to earn honor for Old Li. Su Feng Zheng's eyes blushed a little, but then she nodded and firmly said, I will try. Anyone else? If not, I'm going to hand up the list. At this moment, Luze got up and said, Teacher, I want to sign up too. Luze's words made everyone surprised. They all turned to look at him. Chapter 18, We agreed to go together but you were a dog. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Shit, Playful Ze, sit down. I'll take the nail from your chair. I wasn't expecting Luze to joke around. Haha, okay, that got me. Luze, stop playing around. You're at about the same level as us. It's time to support our brave classmates. No one could resist laughing when they heard that Luze was signing up. Of course, most people thought that Luze was just joking. After all, his sister, Lu Li, was the number 1 prodigy of their school and had just broken through to being a level 8 martial warrior a few days ago. Perhaps she would even be able to reach the spirit martial state before graduation. Her class teacher often showed her off. Luze, on the other hand, was just an ordinary student. He wasn't too good nor too bad. Although he usually worked hard, his talent was only like that. Li Liang didn't really believe Luze's words. Luze, are you really going to sign up? Although he felt that Luze wasn't really going to sign up, he still had to ask out of the responsibility as a teacher. Luze nodded, yes. He felt very helpless looking at his classmates' reactions. After all, he only had that little bit of power before. Li Liang became dazed and frowned. Theoretically, anyone can sign up for the seed tournament, however, are you sure you are powerful enough? If you feel that you are powerful enough, I can sign up for you. Hearing that Luze really wanted to sign up, everyone frowned. Oi, Luze, stop playing, would you? How would this make the other classes think about our class? Pfft, Luze, do you think that you're your sister? You aren't still dreaming, you know. Luze smiled, I've reached perfect state for both skin and muscle refinement. I'm now a level 5 martial warrior. My fist technique and movement technique foundations are also perfect mastery. Although his tendons and bones were in a perfect state too, he didn't want to expose too much information now. Level 5 power and 2 small state perfections, as well as the perfect mastery foundation techniques, were enough to compete. Luze's words brought silence to the noisy classroom. Everyone looked at Luze in disbelief. Moments later, someone said, "Oh shit! You said that you have two small states in perfection and your foundational martial techniques are in perfection too." Li Liang, who was frowning, finally reacted and said shakily. Body refinement was the foundation of martial arts. Having a small state perfection meant you were a prodigy. This also meant that Luze learned fast. Such a person was definitely at the top of the school in terms of talent. Even Lu Li only had one small state perfection, and her foundational martial techniques were only experienced. If it wasn't for Luze's cultivation level being too low, his talent would have been better than Lu Li's. Luze nodded, yes. As he spoke, his body shook and white light emitted from his body. White light, indeed. Li Liang opened his eyes wide as he spoke excitedly, then, your martial technique. Luze nodded, indeed perfect. Okay. In that case, I'll sign up for you. Li Liang smiled as he wrote down Luze's name. A level 5 martial warrior was a bit low, but everything else meant that Luze's power might even be stronger than Su Yang's. Of course, Li Liang wouldn't let such a person go. Regardless whether it was cultivation level or martial technique, ordinary people couldn't reach a perfect state. When it came to the seed tournament, he would need to report to higher levels. Anyone else? There were 4 students who could compete for the top 20. Li Liang felt rather good about it. Everyone looked at each other but no one else came out. Li Liang nodded and smiled, in that case, it'll be Luze, Su Yang, Liu, and Su Feng. You 4 prepare yourselves. The 4 nodded. Li Liang walked out of the classroom with a smile on his face. Oh shit! Brother Zi, do you really need a human-shaped thing hanging off your leg? Luze, we agreed to go together but you were a dog. As soon as Li Liang left, everyone surrounded Luze. Luze didn't really have any close friends, but now with his power exposed, everyone wanted to get close to him. Okay, stop surrounding Luze. The tournament is about to begin, this isn't good for relaxation. The handsome-looking Su Yang, bulky Liu, and the cute, round-faced girl, Su Feng, walked over. Su Yang looked at Luze. There was a powerful will gleaming in his eyes. So you're the one hiding your power in our class. Although your cultivation level is too low, I'm keen to battle with you. Luze smiled, I'll go along with it. I want to fight with Luze too. Liu cracked a smile, Su Yang is too girly. He just wins with speed every time. When Su Feng heard this, her face went red with anger. What's wrong with girls? What did girls do to you? I didn't mean it that way, don't get angry Su Feng. Luze smiled and thought that these people were quite interesting. He was expecting them to reject him. After chatting for a while, the morning class began. Everyone could only go back to their seats. Luze, want to have lunch together? I made some food. After class, Su Feng ran over and invited Luze to lunch with a red face. Oh my! The treatment for prodigies sure is different. Su Feng is usually very shy and never gets close to any boys, but today, she invited Luze to lunch. Small state perfection, martial technique perfection. Do you want to try? Your cultivation level can be made up for, but a perfect state would have to rely on talent. Can't even admire it. Some people sighed, some people admired, some people envied. Luze had never expected this. He looked up at Su Feng's light, ruddy face that was sneaking glances at him. He couldn't resist touching his nose. Sorry Su Feng, I'm going to go find Li. I can't eat with you. Oh, okay. Su Feng was disappointed, but she still smiled and nodded. There was no love for no reason. Su Feng Zhengziza was gentle to everyone, but never had she invited a guy to eat with her. Clearly, she felt that his talent was quite nice. However, Luze understood. During these years, if there was a white, wealthy, and pretty girl getting close to an ordinary person for no reason, she's either your future wife who came from the future, you were wealthy in the future and she traveled back in time, or she wants your body. The last one was a sad story. Girls like excellent boys, that was right. It was just like how boys liked prettier girls. If they didn't know each other, this was even more right. Luze didn't know Su Feng well and didn't want to. Li was still better. Chapter 19, This little thing looks really exquisite. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the afternoon, the contestants for the seed competition gathered outside the virtual reality classroom. Meanwhile, the other students watched a live broadcast in their classroom. Even the Year 9 and Year 10 martial arts classes were watching the broadcast. Luze looked at the pitch-black virtual reality connection pods and sighed. These were virtual reality gaming pods. Many novels in the past frequently mentioned these. Luze once wondered if the future would have such things. In this future, they really existed. One of his childhood dreams was fulfilled. He felt quite touched. However, this virtual reality was more realistic than gaming pods. It would input all the statistics and data of one's body into the pod. It was pretty much the same as real life. This was technology from a top-level civilization. The Federation paid a huge price to learn it. It's specifically used for teaching students and new soldiers. The rules for the seed competition were quite simple. Enter virtual reality and go through a trial. There was an opponent at each level, beat them and you enter the next level. People were ranked on what level they reached. For those on the same level, rankings were differentiated based on how much damage one did to their opponent. Luze entered the connection pod and his eyes blurred out. He appeared on the stage. Next to the stage was a skinny, black-haired youth. He was the opponent for the first level, a level 6 martial warrior. The black-haired youth didn't say anything and just dashed at Luze. Luze calmly looked at the youth's changing fist technique while the youth dashed over. Luze stepped aside easily and punched the youth's head, exploding it instantly. The youth made some fancy moves but died on the spot. He had passed the first level. The second level's opponent was a leopard-like beast that was covered in black scales and 1.5 meters in height. Black scale leopard, a level 6 ferocious beast. The black leopard's blood-red eyes stared coldly at Luze as it growled and dashed towards Luze like lightning. Luze was still very calm. He sidestepped and attacked like lightning. He twisted his waist as his left leg turned into a whip and struck the leopard's waist. There was the sound of bones cracking and the black leopard flew more than 10 meters away. Blood mixed with organs gushed out of its mouth. After it landed, it struggled once but then no longer moved. Third level. Luze looked at the enemy and narrowed his eyes slightly. My God! This little thing looks really exquisite. His opponent was a 2-meter-tall humanoid being. Its grey skin was covered in bumps that had short black spikes on the top. It was like a walking spike ball. Its head had no face and was covered in bumps. There were 2 antennas on its forehead that continuously vibrated. If anyone had trypophobia and looked at this, they would get goosebumps all over their body. Luze looked at the data of his opponent. It was a Kendu. They once had quite some battles with the human race fighting over planetary resources. However, because the human civilization was more advanced, humans completely annihilated them in a battle at their mother planet, Kendu, after paying a price. Luze looked at this strange alien and felt complicated. Their race was annihilated over the fight for resources. The law of the jungle prevailed. There was no reason. Of course, this was due to the Kendu people not having an advanced civilization to back them up. For those that did have one, they would have a seed of their civilization preserved. After spotting Luze, the Kendu roared and said something. Just when Luze became dazed, its black spikes suddenly shot out and turned into a shower of black needles. Luze's eyes narrowed. His feet tapped the ground as he turned into a blur and left the range of the needles. When he looked at the Kundu again, black spikes grew out of its lumps again. Luze frowned and dashed at the Kundu. He swatted away the Kundu's fist and tapped the Kundu on the head, detonating the inside of its brain. At this moment, all classrooms were broadcasting Luze killing this Kundu. In Lule's class, an exquisite, cute and tall blue-haired girl patted Lule, who was sitting next to her. Luze is so strong. That spike ball person is about level 7, right? Many people couldn't even dodge the first wave of attacks, but your brother killed him in a second while still being level 5. He's so strong. Lule had a soft smile on her face. Brother is very strong. She gritted her teeth as she spoke. Clearly, she was thinking about what happened this morning. But, is he that strong already? She wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. The blue-haired young girl laughed. Li, you asked me to find the beast encyclopedia on planet Nanfeng. It's for Luze, right? Your brother is controlling you. Lule's smile blurred for a moment before recovering. She smiled and said, Alice, helping one's big brother is what a sister should do. What are you saying? Yes, yes, Alice smiled. Meanwhile, the teacher of the virtual reality, the white-haired principal and all the classroom teachers of Year 12 watched this scene. The principal nodded his head and praised, he's a good seed. He can release such speed at level 5. The angle at which he parried the Kundu's punch and at which he used that finger was amazing. Li Liang smiled, it's because of the principal's great tutelage. Don't be a sycophant. You've only just discovered such a talent. The principal glanced at Li Liang and shook his head, what a pity. With such talent, the guaranteed spot of the Federal University would be certain if his cultivation level reached the spirit martial state. Our school would get on the headlines too. With this said, all the teachers narrowed their eyes. The guaranteed entry to the Federal University was a dreamlike thing. What a pity indeed. Although Li Liang would benefit the most if Luze was really guaranteed entry, if their school became famous, their students would receive better resources. Everyone would have a better life. Thinking about this, everyone couldn't resist looking at Li Liang with reproach. Old Li, what dog shit teaching skills do you have? How could you teach such a talent like that? Someone complained, I can definitely teach better than you. No, I didn't. Li Liang felt very awkward and argued, this kid acted very ordinary and never spoke about it. Who knew he had such talent? Everyone looked at each other and sighed helplessly. The principal also felt that it was a pity. He shook his head, stop arguing and keep watching. It's the 4th level, the Blade Demon race. They're still a huge enemy of the human race. This Blade Demon is almost level 8, right? With his racial advantage, not even level 8 students would be able to take care of it. I wonder how this kid will deal with it. Hearing this, everyone stopped talking and looked at the broadcast. The technician behind the broadcast moved Luze's screen to the center and didn't switch to any others. After all, even the principal expressed interest. Chapter 20, God Art. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Within the virtual reality world, Luze looked at the enemy before him. They were nearly 3 meters tall and covered in dark scaly skin armor. Its blood-red pupils flashed with a ferocious light. Its arms slightly bulged, containing a retractable bone blade. Luze knew a little bit about the Blade Demon race. It was the most famous alien race in the news. They're in a state of war with the human race. It's said that they're a branch of a high-level demon race, but the high-level demon race never admitted it. Despite so, the high-level demon race still protects them when needed. Luze looked up at the tall blade demon's body and licked his lips. His eyes went cold as he darted from the ground. His figure turned into a blur of shadows as he attacked first. Screech! The 2 1-meter-long black bone blades shot out of the blade demon's hands. It also turned into a blur of shadows and appeared before Luze, slicing its bone blades at Luze in a dark arc. Luze's lips trembled as his blood boiled. His body emitted white light and he twisted his waist, clenched a fist and attacked. Rumble. The white, glowing fist clashed with the bone blades and a transparent wave of chi spread out from the point of collision. Piss off! Luze's hands shook as the blade demon retreated a few steps. Then, Luze pressed forward and punched consecutively. Facing Luze's fists, the blade demon couldn't stand steady. It could only roar and wave its bone blades, clashing with Luze head-on. Rumble! 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 Clashing sounds were mixed with translucent airwaves. In a brief period of time, Luze punched out tens of punches. Crack! A slight crack appeared on the blade demon's bone blades. The blade demon roared anxiously, wanting to break free from Luze's consecutive attacks. Its body became a small, unsteady boat in the huge wave of Luze's fists. It couldn't stay afloat at all. 5 punches, 10 punches, 20 punches. With a roar filled with pain, the blade demon's bone blades shattered into pieces as a result of Luze's fists. Before the roar even finished, Luze had already arrived and punched the demon's chest. The powerful strike flung the demon up from the ground and sent him more than 10 meters away. Luze's body turned into a blur as he suddenly appeared next to the demon. His right foot turned into a battle axe and fell heavily on the demon's chest. Thud! The stage underneath the demon cracked. It struggled a few times before everything went silent. Outside the virtual reality world, everyone in Luze's class glanced at each other. Shit, Luze is this strong? This is absurd. A level 5 martial warrior broke the bone blades of a level 7 blade demon. Shit, I need to clutch Brother Ze's legs tighter. Only now do I realize that Luze is this ferocious. My heart is beating so fast. What do I do? The blue-haired Alice's eyes were glowing. Her face was slightly red as she grabbed Luze's hand. Good Li, introduce me to your brother. I think I can go from being your best friend to being your sister-in-law. Luze's eyes flashed and then she smiled. How about waiting till brother finishes final exams? It's final exams now, he can't lose focus. Alice thought about it and couldn't only nod. Okay, you said it. After the final exams are over, you must introduce me. Luze smiled. Don't worry. Alice nodded happily and laughed. Hee, sister-in-law, I'll massage your leg. Luze sighed and rolled her eyes at Alice. Let's just keep watching. Alice nodded. In the virtual reality classroom, the principal raised a brow and laughed. Good kid, he's this courageous but young people should be this hot-blooded. Everyone glanced at each other as their mouths spasmed. Usually, the principal says to stay calm and use it to your advantage, don't make mindless attacks out of hot-bloodedness. Yet today, he complimented Luze for being hot-blooded. What expression should they use to support the principal's words? The principal didn't spare them a glance and continued, he can even easily take on a blade demon who has the power equivalent to a level 8 martial warrior. Perfect mastery. Foundational martial techniques are indeed powerful. He's touched upon the foundational level of power. Perhaps, this kid might be able to awaken a strength type of God art in the future. Everyone heard this and exclaimed together, God art. God arts were different from martial techniques. They were much stronger than martial techniques. Some races could naturally control elements and have all sorts of abilities. These were God arts. Members of the human race weren't born with God arts, but they could awaken God arts through cultivation. After practicing a martial technique to perfection, one could awaken a God art too. Every martial artist who awakened a God art was a powerful person. They always have astounding potential. They had never expected that the principal would praise Luze this highly. When Li Liang heard this, he started laughing like an idiot. Being the teacher of a powerful being would have benefits. Shit, old Li, your luck. Haha. Piss off. The principal sighed, what a pity, his cultivation level is just too low. Then, he paused and gritted his teeth, if this kid gets first, I'll give him a level 3 cultivation serum. Hearing this, everyone's eyes went green. A level 3 cultivation serum was a cultivation serum for the state above the spirit martial state, the abstruse martial state, where spirit chi turns into liquid. They were only of the spirit martial state, meaning this thing was even good for them. However, everyone realized that in order for LUZE to get a good ranking in this graduation trial, the principal was planning to pay the price. After all, if LUZE was really given guaranteed entry into the federal university, it was enough for even the prodigies of the Teluan system to come study here. Plus, it would mean that LUZE owed them a favor, and so did his prodigy sister Lu Li. There were too many benefits. The return was far greater than the investment. Of course, this would all rely on LUZE getting it with his capabilities. He must beat the strongest in the school, Ren Zhan, as level 5 martial warrior. Ren Zhan is a prodigy who has already reached martial warrior level 9. If he didn't have the power, then no one was to be blamed. He's on to the next level. LUZE's performance caught the attention of many. After all, killing a blade demon as a level 5 martial warrior was too rare in their school. Shit! Is that the insect race? That is an elite level insect race, baby, right? What luck is this? Everyone was speechless with LUZE's opponent. Everyone's opponent was a race randomly selected from the Federation's data bank based on the level. The insect race was undoubtedly something low-level martial warriors wanted to encounter the least. Its body was insanely strong and its methods of attack were eerie. It was extremely hard to deal with. Chapter 21, You Know Nothing. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. LUZE was dazed as well. He stared at the huge insect before him as his mouth spasmed. Thick black armor, 6 bulky and sharp legs, and a hideous head that had 10 sharp wriggling tentacles on it. Oh my, this is more exquisite looking than that spike ball. This universe really had everything you could think of. As soon as the insect appeared, it charged at LUZE while its hideous mouth made an ear-screeching sound. At the same time, its tentacles started to attack LUZE from all directions. It was so fast that its tentacles turned into a blur. It was as though the entire space they were in was covered by a spider web, and LUZE was that pitiful and helpless moth. The extremely dangerous chi radiating out made LUZE instantly enter his strongest battle state. It was as though he encountered a powerful enemy in the pocket hunting dimension. His mind became calm and clear. His eyes were cold while his feet tapped lightly on the ground. His figure became fast and dodged all the tentacles that struck at him. Oh shit! He can even dodge those attacks. The people watching the battle were coldly sweating. If it was them, they would have been sliced into pieces before they could even react. The principal and all the classroom teachers looked at the screen with serious expressions. Even level 8 martial warriors wouldn't be able to dodge like that. I feel that LUZE might be able to last 5 minutes. He might even be able to injure this bug, the principal said slowly. No way, principal. If you say that he can last 5 minutes, we can believe it, but under such a situation, he can't even get close. Even if he does, LUZE wouldn't be able to break the insect's armor in a short time period. The principal showed a mysterious smile. I believe in this child's power. LUZE dodged every attack of the tentacles but still couldn't get close, not even a little. The tentacles were too agile. They could move like a snake and could make L, S, and M shapes. Every time, there were a few tentacles attacking him at once. LUZE frowned. The bug forced him into this situation without even moving. It was evidently quite strong. In that case, he needed to use all his power. LUZE's eyes flashed. He had previously only used the power of 2 small perfect states, but it seemed this power wasn't enough for this bug. The white light emitting from his body suddenly flashed brighter, Then, his speed burst and he instantly broke free from the tentacles and appeared right before the bug. Die! Rumble! One punch flew out with an ear-piercing explosive sound, striking the head of the bug. The bug felt the threat and let out a howl. Its two sharp front legs suddenly raised into the air and hacked at Luze's punch. Thud! The two ligaments clashed together. The powerful backlash threw both Luze and the bug stumbling back tens of meters. However, its tentacles still hit Luze. This guy is cheating. People say that it's hard for 2 hands to beat 4, but how many hands did this guy have? Including the tentacles? Luze suddenly ducked and dodged the attacks. Then, he sprung up from the ground and left a small ditch that cracked apart. His body pushed the air away as he dashed towards the bug again. I'm going to bash your dog head today, wait, insect head. Thud. 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 Luze circled around the bug. He noticed that the offensive power of the tentacles was insanely powerful, but it had a blatant weakness. It couldn't turn very well. Now that Luze was faster than its tentacles, it could only get hit. Thus, Luze started running in front as the bug chased behind with its tentacles. Luze circled to the side of the bug and threw a punch. It let out a sharp roar before wanting to turn and attack. A few minutes later, the bug had been punched tens of times. Its sturdy armor was full of dents and cracks and disgusting white and green liquids mixed together and poured out. Its tentacles could no longer maintain its original speed. Even its shrieks weren't sharp anymore. Heavy injuries. Luze's eyes were cold as he charged up to an injury on its side. His fists struck mercilessly. After a heavy strike, the shell of the bug caved into its own body. It raised its head and roared as its body stumbled. Before it could even counterattack, Luze punched its body a second time, ignoring that disgusting liquid. The bug's internal organs were instantly torn. Its body fell hard to the ground and the roars ceased. The waving tentacles stopped as well. Luze looked at the silent bug and raised a lip, playing dead. Luze appeared on the bug's head and used all of his power to stamp down. The tentacles shot at Luze again, but when they were halfway to their destination, they fell down again. Seeing that he had passed the level, Luze breathed easy. If he wasn't used to staying alert, he might have been ambushed by this bug. This bug had many hands and played dirty. Shameless. The scene of Luze killing the bug appeared on the screen. Outside of the simulation, everything was very silent. Both the students and teachers alike were very silent. Even an ordinary level 9 martial warrior would need to pay some sort of price to kill such a bug, yet Luze had killed it without sustaining any injuries. Did this mean that Luze's power had surpassed an ordinary level 9 martial warrior's? He was only a level 5 martial warrior. A smile bloomed on the principal's face like an old flower. Even Li Liang was laughing like an idiot on the side. The other teachers looked at Li Liang with jealousy. Such a prodigy wasn't in their class. This was unbearable to the max. If I remember correctly, Ren Zhan and Lin Huan both don't have small state perfections, right? The principal smiled. Yes, 2 teachers both had bad expressions. Ren Zhan and Lin Huan were in their classes. Now the situation seemed. The 2 glanced at each other, both feeling defeated. But why did this kid's power suddenly explode? One classroom teacher couldn't help asking. It was subtle, but there was still suspicion. After all, even though Luze was a prodigy, one's pride didn't allow for an easy surrender. The principal smiled, you know nothing. Perfection martial techniques can allow one to come into contact with God arts. With Luze's talent, he probably has some clues. Hearing this, everyone glanced at each other. However, no one else said anything. After all, this was virtual reality. People couldn't even cheat with drugs. There was no cheating. They felt that what the principal said was right. After all, Luze couldn't be in perfection for every small state, right? No no no, this was impossible. Chapter 22, I'm not that sort of person. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Meanwhile, in Lu Li's classroom, everyone snuck glances at Lu Li. After all, just a few days ago was there news that Lu Li had become a level 8 martial warrior and was the fastest prodigy to make a breakthrough in their school. However, her seemingly useless brother was actually this strong. It was unbelievable. Were these siblings monsters? Alice showed a cute smile to Lu Li. Good Li, just introduce him to me first. Otherwise, even if I don't go for him, there will be other bitches going for him. With me around, Lu's virginity will be protected. Lu Li's smile froze. You're the most dangerous, okay? Don't worry, I know what sort of person my brother is. He would reject it appropriately and wouldn't waste time on them. What if it's a bitch he likes? Lu Li flicked her hair. He won't, I know my brother the best. Hehe, if I didn't already know that you two are blood-related siblings, I would almost think that the guardian is trying to steal what he's guarding, Alice said. Lu Li kept a smile. How can that be? I'm not that sort of person. Alice nodded while thinking to herself, I have sister-in-law helping, how could those little bitches outside be a match for me? She's got this. Level 6. Luze looked at the slowly appearing enemy and his eyes focused. He had used his full power before, so he wondered if he could survive this level. Soon, Luze dazedly looked at the enemy that appeared before him. 1.5 meters tall and dark, long hair that reached their buttocks. The small and exquisite face had a lively smile. It looked like a child. Luze was speechless. This cute loli was his opponent? He felt like he couldn't attack her at all. When he looked at the data of this loli, his eyes narrowed. Nanggong Jing, 12 years old. Level 5 martial warrior, 5 perfect small states. Foundational movement technique and fist technique perfection. God art, burst in power. Rating, human race's prodigy. Luze looked at this cute loli in disbelief. 12 years old, yet she had accomplished the same as he did now when he was 18. And that wasn't enough, as what bullshit was this god art? It looked like a high-level skill. How could he even play now? And, Nanggong Jing, this name sounded familiar. Just as Luze was spacing out, the contestants had begun coming out from the virtual reality classroom. They left the connection pod, but all they saw were the teachers and principal staring hard at the broadcast screen. They thought that their performances were so bad that the teachers were unhappy. The group didn't even dare to talk. At this moment, Li Liang said in a shaky voice, Nanggong, it is that person, right? The human race's prodigy, it's her. The principal's face was complicated. I really didn't expect her data to be stored inside. Will Luze be defeated mentally? After all, her talent was too good. The human race's population numbered in the trillions, and yet, out of every person, she was considered the human race's prodigy. She wasn't someone these local region prodigies could compare with. She was only 12 years old, but her power was on par with ordinary spirit martial state primary stages. Awakening a strength god art at 12, such talent. People couldn't even get jealous. She's already a young master now, right? Her title seems to be, someone said with a strange face. Silence. This title, don't mention it, the principal quickly said. Yes yes yes. Everyone's mouth spasmed, not knowing what to say. The students who had just come out listened to this and felt confused. They weren't the reason? That's good then. They were so worried before. They started breathing easier and looked at the screen. That is Luze, Su Feng, who had failed level 5, and Leo, who was instantly killed on level 5 when he faced a member of a high-level demon race, watched in disbelief. They didn't expect to see Luze on the screen. His opponent was a little girl? His luck was too good. Every one of their opponents were members of powerful alien races, but this guy's opponent was a little girl. I wonder what level Luze is at right now. Leo looked at the screen curiously. Probably level 5. Su Fang said, after all, Luze is stronger than us. Perhaps he faced a difficult opponent before and that wasted time. Leo nodded, this level's opponent is just a little girl. He can probably pass. That way, Luze would rank in the top 10 for sure. Leo looked at all the remaining people, 8 of them. Most of them were still struggling on level 5. They couldn't get statistics on the battles like the teachers. Just when Su Fang nodded and was about to talk, her eyes narrowed and she covered her mouth with her hands. She almost screamed. The battle on the screen began. That cute little girl bolted from the ground and the firm stage instantly cracked. Her small figure moved in a blur and appeared next to Luze. Her small fist tore open the air and brought a wave of faint white chi striking towards Luze. Luze instantly reacted and his body burst into white light. He dodged the fist while kicking his right leg out towards that small body. Such a battle truly scared the audience. Oh my, this power, was this really the martial warrior state? They felt like they weren't cultivating the same martial arts. In the virtual reality world, Luze was sweating bullets. If he hadn't been living on the brink of death recently and his battle awareness wasn't amazing, he would have died from the first punch. That pink, soft punch turned into the sharp claw of a huge beast in Luze's eyes. There seemed to be a monster living in that small body. The power exerted with every move was shocking. After that one strike, Nangongjing stopped. Her dull eyes suddenly flashed with some life. Ayo! You dodged that strike! Her little red lips opened up, showing clean white teeth. She then applauded, not bad, let me see what level you're at. Luze. He looked at Nangongjing in confusion. Wasn't she just a piece of data? How could she talk? Chapter 23, although a bit old. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Haha, this isn't me. It's just a copy made from my soul, sort of like a clone. Nangongjing heard Luze's confusion and explained. Come, since the computer chose me as your opponent, it means you're quite strong. At least you have some potential. Let me see your power. Rumble. Nangongjing didn't waste any time. Her small body exploded with powerful white light as she charged at Luze. Luze's eyes went cold. He was calm. Since he couldn't beat her in terms of speed and power, he would have to beat her in experience. The instant Nangongjing charged over, Luze turned to the side as though predicting her attack and dodged it. At the same time, he punched with his right fist towards her waist. Hehe, you're a bit old and your cultivation level is a bit low, but your battle consciousness isn't bad. Nangongjing smiled as she raised her small hand to stop Luze's attack. Just when she wanted to grab his hand and counter-attack, Luze retreated back a few meters. Old, a bit old. Luze's face turned green upon hearing this. I'm only 18, okay. I'm like the sun at 8 AM. How am I old? The current me is only 12. Nangongjing raised her flat chest and smiled. You're 6 years older than me, a third older than me. Aren't you old? Luze. Luze's mouth spasmed. This girl was too right. There was nothing he could say. Nangongjing looked at Luze's lifeless expression and waved her hand. It's fine, you're not that bad. We're both level 5, but you can dodge my casual attacks, you're already a prodigy. Casual attacks. Luze's eyes narrowed. The people watching the live broadcast were blown away. Such attacks were only casual attacks? Level 9 martial warriors might not even be able to take it. Most importantly, they were the same age as Luze. Didn't this mean that they were all old? Shit. Only the teachers knew that Nangongjing wasn't bluffing. She wasn't fighting seriously. Do you want to see my serious punch? Nangongjing put her hand on her waist as she raised her thumb to Luze. There was a happy smile on her face. Luze's eyes focused and he nodded, let me see. He wanted to see how big the difference between him and the human race's prodigy really was. Hehe, then watch carefully. Nangongjing laughed and moved into a stance, one level burst. Before the punch even came out, Luze's pupils dilated. The hairs on his back rose, his muscles were all tensed up and sweat drenched his clothes. He was all too familiar with this feeling. It was the feeling of facing imminent death. Rumble. The little fist flew out without using spirit chi. It was purely physical power, but it still tore open the air. A deep ravine appeared on the ground, created solely by the fist's force. The entire stage was rumbling. He couldn't dodge it. Luze looked at the nearing fist force and could only grit his teeth and block his chest with his hands. As soon as the fist force touched his arm, an extremely terrifying power rushed into his body. He couldn't block it at all. The sound of bones cracking rang out. Luze flew across the air and landed tens of meters later. Oh yeah. You didn't even die from my serious punch. Perhaps we will meet in the future. Nangongjing's voice sounded out. You've passed this level. Nangongjing walked up to Luze and squatted down, poking his face with her finger. There aren't many in the martial warrior state that can take my serious punch and not die. Luze smiled helplessly, still a bit weak. Nangongjing heard this and zoned out. However, she soon recovered and smiled, yeah, still a bit weak indeed. This sort of power can't do much for the human race. Do what for the human race? Luze was confused. He had never thought about it as it was too far away for him. However, the universe was too chaotic. Someone like Nangongjing would become a powerful being and protect the entire human race, right? He didn't expect a 12-year-old little girl to have such ideals. It really. He lost quite hard. Okay, seeing as how you can't fight anymore, you finished 6 levels at 18 years old. That's average, but not too bad. I'm going now. The computer will probably send you out soon. Soon after Nangongjing said this, her body slowly disappeared. Meanwhile, Luze's eyes blurred as he arrived back in reality. Nangongjing, was it? Luze felt that this name was very familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he heard it from. However, his bloated mentality due to progressing so fast was crushed by those little fists. He should thank her for that. Next time, he wanted to fight with the real her. Luze sighed and left the pod. The virtual reality classroom was quiet. Everyone strangely looked at Luze. Luze looked at everyone in a daze. Why were they looking at him like this? Did they finally realize his deep and morose temperament hid some unknown handsomeness? What if some girl confessed their love to him? What would he do? Congratulations, Luze. Su Fang Zhengzizi, Liu, and Su Yang quickly made their way over as Su Fang spoke with a red face. Congratulations? On what? Luze asked. Congratulations on passing level 6. You're probably ranked first. Su Fang pointed at the screen that displayed the rankings. Luze was first. The second place was only 30% damage at level 5. The difference was huge. However, the 2 level 9 martial warriors, Ren Zhan and Lin Huan, hadn't come out yet. The results were still uncertain. Thank you. Luze smiled. Su Fang hesitated. Luze felt confused and then his eyes flashed as he smiled, what's up? We're classmates, I'll help you with whatever I can. Su Fang felt dazed and then breathed easy, nothing, good luck on the final exam. Luze nodded. Su Yang strangely looked at the two and smiled bitterly, previously, I considered you as an opponent. However, it seems that I overestimated myself. Liu scratched his head, even in terms of power, I can't beat Luze. Not going to fight him. Then, the four started discussing some troubles with martial techniques. Luze didn't keep anything from them and taught them bit by bit. This made the three very excited. If they digested all of this knowledge, their power would increase a level once again. Soon, Ren Zhan and Lin Huan came out too. Chapter 24, I'm first every time anyways. Shit. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ren Zhan was a handsome-looking, brunette-haired youth. He raised his lips slightly and displayed a prideful look. Lin Huan, on the other hand, was a golden-haired young girl. She looked very quiet and academic. As soon as he left the pod, Ren Zhan saw Lin Huan crawl out too. He smirked slightly. Lin Huan, you lost to me again. I finished level 6 with 40% damage. Lin Huan looked at Ren Zhan and then at the rankings. There was a sliver of shock in her eyes as she said, so what? Haha, invincibility, such a lonely feeling. Ren Zhan laughed with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the ceiling at an angle as he sighed. PFF. When the other students heard this, they couldn't resist laughing. Ren Zhan dazedly looked at the students who were covering their mouths and frowned. What are you laughing at? Brother Zhan, look, one of them pointed at the leaderboard with a strange face. Ren Zhan raised a brow and turned around. What's there to look at? I'm first every time anyways. Shit. He slapped his face so fast. The person in first wasn't him but some unknown dude called Luze. His result was that he had passed level 6. Ren Zhan was confused. This couldn't be right. This insignificant person who he had no impression of beforehand was now standing above him. Ren Zhan's face sunk. Who is Luze? A student on the side pointed at Luze, who was happily discussing martial techniques with Su Yang, Liu, and Su Feng, the most handsome one. Lin Huan curiously looked at the bleak-faced Ren Zhan and then at Luze, who was happily talking and was completely ignorant of what was going on. A sliver of interest surfaced on her face. She wondered if this Luze was really that powerful. Just when Ren Zhan's eyes were flashing and he was wondering whether he should go test Luze or not, the principal glanced at the students and realized that everyone had finished up. He put on a smile and said, "Okay, the results are out and I believe everyone has seen them. This time, everyone's results are quite good. It seems like everyone has been quite hard-working. You guys are the pride of our school." Then, he paused briefly before continuing, "However, there are only 20 spots for seeds, so we will be choosing the top 20. Before continuing, I need to specially congratulate Luze. He's only at level 5 but has passed level 6. This is a result that was achieved through his hard work. I hope all students can become more excellent through their own hard work." Luze was speechless. The principal gave the students a brainwashing while announcing the results. This was drawing hatred towards him. By the way, in order for the 20 seeds to get a good rank in the trial, we've made up an impromptu reward. From 4th to 20th, everyone will get a bottle of level 1 cultivation serum. The second and third will get a level 2 cultivation serum. And finally, the first will get a level 3 cultivation serum. Plus, everyone can go to the library and choose a movement technique and an offensive technique. With this, the students who were just admiring Luze instantly became envious of him. The level 3 cultivation serum was on a completely different level from the other rewards. Ren Zhan's eyes were green. He raised his hand and said, "Principal, I'm really curious about how Luze could pass level 6 as level 5 martial warrior. I hope to spar with him." "Ren Zhan, stop." Ren Zhan's class teacher frowned. They clearly saw Luze's battle power. He could take Nangongjing's serious punch without dying. This wasn't someone Ren Zhan could challenge. Ren Zhan smiled, "Mr. Chris, you misunderstand. I really just want to have a friendly spar with him. Didn't you say that as a martial artist, we must have a never-surrendering heart when facing a powerful opponent. Mr. Chris' mouth spasmed. How could he not know what Ren Zhan was thinking? If Ren Zhan won, he could use this to ask for the level 3 cultivation serum or make Luze use a level 2 cultivation serum too. But if Ren Zhan lost, it wouldn't affect him at all. However, he had no reason to rebuke. Seeing this and how the principal just smiled and didn't object against it, Ren Zhan raised his lips and said to Luze, "Luze, I didn't expect for you to be this strong. Would you like to spar with me?" Luze felt helpless. He was just too excellent. It was normal that people were unhappy. Of course, the most important reason was probably that level 3 cultivation serum. He touched his nose and said, "It seems that Ren Zhan is very interested in the level 3 cultivation serum." Ren Zhan's smile froze. "Haha, the reward is made by the principal. I don't dare to have an opinion. I'm just curious about your power." Luze smiled. "How about I give you my level 3 cultivation serum if I lose?" Hearing this, all the students became dazed. Was this guy's brain fried? Ren Zhan's eyes flashed with joy. He forced himself to keep a straight face while saying, "How can I do that? Even if your power is weaker than mine, your potential is greater. Giving it to you is the right choice." Luze sighed, "If I lose then I lose, you can have it. But if you lose?" Luze paused. Ren Zhan was a little vigilant, "Then what?" Luze thought for a moment before showing an amicable smile, "I won't set you up. After all, we're schoolmates. However, if you lose, it means that you're weaker than me. Every time you see me, you must bow to me. That shouldn't be too bad, right?" "You?" Ren Zhan's face changed and was about to speak. "I'm giving you a level 3 cultivation serum. I'm not even taking anything from you, but just making you admit a fact. I think you would earn more than I would." Luze interrupted, "Do you want to fight or not? If not, then never mind." Ren Zhan's face kept changing. With his pride, it was harder for him to bow to someone every time he saw them than giving Luze a level 3 cultivation serum. But he didn't want to give up the level 3 cultivation serum. He was feeling hesitant now. "Never mind, let's not," Luze shook his head. After all, he was no demon. He felt he was quite a nice person. "Wait. I'll do it," Ren Zhan said. Ren Zhan didn't believe that a level 5 martial warrior was really stronger than him. Perhaps Luze just happened to counter his opponent. A level 3 cultivation serum didn't pop up all so often, too. Greed could make people lose their basic sense of judgment. Ren Zhan just rested his hopes on probability. Chapter 25, Was he that sort of person? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Seeing that both of them agreed to spar, the principal smiled and said, "In that case, then begin sparring." Since the principal agreed, the rest of the teachers wouldn't disagree. The two went into virtual reality. The students discussed amongst themselves. "Hey, who do you think will win? Do I even need to say it?" "True." The students, who came out of the pods last, listened on dazedly. There seemed to be something they didn't know. Were they isolated? In the virtual reality, Ren Zhan raised his lips and said pridefully, "Luze, although I'm a level 9 and you're a level 5, a lion still uses full power catching a rabbit. I won't hold back." Luze nodded, "Try your best. I believe in you." Ren Zhan's mouth spasmed. Then, his face sunk down. "Do you really think you're stronger than me because you finished a level 6? Then, his legs dashed and used a movement technique. His figure went left and right as he dashed up toward Luze with extreme speed. When he dashed before Luze, he suddenly dashed again and appeared on Luze's left-hand side before yelling, "Mountain crushing fist." The instant Ren Zhan punched, Luze slowly stepped back and just dodged Ren Zhan's punch. He raised his left hand and tapped on Ren Zhan's arm. Immediately, Ren Zhan's arm fell down powerlessly. Then, Luze punched with his right fist onto Ren Zhan's chest. The huge power brought Ren Zhan's body into the air and spun him 3 times before his face planted heavily into the ground. Then, Ren Zhan's body slowly disappeared. He died on the spot. Facing Luze, whose foundational fist technique and movement technique were in perfection, such fancy attacks were useless, and instead, just opened up weak spots. Ren Zhan could have fought a few bouts, but he used a martial technique that he wasn't familiar with for more power, resulting in many openings. Luze even felt embarrassed. The principal nodded and showed a satisfied smile. Besides Chris, the teachers also gave him praise. This Luze is quite strong. He can bring the name of our school in the trial. The students glanced at each other. They felt that Luze would be a bit stronger than Ren Zhan, but they didn't expect it would be an instant kill. Ren Zhan's number 1 spot had changed. When Ren Zhan left the pod, his face was pale. He completely didn't even react to that last attack. He didn't even know how he lost. He just felt a huge sudden pain in his body. He kept spinning in the air, and then he knew nothing. At this moment, Luze walked over and smiled at the pale-faced Ren Zhan. I won. Ren Zhan's body stiffened up before he gritted his teeth and bowed to Luze. Luze said with a smile, "Never mind, you don't need to anymore. This one time is fine. We're about to graduate anyways." Ren Zhan's eyes flashed and he stared coldly at Luze. A martial artist will do as he says. At the graduation trial, I will surpass you. Luze got dazed and nodded. Then, good luck. I believe in you. So angry. Seeing how Luze didn't care at all, Ren Zhan's mouth spasmed. This guy didn't think of him as an opponent at all. After this was over, the principal smiled. Okay, Ren Zhan, keep working hard. Luze, don't get too prideful too. Now, we will begin giving out prizes. Then, he took out cultivation serums from his storage ring and gave it to the top 20 students. Li Liang's face was big from smiling. Other than Leo, who was unlucky, there were 3 from his class that entered the top 20. And one of them got the first place. On top of that, each student can choose a martial warrior state movement technique and attack martial technique, the principal said. Then, he looked at Luze. Luze doesn't need it. The martial warrior state martial technique is no different from a perfect mastery foundational martial technique. I believe you understand. Luze nodded. The martial warrior state was all about how to use one's body's power. The start might be different, but it all ended the same. However, if you can reach spirit martial state before the graduation trial, I can give you spirit martial state martial technique. Hearing this, Luze's eyes narrowed. Spirit martial state martial technique also included the use of spirit power. This was what he needed. He nodded and said, I will try. The principal showed a mysterious smile. Go for it. If you are really chosen by the Federal University, then marrying a white wealthy beauty and reaching the pinnacle of life is no longer a dream. Luze was surprised. This principal was this terrifying. He was using beauty to seduce him. Was he that sort of person? Before seeing how beautiful the girl was, he wouldn't be interested. Plus, why did this principal show that mysterious smile when he said it? He was getting goosebumps. Luze awkwardly smiled in a polite manner. I know, I will try. The principal nodded. Okay, the seed tournament ends here. Everyone, work hard now. Then, the principal left the virtual reality classroom. The students went back to their respective classrooms with their teachers. The people in the class rose up joyfully. Welcome back, class hero. Brother Ze. Brother Ze, can I hug your leg? As soon as Luze and they entered, they were warmly welcomed by everyone. Especially Luze, he was instantly flooded by people, mixed with the screams of girls. By the way, which bastard tried to ambush his sacred body? His pants were almost pulled off. Su Yang was also circled by friends he was close to. Su Fang had a guy try to jump her but was immediately beaten by the group of girls and ran over to Luze's side crying. Luze got dazed. He was disgusted by girls, so he ran over to me? This was over the line. Leo, who felt dejected not reaching the top 20, soon smiled again under everyone's comfort. The classroom was immersed in happiness. Li Liang didn't stop them from having fun. Instead, he smiled at the scene. 3 seeds meant fame and rewards. If he didn't need to keep a good image as a teacher, he would start dancing around too. This scene finally eased up when school was over. Chapter 26, I will personally cook for senior schoolmate. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze came to Luli's classroom as usual. Unlike before, Luze was forcefully surrounded. This is Master Sister's brother? I just watched Master Brother's match. He's so strong. I just realized, I've always had Master Brother in my heart. Senior schoolmate Luze is really strong. So he has always been keeping a low profile. Yet, even though no one knew about it, he lived so casually. Such a mental state. No wonder he's a senior schoolmate. From today, senior schoolmate Luze is my idol. I'm going to be like him and keep a low profile while immersed in cultivation. This made Luze feel so uncomfortable. So he was that strong? He was keeping a low profile? He only knew now. Even he almost believed it. At this moment, a golden-haired handsome boy walked over with a smile. Brother Ze, I didn't expect you were this strong. I hope you can teach me a martial technique when you have the chance. Luze looked at Shen Fei Yang and suddenly thought of Luli's words and smiled awkwardly. Junior schoolmate Shen Fei Yang, you came to find Li again. It was best to keep further away from this man. Oh yes, I just remembered, but today is Brother Ze's big day. How about I host a celebration for you, guys? Shen Fei Yang smiled. I also wish that Brother Ze will get a good result from the graduation trial. No need, we will be going straight home to celebrate. Thank you for your goodwill, Shen Fei Yang. At that moment, Lu Li walked over with a gentle smile. Next to her was a cute little girl. She had beautiful aqua blue hair and a lively smile. Her figure was thin and long. She was on par with Lu Li in terms of looks. The only flaw was that her chest only rose up slightly. A pair of this is quite cruel. The young girl's eyes immediately lit up as soon as she saw Luze. She skipped over to Luze with a vibrant smile and reached out her thin white hands. Hello senior schoolmate Luze, I'm Alice, Li's best friend. Oh, by the way, I made that Planet Nanfeng's Beast Manual. Luze was surprised. So she was Li's friend. He reached out his hand to shake with Alice and soon let go. Then, he smiled. Hello, it is very nice to meet you, Alice. Thanks for taking care of Li. So, you made that ferocious beast manual. Thank you, that will help me a lot. Hehe, it's nothing, Li is much better than me. I've been helped by her a lot. Alice took her hand back and smiled humbly to Luze. Then she asked, by the way, are you going to celebrate your victory today? Can I join? Alice, brother doesn't have that much time to celebrate. There are only 3 weeks until the graduation trial. Let's celebrate after that's done, Luze said with a smile. Alice heard this and gritted her lips in disappointment, but she still nodded. Then, she said secretly to Luze, okay then, senior schoolmate Luze, good luck on the graduation trial. If you get guaranteed entry to the Federal University, I'll personally cook for you. I'll tell you secretly. I'm a spirit chef. I don't tell ordinary people this. Spirit chef. Luze was a bit shocked. Spirit chef was a chef who made ferocious beasts and spirit herbs into delicious meals. They were different from ordinary chefs and could maximize the potency of each ingredient. They're like serum masters who make cultivation serums. It's a very rare and popular job. He didn't expect this exquisite cute-looking girl to be a spirit chef. Hehe, you didn't expect it, right? It's because I'm a spirit chef that I would have Planet Nanfeng's Beast Manual. They're all top-level food. Alice smiled. Luze smiled and nodded. Then, I'll be waiting for junior schoolmate Alice's food. To be honest, there weren't a few spirit chefs in the entire planet of Lanzhong. He really never tried it. Alice got dazed and then smiled. It seems senior schoolmate is quite confident. Then, junior schoolmate will wait. Then, she raised her right hand and waved to Luze and Lu, I'll be off first. Then, she skipped away with her hands behind her back. Luze looked at her figure and felt she was a good kid. She was lively and polite and also a spirit chef. Unlike him, he didn't know how to cook even normal food. Just when Luze was sighing, he felt this extremely depressing chi next to him. He turned around and saw Lu smiling at him gently. Luze's heart almost stopped from the scare. Did he see the demonic smile from Lu? Lu's gentle voice came out. Brother seems to have quite a good impression of Alice. Luze nodded. She's quite a nice girl, isn't she? Cheerful and humble, she looks pretty too and knows how to cook. With every praise, Lu's smile became even more vibrant until eventually, she said, I suddenly want to cook. Tonight, Li will cook to celebrate brother becoming first. Hearing this, Luze's face turned green. In his memory, Lu only cooked once and that was because their parents were too busy to come home, and the maid went home too, so she wanted to try. He couldn't remember exactly what the flavor was. He only knew that after eating the first bite, his eyes went black. When he woke up again, he found he was on the bed and it was almost the second day. After he asked Lu, he found out that she didn't dare to eat her own cooking after seeing him knocked out, so she fed him a gene serum and put him on the bed. He still couldn't remember what the flavor tasted like. It must be his body's defense mechanism. Cough. Li is very cute even if you don't know how to cook. No, you're the cutest in the world. Luze quickly said. He would try to calm her down first. Even if it wasn't for himself, he would do it for the safety of his parents. Let's go, brother. Lu smiled and turned. Meanwhile, Shen Fei Yang who was ignored was dazed on the side. He was tall, wealthy and handsome but was ignored. When they got home, Lu went back to her own room. Luze saw that his parents hadn't come back yet, so he went back to his room to cultivate. He took out the level 3 cultivation serum. The tube was 10 cms long and 2 cms in diameter. It was a crystal tube, and the liquid was blue with sparkling light. Luze thought about it and placed it back in his storage ring. He didn't choose to use it as the light orbs had a much greater effect than these cultivation serums. He didn't even want Lu to use it. He would give some light orbs to her after he finished graduation. Chapter 27, Let Dad Take the First Bite. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Taking out a faint red orb, Luze began the bone marrow refinement. Severe pain emanated from his bone marrows. Luze frowned but he didn't move. An hour later, the energy inside the light orb was used up, and the refinement was completed by another 10%. Luze opened his eyes. Light flashed across his eyes as he slowly spat out waste chi. Eventually, his mouth spasmed. His eyes were red, and he almost cried. He finally felt what pain that was etched in the bone felt like. However, there was no other way around it to become strong. He sighed. If possible, he wanted to lay down and become strong. However, he was quite happy this way compared to working hard and getting no results. He looked at the sky. It was dusk and the sky was orange. It was already 6 p.m. Luze got up and took a shower before going downstairs. Lu Wen was back and was watching the news on the couch while Fuxia was busying about in the kitchen. Lu Li was probably in her room. As soon as Luze came downstairs, Lu Wen looked up at Luze and said with shock, "I heard Li say that you got first place in the seed battle." Luze was surprised. "So she already told Dad?" He nodded and cracked a smile. "How is it? Isn't your son amazing? Do you like the surprise?" Lu Wen laughed and glanced at the kitchen. Seeing how there was no motion there, his handsome face showed a lewd smile as he beckoned Luze to come over. Luze looked at the kitchen and walked over. "What's wrong, Dad?" "I'm going to tell you. I know quite a few friends. A few of their daughters are about your age. They're all extremely pretty. How about I introduce them to you?" Lu Wen smiled. "Luze?" He glanced at Lu Wen and said firmly, "If it's extremely beautiful, then never mind." Although he didn't know why his dad wanted to introduce a girlfriend to him, Luze felt something wasn't right. Lu Wen's face froze. Just when he wanted to talk, a sound came from the kitchen. Fuxia brought food from the kitchen. However, Lu Li, who followed behind, made Luze's heart stop. He looked at the dish in Lu Li's hand with terror. His heart was full of despair. It will kill him, it really will. At this moment, Lu Wen was also full of despair. That Li, who never cooked, actually cooked to celebrate for Ze. Disgusting. As a father, it was the first time he would get to taste his daughter's cooking. However, it was made for another man. Only a father would understand this feeling. No, he must introduce a girlfriend to Ze. Good boy, time to eat. Li made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. You should try. Fuxia smiled. She was the happiest seeing Luze and Lu Li so close. She even wanted the two to get married immediately. Brother Li made this sweet and sour ribs personally. Even mother hasn't tried it yet. Lu Li smiled gently at Luze. Luze's face froze. He slowly walked over as he smiled awkwardly. "Ah, haha, how can I let my cute little sister cook for me?" Meanwhile, Lu Wen stared coldly at Luze. His face was full of envy. Luze looked at the vibrant dish and said shakily, "Li, this wouldn't be poisonous, right? Li wold be sad if brother doesn't trust Li? Don't worry, Li is prepared." She put the dish on the table and seemingly casually pulled out a gene serum from her pocket. "So you've prepared the medicine for me?" Her heart was definitely black. Today was his celebration, why did he have to go through this? Luze gritted. He thought if he should act like he had stomach pain and dodge this disaster? Or should he rely on his body to handle it? After all, he was still a young boy last time. He was only a martial warrior level 1. With his current power, perhaps he would at most have a bad stomach? Just when Luze was hesitating, Lu Wen coughed and said, "Ze, do you feel that Dad should have the first bite?" Dad approves of Ze's filial heart greatly. Looking at Lu Wen who kept signaling to him, Luze's smile grew evil. Since it's cute little sister's first time cooking, Dad should get the first bite, of course. I believe Li thinks so too. Sorry, Dad, I will pray for you. You should get a good taste of your daughter's cooking. Good luck. Li's smile froze. She slowly put away the serum and explained, "Dad, this dish doesn't taste nice. You should try Mum's. I'll pour this out." Pfft, Luze dodged this one. At this moment, Lu Wen grabbed Li's hand and protected the dish, saying, "Bullshit. My daughter is this amazing. How can her dish not be amazing?" Lu Wen felt very bad. It was clearly a good dish, yet she would rather throw it out than give it to her dad? He wanted to cry. Thinking about this, he quickly took out chopsticks and grabbed a vibrant-looking piece and put it in his mouth. The instant it entered his mouth, Lu Wen almost fell to the ground. He pushed his hand against the table and gritted his teeth, slowly eating the entire rib. Fu Xia had a confused look. Lu, what is wrong with your face? Do you not like your daughter's cooking? Who do you think you are? No, 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 it's extremely delicious. I felt it was too good. I was too touched. Lu Wen explained while wiping the tears coming out. At this moment, he realized that his daughter was really doing that for his benefit. At this moment he felt very complicated. If he wasn't a martial warrior level 5, he might be laying on the ground now. She's indeed my daughter. Even her cooking is this powerful. It's amazingly bad, but he was touched. At the same time, he thought of what Luze said. That little kid wanted him to eat it. He should have a share too. Meanwhile, Lu Li, who knew everything, didn't know what to say. Luze breathed easy. After all, it was ordinary food. Even if Lu Li did something to it, its toxicity was limited. It would at most paralyze people. At this moment, Lu Wen smiled at Luze and said, "Ze, this is Li's hard work. You shouldn't waste it. You need to finish it all, okay?" Luze quickly signaled to Lu Wen, "Dad, don't do this. You know the power of this cooking, let your son go." Lu Wen sneered and signaled to Luze, "Who set me up before? We'll hurt each other together. What are you guys doing? Come, good boy, you need to finish what Li made? Don't waste her hard work." Fu Xia looked gently at Luze and pushed the dish to Luze. She smiled softly at Li. "Li didn't even want me to eat it. It looks so delicious, but since she made it for you, Mum won't take it. Brother, hurry and eat it." Lu Li showed a devil smile. "Ze, a real man needs to face life," Lu Wen said. Luze. Finally, Luze ate the entire dish with tears. He sat in the toilet for more than half an hour while making up his mind to never eat Lu Li's cooking again. Chapter 28, Naughtiness is a Nature. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After coming out of the toilet, it was already 8 when Luze went back to his room. At this moment, he could enter the pocket hunting dimension as soon as he closed his eyes and went into his consciousness. As for that Lu Li, Luze had kept a note of her in his little notes. Luze sat with his legs crossed and entered the pocket hunting dimension again. The soft wind blew past with the faint smell of earth and grass. The sun in the sky was still emitting warm light. In the distance, there was a not-so-distinct roar. Luze immediately ran in the opposite direction. It was great weather today, very suitable to dig out rabbit holes. After just going a few hundred meters, Luze suddenly felt a pain in his head. It was as though someone used a sharp wooden stick to grind in his brain. He grabbed his head with his hands and bent over like a prawn. It was so painful that even his vision started to blur. What was this? Was someone trying to kill me? Did those rabbits learn a new technique, mental attack? Luze immediately suspected the rabbits. He bit his lips and frowned as he wobbled up. Pain can't defeat me, it will only make me strong. This was the 18th sentence he wanted to say the most back when he was young. He felt after saying this, his image became that of perseverance and coolness. He resisted the pain and tried hard to stay conscious. At this moment, if he fainted he would probably go out. Luze didn't want to go out as soon as he came in. He searched around. The invisible enemy was the most terrifying. Even if he was to die, he wanted to know what killed him. Yet, the surrounding shrubs were very quiet. If the pain wasn't persisting, Luze wouldn't even believe he was attacked. At this moment, he could only look around vigilantly. As time went on, Luze found that the pain in his head was getting lighter. Luze's eyes flashed, could the enemy not keep up? He kept searching where the enemy was. Soon, the pain had eased to a tolerable level. He raised his senses to the max. Any slight motion wouldn't be able to get past his senses. The atmosphere was silent, but moments later, the huge pain surged again. But this time, Luze's eyes went cold as he looked at a tall shrub behind him and charged over. Rumble! His full-powered kick turned this region of grass to pieces. Then, the pain disappeared from his brain. There was the familiar rustling sound. There seemed to be something on top of the grass. I found you! Luze dashed over. Then, he opened his eyes wide in shock. Look at what he found! A rat! Although this rat was only 30 centimeters tall, it was indeed a small rat in this strange place with 1 meter tall rabbits. This eerie rat had very smooth blue fur. His big round eyes were faint purple and lively. After being caught, the rat kept blinking its eyes and squealed, looking very cute. Luze felt even someone as evil as Lu would be overloaded by this cuteness. Luze stared at the rat silently and suddenly stepped down on its head until it sank into the earth while its body popped up. Thud! Squeal! After a thud, the rat's small ligament twitched before falling soft. Luze lifted his feet and watched the rat turn to dust. I have no emotions. This little rat was too dangerous. It actually knew how to use a mental attack. If it wasn't that his mental energy was twice as much as ordinary people, that would be enough to kill him. This meant that ordinary martial warrior state and low-level spirit martial state would be killed by this cute little thing. Luckily, it only seemed to use a mental attack. Its body was very weak. Otherwise, Luze would have to go out of the pocket hunting dimension if it attacked Luze while he was in pain. If this thing did that to him while he fought rabbits, he would explode on the spot. He wasn't going to leave this ticking time bomb. Although he admitted this rat was super cute and it would be great if he could tame it, Luze couldn't, so he gave up. The orbs it left behind shocked Luze. It was 5 passion fruit-sized purple orbs. These orbs were too useful to him. These purple orbs could increase his insight for a short while, allowing him to realize his inadequacies. After usage, it also increases his mental power. These things were precious without a doubt. Luze laughed and picked them up. Even with just these, this trip was worth it. However, he hoped he wouldn't encounter it again. The orbs were good, but he couldn't handle a mental attack during battle. Luze looked at the dust and thought these rats were probably rare. After all, this was his first encounter after being inside for so many days. Today's weather was very good, and he obtained great things as soon as he came in. Luze's mood was like the clear sky here. Yet at this moment, his face suddenly went pale as he collapsed to the ground. A terrifying black shadow appeared before the blue sky. It was full of black scales. It looked like the black dragon of ancient Western mythology. It had 3 pairs of wings and 3 pairs of sharp claws. Its huge body covered the sun, and with one flap of its wings, it appeared above this grassy plain from the distant sky. It flapped its wings again and disappeared from Luze's sight, leaving behind a huge hurricane. Luze even saw huge monsters being swept up by the wind and struggling helplessly in the sky. Only a few monsters that could fly escaped. Luze was rather far, and although the wind was big, he dug into the earth with his hands and grabbed onto the grass roots so he wasn't blown away. Moments later, the wind eased up, and the sky once again became clear. Luze silently got up and looked at the direction the beast left. It was still plain of grassy land there, but what was outside the plain of grassy land? Luze didn't know either. He gulped. Just how big was that beast? Few kilometers long? Tens of kilometers long? Hundreds of kilometers long? Luze couldn't see it at all. Just that instant of its terrifying pressure almost crushed his heart. The beast was in the distant sky and only stayed for an instant. There was such a terrifying beast in this dimension. Luze was extremely shocked. What would come out of that thing after killing it? Luze calmed down and couldn't resist thinking. Naughtiness was nature, but our goal is don't be stupid. He was just thinking about it, there was no way it would come back and beat him up, right? Chapter 29, Don't not think of yourselves as dogs. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Soon, Luze cast the incident of the huge beast aside. He didn't have the power, so he didn't have the right to believe that. He might as well focus on increasing his power. The gale created from the beast blew down all the nearby grass, which provided an easy view. Luze soon found another rabbit hole. Luze snuck in as though he was going back to his own house. As for whether the owner approved or not, he didn't care. After a few turns, Luze neared the end of the hole. His eyes slowly grew cold as he controlled his breathing and heart rate. He peeked his head out. After seeing the situation inside, Luze's eyes opened wide. He found that the ground was covered in ash and only 6 huge rabbits remained. The 6 huge rabbits softly laid on the ground. Luze made a bold guess. These rabbits were probably scared to death by that huge beast. Only these 6 remained. However, he glanced around and didn't see any light orbs. He frowned. Would there only be light orbs if he killed them personally? In that case, he wouldn't be able to achieve his dream of watching 2 powerful beasts kill each other while he collected the rewards. The main characters in novels would often encounter this. He really wanted to too. Luze shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Since only 6 huge rabbits remained, he wouldn't show any mercy to them. He kicked the ground, making a thud as his body shot out like an arrow to the nearest rabbit. The rabbit cave was spacious so he could stand up straight. He punched towards the rabbit's neck with his right fist. Martial Warrior Level 5, 4 small state perfections and a perfect mastery foundation fist technique. His power was much stronger than what he had yesterday. The rabbit was already very weak from the pressure of the huge beast, so just one punch and the rabbit was already dead. At this moment, the other rabbits stood up and squealed at the sudden enemy. Luze raised his lips. Today would be his lucky day. Looking at all these rabbits, they didn't seem like they could resist at all. They went from being meat-eating rabbits to being grass-eating rabbits. Thus, in this dark rabbit hole, an extremely cruel incident of abusing the weak was committed. The perpetrator, Luze, sent the 1.5 meters tall, cute rabbits to hell. He felt no remorse. He was even laughing. Each super huge rabbit would drop 5 faint red orbs and 1 small purple orb. There were 6 rabbits in total, so he got 30 faint red orbs and 6 small purple orbs. Why wouldn't Luze be happy about this? With those purple orbs, Luze's mental power could increase by 30%. Luze's eyes flashed. He thought about Nangang Jing's god art, strength burst. He felt that there was more room for improvement above perfection foundational martial techniques. After collecting the light orbs, Luze left the rabbit hole and went to find more. Soon, Luze found another one. It was slightly bigger than the rabbit hole he just left, as it was about 1.7 meters tall at the entrance. Luze thought for a while but still decided to go in. After all, the huge beast had passed over and its pressure seemed to affect the beasts more than him. Even if there was a powerful rabbit, he could still flee. Luze carefully walked in and crossed a curvy passage before soon seeing a spacious region before him. Luze raised a brow. He felt that this tunnel was shorter than the previous one. Were the rabbits here not good at digging tunnels or were they too lazy? Luze then carefully peeked out his head and looked inside. The scene where the ground was filled with ash and a few crippled huge rabbits laid didn't appear. As soon as Luze peeped his head in, he saw a few pairs of blood-red eyes looking at him. Luze. The cave was very dark but he could still see most of it with his eyes. The creatures that the eyes belonged to definitely weren't rabbits. Luze's mouth spasmed. He laughed and said, "Sorry for disturbing you all. I'll be on my way, goodbye." Under the gazes of the creatures, Luze burst into a sprint. Heavy growls sounded behind him. Then, Luze felt the evil and hungry intent behind him. He sped up quickly. The tunnel was very short and Luze soon got out. He glanced back as he ran. He found that huge dogs with shoulder heights of 1.6 meters and higher, covered in thin, black armor came out one by one. He felt confused. Since when did dogs know how to dig holes? Okay, dogs dig holes when they hide bones, but that is an underground cave. Where's your honor as dogs? Don't not think of yourselves as dogs. Would he not even dare to enter caves anymore? What if digging holes was a common ability on these grassy plain? Then didn't that mean lions and wolves knew how to dig holes too? Thinking about this, Luze was very worried. When 4 armored dogs came out of the cave, Luze had already gotten more than 100 meters away. Their blood-red eyes flashed with ferocity as they growled and sped up, instantly chasing towards Luze. Seeing the nearing dogs, Luze frowned. They were too fast. With his current speed, even ordinary level 9 martial warriors couldn't catch up to him, yet the dogs were gaining on him. This was ordinary spirit martial state speed, right? They were clearly the same size. Dogs were indeed stronger than rabbits, right? This wouldn't do. Luze's face was locked in a frown. They would catch up with him soon. His eyes flashed as he suddenly stood on the ground with his left foot making a sharp right turn. He headed towards a rabbit hole that was not far ahead. The height of it was only 1.5 meters and with the shape of the dogs, they would slow down a lot inside. Perhaps he could even use the terrain to take care of them. If worst comes to worst, he could run out from another hole. The huge dogs didn't expect this sudden turn. They kept sprinting forward for tens of meters before getting on Luze's track again. Luze used his foundational movement technique to the extreme. Run, run! If he was fast enough, those dogs wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Chapter 30, Died so much that I'm almost used to it. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luckily, he wasn't too far away from the rabbit hole before. When Luze arrived outside the hole, the dogs were only 10 meters away from him. Luze bent over and charged in without hesitation. Those dogs would need to crouch to go in. He should be able to shake them off then. Luze dashed forward in the tunnel for quite some distance. Low growls could be heard in the tunnel behind him. The huge dogs clearly didn't give up. They chased Luze relentlessly. Luze suddenly stopped at the corner. He came up with a bold idea. The dogs were huge and it wasn't easy for them to move in the tunnel, it was even harder for them to turn. Perhaps he could kill them. He needed to put this thought into practice. He patiently waited for the dogs to come. Soon, a hideous dog's head appeared at the corner. Luze went up and punched. The powerful force from the punch shook the air. Seeing the fist, the dog immediately opened its huge mouth and bit at Luze's fist. Seeing the rows of sharp teeth, Luze quickly took back his hand. He didn't expect the dogs to react so much faster than the rabbits. The instant Luze took back his fist, a dark ball of energy formed in the dog's mouth and shot at Luze. Luze definitely didn't expect this. In this narrow tunnel, he couldn't even dodge. Feeling the intense energy that was radiating from the ball, a wild glow started to emit from around Luze. He punched the energy ball with both fists. Rumble! The white and black colors met, which resulted in an explosion. The concussive airflow was bound by the tunnel and shot out from the two sides. Luze was pushed away by the backlash and could feel a heaviness on his chest. A sliver of blood seeped out of his mouth. He didn't expect this black dog to know a spirit force attack. Luze's mouth spasmed. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to actualize his bold idea. For now, he needed to focus on running. Luze turned to run. If he went into the spacious area, he would be able to easily run into another tunnel. Thinking about this, Luze slightly grinned. His plan was sound. With a few turns, Luze soon arrived at the spacious cave that the rabbits rested at. However, the rabbits here were all dead. Luze raised his lip and charged out the small tunnel. However, Luze's smile soon faded. The supposedly empty rabbit hole was filled with more than 100 rabbits. As though attracted by the sounds in the tunnel, Luze immediately felt more than 100 pairs of eyes on him. Luze was completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I being watched by so many rabbits? This script isn't right. Weren't the rabbits in here all dead? Why did so many appear out of nowhere in such a short time? There was still the sound of dogs coming from behind him. Luze's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he felt despair. There were rabbits ahead and dogs behind. The heavens really wanted to annihilate him. However, Luze wasn't going to sit and wait. He was no match for the dogs, but he could try and fight his way out of the rabbits. Thus, Luze's eyes went cold as he charged forwards. The rabbits saw this and also roared before charging towards him furiously. The rabbits had great jumping capabilities. Other than from behind, there were rabbits in all directions. Luze didn't even have the space to dodge and was flooded by rabbits. He used his powers to the maximum and fought Rabbit Claws head-on. He punched and the rabbits that charged up flew back with an even faster speed, turning to dust in the air. Ordinary rabbits couldn't even take one hit from Luze. When super huge rabbits appeared, the situation changed. Although they were no match for Luze, they could slightly take Luze's attacks. If they managed to stop Luze's attack, the rabbits behind would stretch their evil claws to his body. Clanks sounded non-stop. Ordinary rabbits couldn't break his defenses, but the super huge rabbits could. Soon, there was blood all over Luze's body. At this moment, there was a low growl. A huge dog ran in. Seeing this, the rabbits immediately stopped their attacks and raised their long rabbit ears. They stared at the dog that came in. When a few more dogs came in, the rabbits timidly left from other tunnels. Luze speechlessly looked at the dogs that surrounded him and the rabbits that kept running. These rabbits were just too cowardly. These guys came to dominate your home. Even rabbits shouldn't take this. At least go and tell them that the honor of rabbits shall not be tarnished. But clearly, the rabbits wouldn't listen to Luze. The cave soon emptied and only the 4 dogs and Luze remained. Thus, the incident of abusing the weak once again occurred in the rabbit cave. The 4 black dogs made inhumane attacks at Luze. Luze resisted bravely, but the dogs were too powerful and brutal. After a fierce yet useless battle, Luze's blood splashed across the cave. In the room, Luze opened his eyes. The pain all over his body made his mouth spasm. Those 4 huge dogs were cruel and their bodies were terrifying. Their claws and teeth were extremely sharp and they even knew how to use spirit force. He would have to run from one, much less 4. His body was almost split apart. Moments later, the pain disappeared and Luze sighed, "Today, I died again, just like usual." He felt that he was almost used to dying. As soon as this thought popped up, Luze shook his head. He must not have such thoughts. Life was good. He wasn't going to think about it anymore. Cultivation. Cultivation. Luze looked at the large sum of light orbs floating in his mind. There were small and large red ones and small purple ones. His eyes stopped for a while on the purple ones. Luze eventually took out a large red one to cultivate. The most important thing right now was his level. His martial techniques were already in perfection. He would increase his martial warrior state to perfection before seeing if he could use the purple light orbs to learn a god art like Nangongjing. After all, he knew nothing about god arts. Even if he used the purple orb, he wasn't confident that he could learn a god art. Chapter 31, Daily Commodities. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. 2 weeks later on a Sunday morning, the martial training grounds. Luze and Lu Li quietly practiced every morning. Lu Li's movement technique was soft and looked ethereal. It was silent but extremely fast. Her palms seemed soft but actually contained immense power. Luze's movement technique was even more effective. He would only move when he needed to. The two figures crisscrossed. Most of the time, it was Lu Li attacking and Luze dodging. Only rarely would Luze tap on Lu Li's body. Every time he tapped, her attacks would be interrupted. When this happened, she would close her eyes and think for a moment before continuing her attacks. Half an hour later, Lu Li was covered in sweat. Her loose martial arts robes were drenched and closely stuck to her body, revealing the curves. "We'll finish here today, you seem very tired." Luze smiled and dodged a palm. Lu Li nodded and wiped the sweat from her head before sitting down. "How was it today?" "You've improved from before, actually you have quite a lot lately." "It's all due to Big Brother." Luze sat next to her and smiled. Lu Li moved her lips. She didn't want to admit it, but it was indeed because of this guy that she improved so much. Her foundational movement technique and palm technique were just one step from perfection. However, this step was like a huge ravine. One needed fortune, insight, and mind state. Even prodigies might not be able to reach perfection. Then, Lu Li waved back the strands of hair stuck to her forehead and smiled. "Then how does brother want Li to repay him?" Luze looked at her signature smile and quickly shook his head, saying seriously, "Are you joking? Brothers should be the ones helping their sisters." Who knew what this evil-hearted person was thinking? What if she saw Dad and told him that he wanted to put her in 18 positions? That wouldn't be very good. Lu Li rolled her eyes at him. "How are you preparing for the graduation trial?" Lu Li knew that she could no longer force out Luze's full power. Even she didn't know how strong Luze was. "I'm okay, level 8. Luze smiled. Lu Li looked at Luze in shock. "It seems that a level 3 cultivation serum is quite potent. In that case, brother, you're on the same level as me? Your battle power." She stared at Luze. "With your 4 small state perfections, you would rarely face a match in martial warrior state, right?" "Hehe, I keep a low profile," Luze laughed. He didn't have just 4 small state perfections. His skin, muscle, tendon, bone, marrow, 5 viscera, and 6 bowels were all at perfection. Today, he was confident that he would refine the 12 main meridians and nearby meridians to perfection too. By then, he would be a level 9 martial warrior and would only need to refine the Ren and Du meridians to perfection. Even he didn't know how strong he was right now, but he didn't fear ordinary level 1 spirit martial states. Lu Li saw how prideful Luze was and couldn't resist laughing. She got up and rushed Luze, "Hurry up and shower. After your shower, eat breakfast, and then go cultivate. There's only 1 week left. Our parents have high hopes for you." Luze's mouth spasmed as he got up helplessly. Yes, yes, yes. After the shower, Luze and Lu Li returned home. Lu Wen and Fu Xia left early due to things in the company, so breakfast was left on the table. The two quickly finished their food. Lu Li asked, "By the way, I'm going out shopping with Alice today. Is there anything you want me to buy?" Luze felt dazed. "Buy?" As a cultivation madman, he really didn't lack anything, did he? He did lack a girlfriend, however, that couldn't be bought. Wait, there were robot girlfriends in this era. They're almost exactly like a real human and would play with you all day long, and not get jealous nor angry at you. The sales for them were astounding. Girls could also buy robot boyfriends. It's said that due to this, marriage rates plummeted and the population aged seriously. Then, the Federation made laws before curbing this phenomenon. However, robot partners were still the best-selling daily commodity on the market. Your face looks so lewd. Lu Li's eyes were cold. Not at all. Luze complained. How was buying daily commodities lewd? Eventually, Luze shook his head, never mind, there is nothing I want. Although he was curious about this strange commodity, as a transmigrator, if he bought this, it would be too embarrassing. Luze gave up this enticing idea. Lu Li glanced strangely at Luze before leaving. Luze touched his face. Was his expression really that lewd before? Luze shook his head and then went back to sitting on his bed. He took out 10 faint red orbs before starting his cultivation. The orbs turned into scorching energy as soon as they entered his mouth and started to refine the meridians within his body with the 12 main ones. They didn't even leave out the most tiny parts. More than 90% of the meridians were glamorous and looked like rubies. With every refinement, there were waves of pain transmitted into his brain. However, Luze's face was calm. He didn't react at all and kept refining. He ate orbs again and again. When the sky turned orange again, Luze finally opened his eyes. He had finished the refinement for the 12 main meridians. He breathed out some waste qi and walked to the bathroom, showering off the impurities inside his body. Then, he clenched his fist and showed a joyous smile. His power had increased by a huge amount. If he finished the refinement for the Ren and Du meridians, he would shoot through the sky. Body refinement was the foundation of all martial arts. All future states would be related to the degree of body refinement. With his complete perfection refinement, he would become a prodigy of the human race. All sorts of girls would come to him and he would rise to the top. This was quite exciting to think about. However, he only fantasized a little. There were many people in the human race, prodigies of all sorts could appear. Even if there were none in the human race, there were other races in the universe. The human race was just an ordinarily smart race in the vast universe. Chapter 32, Plan Succeeds. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Walking out of the bathroom, Luze went downstairs. He saw Lu Li carrying all sorts of bags with Alice following behind her. Senior schoolmate, Alice waved her hand at Luze with a cute smile. Cute little junior schoolmate chef reporting in. Did you like the surprise? During this period of time, Luze would go to Lu Li's class every day after school, so he would often see Alice. The two slowly became more familiar with each other. Luze found that this blue-haired young girl was extremely innocent, unlike Lu Li. Little chef. Luze felt confused as he looked at Alice. You're here to cook today. Lu Li said, Mum and Dad are busy today, so they won't be coming back. The maid is going home too. Alice was on this side of town, so she said that she would come to cook for us. Luze heard this and his eyes lit up immediately. He showed Alice a grateful look. He had just tried Lu Li's terror cooking. If it was just the two of them at home today, they would definitely be ordering out. However, Alice came to cook for them. She was indeed Li's best friend. He had actually benefited from Li. Hehe, senior schoolmate has been working very hard. There's only ordinary ferocious beast material so we can only eat ordinary cooking, Alice said with embarrassment. No, that's very good already. Luze raised his thumb to Alice. Compared to the two of us, who don't know how to cook at all, Alice, you're like a savior. Lu Li barred her lips but didn't argue. She knew how terrifying her food was. Alice put her hands on her waist and showed a confident smile. Then you just wait, senior schoolmate. It will definitely make you happy. Then, she started to take the food she bought into the kitchen. Lu Li had wanted to follow her in, but thought about it and stepped back. Last time, giving Luze her cooking was only her acting up. Never mind this time. Seeing Lu Li not intending to go in, Luze's tense body relaxed. So scary. Lu Li started to unpack the things that they bought. Martial artists usually had very good skin, so Lu Li and Alice didn't buy the makeup which girls usually bought. They only bought some clothes and jewelry. Luze glanced a few times before moving away his eyes with disinterest. Pfft, girls. If it was him, he would definitely buy all sorts of tech products, computers, and robots. That was the romance of men. Then, Luze took out the computer and started looking at news related to the graduation trial. News of Federal University coming to see the graduation trial was all over the Telun system net. Due to this, some other famous universities also sent a few people over. The entire system followed this year's graduation trial rather intently. There was headline news about it every day. However, Luze searched for a long time but found nothing specific about the trial. At this moment, an enticing aroma seeped out from the kitchen. He shut the computer and glanced at the kitchen. He must admit, she was indeed a spirit chef. It was just ordinary beast meat and there were no precious spirit herbs, and yet she could make such delicacies. Just smelling the aroma, Luze could already feel the plea from his stomach. Luze and Lu Li were already seated at the dinner table, preparing for the food. Alice brought out plates of colorful dishes and they soon filled the entire table. Then, she cleaned up the kitchen and sat down too. Alice rested her face on her hands and looked at Luze, who was almost drooling, and then at Lu Li, before saying, "Okay, let's eat." With the chef's permission, Luze couldn't wait to eat a golden red sweet and sour rib any longer. Immediately, this indescribable feeling exploded in his mouth. Sweet and sour mixed with beast meat. It was so good that he almost cried. He seemed to have seen heaven. Did she add some drug to this? Lu Li looked at Luze's face and barred her lips. Was it that good? She just didn't use any effort. If she used any effort, she would easily be able to cook anything. How could she lose to Alice? Thinking about this, she grabbed the planet Lanjiang's specialty, red heart bamboo, and nibbled. Then, her face froze. She showed an expression of defeat. This flavor, Lu Li felt that she would never be able to reach it even if she spent her entire lifetime in the kitchen. Seeing the expressions of satisfaction on the two's faces, Alice showed a happy smile. As a chef, the happiest thing was to see other people enjoy her cooking. She picked up her chopsticks and tasted, but soon, she frowned, the ingredients were limited and my skills aren't good enough. I didn't make anything very outstanding. This isn't good. Luze was stunned. He saw sunlight and beaches. He even suspected that this dish was drugged. How could she not be happy with such a dish? Not good. Alice shook her head, it's not shining. Food that doesn't shine isn't good food. Shine. Luze looked at Alice speechlessly. Did she read too many novels? Monster meat mixed with spirit herbs will occasionally flash with light. This maximizes the potency of the food, Alice explained. Luze and Lu Li both nodded. They didn't understand, but it seemed quite amazing. By the way, senior schoolmate, can you try to bring some food ingredients back from planet Nanfeng? If you do, I would be able to cook real spirit food for Li and you. Luze was shocked. He was drooling inside his mouth already. This was already so amazing, and she said that it could get better? This isn't good. He felt that he would get addicted. He nodded without hesitation, no problem, what materials do you need? Even if I search the entirety of planet Nanfeng, I will find them for you. For food, he would do anything. Alice heard this and smiled, then let's add each other online. I'll go back and think about it and then send you the materials I need. Sure, no problem. Luze smiled and exchanged contacts with Alice. Alice looked at Luze's contact and raised her lips. Plan succeeded. Then, she looked up and said, "By the way, if I have questions about cultivation, can I ask you, senior schoolmate?" "Sure." Luze nodded. Alice was cooking good food for them, of course Luze wouldn't mind helping her with a few cultivation problems. Hearing their conversation from the side, Lu was completely stunned. What was this? Chapter 33, Fearless Idea. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lu looked at Alice with a complicated expression. She had never expected that Alice would use food as a breakthrough point. So terrifying. However, she was Luze's sister and Alice's best friend. Even if she felt annoyed, she had no reason to stop the two from contacting each other. She could only watch as the two exchanged contact details. So infuriating. Bringing Alice back home was a mistake. Luze's eyes flashed. It seemed that she needed to find an opportunity to tell Alice that she wasn't blood siblings with Luze. This wasn't too good. Meanwhile, Luze's brain was taken over by the flashy cooking. He was almost drooling. The three quickly finished dinner, each occupied with different thoughts in their mind. Alice smiled as she said goodbye and headed home. "Luze, you wash the dishes." Lu said this with gritted teeth before going upstairs. Luze. Why did he feel that she wasn't in a good mood? Why? Luze touched his chin but couldn't think of why, so he gave up. After doing the dishes, Luze went back to his room and went into the pocket hunting dimension. Luze had never seen this dimension's night. Every time he came in, it was in the morning. The longest duration he had ever stayed in the dimension was for 3 hours, any longer and he might get raped by some powerful beast. Thud. Luze expressionlessly kicked at a huge rabbit that charged at him as soon as it saw him. "I, Luze, will no longer take pride in being a merciless rabbit killer. Today, at this moment, I will attack more powerful monsters." Cute little rabbits could no longer satisfy Luze, not even rabbit holes. After all, the orbs that he collected from a single rabbit hole were only enough for days' worth of cultivation. The lowest level of red orbs already had minimal effects for him. At this moment, there were a few hundred low-level red orbs stacked up in his mental dimension. He didn't even want to use them. It was time to consider hunting other monsters. Luze thought about the green wolves and armored dogs. He could probably try those too. As for the more powerful red lions, Luze still wanted to live a bit longer. After deciding on his target, Luze started roaming the grassy plains. As an experienced hunter, despite only killing rabbits, he still had some basic alertness. He pushed his 5 senses to the maximum and scanned the rather tall grass with cold eyes. Soon, Luze's ears caught a sharp sound. The hair on his back suddenly rose up as he sped into a blur and disappeared. Then, the grass where he stood was sliced by an invisible blade. The slice was smooth and clean. One could see how sharp the invisible blade was just from this. He found it. Luze raised his lips as he looked at some grass on the left that was over a meter tall. His blood boiled as his body emitted vibrant white light. He pushed off the ground and dashed towards the grass. Wolf. The 1.5-meter tall green wolf howled and then charged out of the grass. Its soft fur lightly flowed without the wind. It had a ferocious and athletic body, as well as sharp, cold green eyes. One must admit that the green wolf looked quite well. However, Luze didn't care. In that instant, Luze appeared next to the green wolf. Rumble. His right leg turned into a whip, creating the sound of an explosion while striking towards the wolf's waist. Seeing this, the wolf wasn't worried at all. Its green eyes flashed with ferocity. Then, it raised its left front paw which was glowing with green light. The sharp claw clashed with the white luminous leg. Rumble. Everything paused for a moment. Suddenly, a huge explosion filled this space. Wind pressure exploded from the collision point of the claw and leg, spreading out in all directions. The grass, both tall and low, was all blown flat, highlighting the man and the wolf. The instant the wolf blocked Luze's leg, it spat out a faint green wind blade, which flew towards him quickly. Clearly, this wind blade was stronger than the transparent wind blade from before. The green wolf was getting serious. Luze's eyes focused. He moved back his right leg and used his movement technique to sidestep. The air ripples caused by the wind blade tore open Luze's clothes and let out a clanking sound on his body. Before the afterimage of Luze had even disappeared, Luze already appeared above the green wolf's head. Luze's eyes were cold as he clenched both fists and smashed them towards the head of the green wolf. Rumble! Rumble! The terrifying invisible fist force tore through the air and struck at the green wolf. Just when Luze thought this strike would succeed, the green wolf suddenly flashed with green light and disappeared from the spot. The fist force struck the ground, creating two huge craters. Mud and grass flew everywhere. Luze slowly landed and looked at the green wolf that was tens of meters away while licking his lips. This wolf was a bit strong. With his current power, he should be able to take on Spirit Martial State Level 1 and Level 2s pretty easily, but this green wolf was stronger than that. But he was a hot-blooded youth. Luze raised his lips and attacked again. Wolf! Wind once again circulated around the green wolf as its body flashed with green light. Its speed rose to another level as it charged towards Luze. One man and one wolf clashed in the air. White and green light collided, and with each collision, there would be explosive gusts blowing down the surrounding grass. After more than 100 clashes, the man and wolf separated. Luze wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at the claw marks which were covering his body. His mouth spasmed. This bastard was faster than him. If it was just power, Luze felt that he wouldn't lose to the green wolf. However, it was just too fast. It dodged all his attacks, while he would take a claw every time. Although he had avoided the vital areas, these hits would eventually build up. Luze felt that he might even be killed by this monster. Luze looked at the almost perfectly fine wolf. His eyes flashed. He had come up with a fearless idea. The green wolf clearly didn't intend to give its prey any time to rest as it instantly charged up again, shooting out a wind blade from its mouth. Luze dodged the wind blade but didn't dodge the wolf claw. Splurge! His body's defenses were like nothing to the wolf's claw. If Luze didn't dodge a vital area, he might have died immediately. Ignoring the splashing blood and immense pain, Luze cracked a smile. His eyes were hideous as he grabbed the claw with his left hand and violently punched its waist. In terms of speed, Luze was no match for the wolf. But that didn't matter, as he was going to trade lives with this green wolf. Chapter 34, Just What Is This? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The fist force instantly destroyed the green wolf's defenses. A terrifying bone-cracking sound resounded out from the green wolf's body as it spat out blood mixed with internal organ pieces. Its green eyes turned red. It struggled with its claw while the other claw slashed at Luze's head. Another wind blade formed in its mouth as it did this. Luze was expressionless as he punched the green wolf's waist once again. The huge amount of pain destroyed the wind blade in its mouth. Its sharp claw also missed Luze's head and landed on his left arm instead. Out came another wave of bone-cracking sounds. Luze's arm softened and could no longer hold onto the green wolf's claw. Excitement flashed in the green wolf's eyes, and just as it was planning to leave, Luze's third punch arrived. Rumble! 3 consecutive punches, each striking the weakest parts of the green wolf. The green wolf wailed as its athletic body softened and fell to the ground. Luze's eyes were cold. He ignored the huge pain in his broken left arm, and punched twice with full power at the green wolf's waist again. The green wolf spewed more blood mixed with internal organs. Its ferocious eyes dimmed and it struggled a bit before succumbing to death. Luze's body wobbled. He breathed slowly. His mouth was covered in blood and his left arm was probably gone. With his current body state, it would take at least a few days to recover. The Green Wolf clearly hadn't expected Luze to be this decisive and trade lives with it. Looking at the Green Wolf's body, which was slowly turning to dust, Luze raised his lips. To him, this was a boss-like character. He would definitely receive higher-level orbs, right? Soon, the Green Wolf completely turned to dust and 4 deeper red light orbs appeared. There seemed to be some explosive energy circulating around inside. They were probably the evolved versions of the faint red light orbs. There were also 2 pistachio-sized purple light orbs. Luze had collected tens of these orbs. After all, every super huge rabbit would drop one of these. He believed that if he devoured all these light orbs, his mental power would increase many-fold. Lastly, there was a strange orb that Luze had never seen before. It had a transparent shell and inside was some light green light. Soon, the glass-like orb was put into his mental dimension. Luze would study it once he got out. He started to head to other places. The battle with the Green Wolf was intense. It might attract other powerful monsters. In this dimension, no matter how careful you were, it was never overkill. Luze frowned as he looked at his soft left hand and the various injuries on his body. Such injuries were too dangerous in the wild. Then, his eyes flashed and an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. It seemed that he needed to borrow the caves of those cute rabbits. This was really troubling them too much. Thinking about this, Luze carefully went forward as he began searching for a rabbit cave. Soon, Luze found one and compared the diameter to make sure it was not some dog cave, wolf cave, or lion cave. After doing this, Luze walked in happily. Now, Luze walked into the rabbit caves like they were his own homes. The rabbits inside were white, chubby, and cute and would drop light orbs. He really loved them. However, ever since he became stronger, the rabbits would run after only killing a small portion. They even abandoned their homes if need be. Thinking about this, Luze felt like a supervillain. Soon, there were the furious sounds of rabbits and fighting. Moments later, rabbits rushed out of the cave worriedly. Luze happily took over the cave and rested. However, any organism that died here would turn to dust. Otherwise, Luze would want to roast up and eat a rabbit. Such a huge rabbit would definitely be delicious. Thinking about this, Luze thought of Alice's cooking. It was really good. He must collect all the ingredients that Alice tells him. Luze made up his mind. Because Luze's internal organs had reached perfection, his injuries would heal rapidly. Other than his broken arm, he didn't have any serious injuries. He healed rather well in just a day. Just when Luze got up and was planning to go find trouble again, he felt his eyes dim. When they recovered, he was back in his room. Luze. There was a time limit for staying inside? Luze wanted to cry. If he knew this, how could he stay in the rabbit cave like an idiot for a whole day? This was his first time killing an animal stronger than the rabbits. That rat didn't count. After staying in there for a full day, he then realized that there was a time limit. But soon, Luze smiled. He really shouldn't be too greedy. If he just attained another breakthrough, he would be able to easily hunt the green wolves. Luze soon didn't care and his face was full of happiness. He closed his eyes and looked at the small dimension inside his brain. As his cultivation level grew, the space grew along with it. There were a few hundred little faint red orbs inside the dimension, more than 100 larger red orbs, tens of small purple orbs, 3 light red orbs, as well as a strange glass-like orb. Luze took out the glass orb and started studying it. A green wind blew around in the orb. Luze could even feel slivers of air flowing on his hand. It was as though he was holding the wind. Just what was this? But soon, Luze didn't care and ate the glass orb just like the other orbs. It immediately melted into a gust of energy that carried the green wind into his body. Chapter 35, Starting from Today Be a Happy Youth. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Unlike the energy in other orbs, this gust of energy slowly spread across his entire body like a drop of ink falling into clear water. The light wind slowly spread across Luze's body. All sorts of sudden thoughts and impulses flashed across Luze's mind. Luze seemed to have grasped something, but he couldn't explain it. He suddenly opened his eyes and took out a faint purple orb. He quickly ate it before closing his eyes once again. This time, his brain was clear and the sudden thoughts and impulses were absorbed by Luze. His mind seemed to have become a gust of wind that fused into the air. He felt the invisible nature of wind. In the dark room, Luze sat on the bed with faint green light flowing across the surface of his body. If one looked carefully enough, they would be able to see light wind floating around. Every hour, he would take out a faint purple orb and eat it before closing his eyes again. After 3 hours of doing this, Luze opened his eyes again. His face was calm and green light could be seen flashing under his pupils. After a few minutes, his mouth spasmed. He seemed to be unable to control his expression. It was too hard to maintain a calm face. He really couldn't hold it. Good, he seemed to have got something amazing, right? Luze raised his right hand before him. Then, before he even did anything, a light breeze brushed through his fingers. Wind seemed to have become a part of him. This ability to control wind seemed to have become natural to him. With one thought, the wind rose. However, he had learned too little and thus his wind controlling abilities weren't too strong. Luze motioned his hand at the computer on the desk. Wind circled around the computer before slowly raising it up and bringing it to him. Luze caught the computer and grasped at the table. The metal table wobbled a bit before staying where it was. Was this a god art? Out of interest for Nangang Jing's god art, Luze had done some research on it. Therefore, he had some understanding of god arts. Elemental control, this was a god art, right? So, this means that from today, I will be a happy youth. Run with the wind. Luze excitedly played with his new wind controlling abilities. After half an hour, he finally stopped. It was time for cultivation. At the same moment, he made up his mind that he would kill a few more green wolves tomorrow. That way, his god art would become stronger. By then, he would also become happier. Cultivation. Cultivation. Controlling his excitement, Luze took out the red light orb that was dropped by the green wolf and immediately ate it. Compared to the huge red light orbs dropped by the super huge rabbits, the light of the green wolf clearly contained much stronger energy. As soon as the light orb entered his mouth, it turned into a huge flow of energy that gushed through his body. It violently rushed into his Ren and Du meridians. All the blood in his body was boiling and it seemed to have been drawn in by this energy. Luze's skin became red and sweat flowed out, trickling down slowly. The coarse meridians seemed to have been purified under the effect of this energy. They became whiter and tougher. Luze's face frowned. Why was every refinement this painful? Perhaps the amount of energy was too large. Luze felt as if he was being filled to the top. It was a very uncomfortable feeling for him. As the body refinement went on, Luze's face gradually went back to normal. It wasn't that it didn't still hurt, but that he became numb to the pain. An hour later, Luze opened his eyes and frowned. A single green wolf orb only finished about 5% of the refinement. If he used the huge rabbit orbs, who knew how many it would take? He looked at the time. It was only 2 a.m., the nightlife had just begun. Continue cultivation. Luze took out another green wolf orb before continuing his cultivation. One orb after another, Luze's power increased steadily. When it was 6 a.m., Luze looked at the small dimension in his mind. He had used up all of the green wolf orbs. There were only 4 after all. Only now did he stop. Cultivation makes me happy, not being able to cultivate is unbearable. The sky gradually lit up. As usual, Luze went to take a shower, cleaning all the impurities from his body. Afterward, he went downstairs to the training grounds. His face was filled with excitement. He had just learned a wind-controlling god art. He couldn't wait to test it out. Bands of wind appeared on the surface of Luze's body. Then, Luze tapped on the ground with his feet before disappearing from the spot. When he appeared again, he was 100 meters away. This really was wind-like speed. He seemed to have become best friends with the wind. If he ran, even the air would move aside for him. There was very little resistance. His speed was at least 40% faster than before. Luze smiled like crazy. I, Luze, the wind-chasing youth, am super fast. Then, Luze's figure started disappearing and reappearing from the training grounds. Land, air, and wall were all marked his happy footprints. Just when he was going crazy, Lu walked in. She saw Luze's flashing figure and felt dazed. Then, she smirked, this guy has become stronger again. Moments later, Lu saw that Luze still didn't realize that she was here after all this time. She couldn't resist showing her signature smile. She spoke softly, Luze, are you showing off your movement technique to me? Luze, who was immersed in a world of bliss, suddenly stopped. This tone of voice was too familiar. The lazy and soft tone made Luze feel a little cold. Every time she used a soft tone, some bad was bound to happen. He had suffered from this a few times already. He looked at Lu before quickly explaining, my sister, Li, is vibrant and cute. As a brother, I've long marked this in my heart, so how could I not see it? Is that so? Lu let out a sigh that confused Luze. Then she took out her phone from her pocket and pressed a button. Luze's voice came out of the phone, my sister, Li, is vibrant and cute. As a brother, I've long marked this in my heart, so how could I not see it? Luze. Hearing this, his body froze and he looked at Lu in disbelief. Lu felt that this wasn't enough, so she played it 3 more times. Luze, who was getting goosebumps, called out in despair, stop. He wanted to die. Chapter 36, How about I spar with you? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lu looked at Luze, who was almost on the ground out of embarrassment, and smirked. Brother, Li will keep this recording safe. What do you think Dad's reaction will be if I hand him this? Luze's mouth spasmed. If Dad really heard this, he would probably end up in the hospital. Lu. You're so evil. Luze opened his mouth bitterly as he suddenly got in position to snatch the phone. With his speed, he would definitely have the chance to do so. Just when Luze was preparing for this, Lu smiled and placed the phone between her chest. Then, she pressed down on the phone with her slim fingers. The phone slowly sunk into her chest. Luze. This didn't seem right. Was this a 4th dimension chest ravine? How could he get it from there? Lu looked at the depressed Luze and her smile deepened. After all, brother is so strong. This is the only thing Li can do. Then she raised her chest and brow. If you want to take it, Li won't resist. Luze's mouth spasmed. They weren't real siblings. Even if they were, searching for treasure between her chest was too over the line. Whatever. It's just getting sent to the hospital. It would have to wait till my graduation trial is finished, right? No worries, I still have a few days. Lu smiled. Don't worry, brother. Under normal circumstances, Li won't hand this to Dad. Normal circumstances? Luze looked at Lu with the gaze he usually looked at enemies with. Her heart was completely black. What was she planning to do? Threaten him? He was a man. He wasn't going to succumb to threats. He said expressionlessly, then what is an example of an abnormal circumstance? Luze tapped her lips with her finger and thought for a moment before smiling. I don't know yet, so brother, you don't need to worry about being sent to the hospital for now. Isn't that a little exciting? That isn't just a little. I'm too excited. Luze tried to keep a stern face as he sneered, don't think I will forgive you for your evil acts. Lu heard this and purposely raised her chest while looking pitifully at Luze and saying, Li is willing to let brother take it back at any time. Take back my ass. How could he do this? He felt that even though his body refinement has reached perfection, his face wasn't thick enough. The negotiation was fruitless. Later, the two of them began their usual practice. Although Luze was unhappy with what Lu did, he still taught her seriously as this concerned her future. He just hoped that the phone wasn't waterproof and would break from the sweat. Lu was affected by Luze and focused on her foundational movement technique and palm technique. She was very prideful. Since Luze could do it, there was no reason she couldn't. Both techniques were in mastery, she just needed an opportunity. She attacked like usual and Luze would dodge while pointing out her flaws. Luze found out, in surprise, that because of the wind control god art, he could sense the flow of air brought by Luze's attacks. It was clearer than using his eyes to see. With his increase in speed, Luze didn't know how powerful he would be if he used his full power. At the least, Lu wouldn't be able to touch him even with both eyes closed. Half an hour later, Lu laid on the ground panting. Her body was soaked in sweat. Her shorts and singlet stuck tightly to her body, making it seem very enticing. She glanced at Luze and said, brother really doesn't know how to take care of girls. Hehe, Li can try to be more gentle and kind-hearted, Luze sneered back. He wondered if the phone was broken. Luze glanced at Lu's chest. The phone is waterproof. Lu smiled. Luze didn't want to talk, so he just turned around and looked somewhere else. After a moment of rest, Luze got up and took a shower before returning to the mansion. Seeing that Luze had left, Lu carefully took out the phone from her cleavage and pressed play. On the spacious training grounds, Luze's voice was played over and over. Lu's lips curved into a beautiful smile. After a long while, Lu went to take a shower and carefully hid the phone with her before heading back to the mansion. As it was Monday, after eating breakfast, Luze and Lu went to school. He really hated going to school on Mondays. Thinking of this made Luze feel even more motivated to get the guaranteed entry. That way, he could play for an extra month. He was excited just thinking about it. Due to Luze's performance at the seed tournament, Lu's fans had a huge change in attitude towards Luze. They treated him like their idol. Luze was expressionless on the outside, but on the inside, he felt quite satisfied. There were quite a few cute girls amongst them. However, his righteous character always prevented him from using this for some happy times. Going back to class, it was the usual literacy class in the morning and martial arts class in the afternoon. In the martial arts class, it was mostly Su Yang, Su Feng, and Liu ganging up on Luze while Li Liang gave pointers from the side. Li Liang felt very awkward as he could give no pointers to Luze at all. In terms of martial technique, Luze was in perfection while he was only in great mastery after a few decades. In terms of talent, never mind, it was a huge blow to his confidence. He thought that he could at least give pointers in battle experience, but sadly, he found that Luze's battle experience was greater than his. It seemed that only his level was higher than Luze's. How could he still be a teacher this way? Seeing Luze easily beat the three ganging up on him, Li Liang frowned. Luze was too strong, such training was pointless. Luze, how about I spar with you? After thinking for a moment, Li Liang finally made this decision. Chapter 37, Li Liang, a prodigy died in my hands. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. This made everyone's eyes open wide in shock. Spar, not teach? Everyone looked at Luze as though he was a god. Oh my god, this is my first time hearing about a student sparring with a teacher. We're all going to school, so why is Luze so excellent? Perhaps he secretly had tutors. I feel that it's a matter of looks. After all, he looks more handsome than you all. A female student stared at Luze and murmured. Bullshit. I'm very handsome. Not only that, I'm very long. Pfft, most girls exclaimed with annoyance. Only a few female students' glances lingered on him with flashy eyes. A few were confused. Very long? What is very long? How come they all seem to know? Would she seem dumb if she asked? Luze looked at Li Liang. To be honest, Li Liang was a great teacher. Regardless if it was for rewards, he always acted responsibly towards his students. Even though calling it a spar and not teaching wasn't good for the face of the teacher, he still brought it up. Li Liang smiled. I'm guessing that you probably can't find a match in the martial warrior state, at least not in our school. You can probably take on any low-level spirit martial states. I'm spirit martial state level 6. Spirit martial state level 6? So old Li was actually this strong? This made Luze feel assured. He was afraid of beating old Li and making him lose face. Then please give me pointers. Luze smiled. Shit, he really agreed. Everyone come look. Old Li is fighting Brother Ze. Really? Brother Ze is fighting Old Li. Everyone came over. It would be a fun match to watch. Some people already took out their cameras, preparing to post it online. Meanwhile, Su Yang, Su Fang and Liu glanced at each other before retreating. The students formed a circle with a radius of 100 meters. Li Liang softly looked at Luze. This was his most proud student. Although he showed his potential later, his character was calm and humble. I'll limit myself to level 1 spirit martial state power to fight with you at first. Li Liang smiled. Luze didn't know how strong he was. Spirit martial state level 1 was not a bad start. He nodded and said, "Thank you, teacher." Li Liang smiled and moved into a stance. Be careful. Then, his scholarly temperament suddenly became ethereal. He tapped the ground with his feet as his body turned into a flowing light and instantly appeared before Luze. His palm pressed towards Luze's chest. Luze smiled. This speed was too slow for him, but he chose not to dodge. Instead, he clutched his right fist and struck while emitting white light. He chose to clash head-on. Li Liang's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected his student to go head-to-head with his spirit martial state level 1 power. But, thinking about how his student had killed a level 8 blade demon race with level 5 power, he didn't feel so shocked. However, the difference between martial warrior state and spirit martial state wasn't so easily surpassed. An ordinary level 1 spirit martial state could easily beat 10 level 9 martial warriors. Under everyone's gaze, the fist and palm collided. Rumble. The airwaves that radiated out blew the students back non-stop. Only Su Yang and the others barely withstood. Meanwhile, Li Liang's face froze. His confidence in his palm was torn to pieces the moment it touched Luze's fist. Then, the powerful force from the fist rushed over like a huge wave, making him subconsciously use his full power to retaliate. Luze's face changed after he crippled Li Liang's palm. He wasn't expecting level 1 spirit martial state power to be this weak. This was just too weak. He used the power of 5 state perfections to prevent himself from losing too hard, but the weak power of this palm shocked him. But at this moment, he couldn't take back his fist force. Luze immediately began to worry. What if he accidentally gave his teacher a heavy injury? Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from Li Liang's palm. Fuck! Luze's face turned green. He couldn't hold back against such power. Thus, the airwaves grew even more shocking. Su Yang and the others were too shocked to move but were blown back. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Spirit Martial State Level 1 is really terrifying. Even using full power, Luze wasn't able to block the Spirit Martial State Level 6 power. He was thus blown away. However, in the air, the powerful spirit power was weakened by Luze's skin, and once it entered his body, it was weakened once again by the muscles and wind. Once it reached his bones and internal organs, it couldn't do much damage to them. But it still hurt a lot. Luze rolled in the air and landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Li Liang's heart stopped for 2 seconds. That was a level 6 spirit martial state attack. No matter how powerful Luze was, heavy injury was the best result. Even though heavy injury was the best result, Luze wouldn't be able to make it to the graduation trial with it. It was just 1 week away. He, Li Liang, accidentally destroyed the quick rising of a prodigy. Perhaps this prodigy was already dead. Li Liang was very worried. This worry lasted for 3 seconds until he saw Luze land calmly on the ground. Li Liang, meow meow meow. Chapter 38, This Palm is Toxic. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Brother Ze seems to be fine. It seems that teacher showed mercy. How come I don't feel that was a level 1 spirit martial state attack? Luze heard this as soon as he landed. Then, he looked up and saw Li Liang looking at him with his eyes wide open. Luze immediately looked down. This isn't good. Li Liang's attack just then clearly wasn't spirit martial state level 1. Did he make Li Liang lose too much face by looking completely fine? Li Liang had asked to spar with him, so he shouldn't make the teacher lose too much face. Luze thought about it before his eyes suddenly lit up. With how soft that palm was, it could pass as one of those bleak palm techniques. He had a good idea. He held his chest while making his face go pale. His body stumbled forward a few steps. This palm is poisonous. Then, he face planted onto the hard floor. Because of his body refinement being rather strong and his face being thick, it didn't hurt much. Everyone. Li Liang. Everyone was completely silent. No one knew what expression to look at Luze with. Li Liang's face turned green. He was raging in his mind, what poison? You're poisonous. I'll go home and give you all the poison passed down from my ancestors. When Luze fell down, he felt the scene quiet down quickly. He didn't know what happened. Did he not act well enough? He felt that he had acted quite well enough. Were they still not happy? Pfft, it wasn't easy to be an actor in the interstellar era. Moments later, Luze used his wind-controlling abilities to check his surroundings. Everyone seemed to be facing him. Were they looking at him? Shouldn't they be saving him? I even found the excuse, hurry up and come. Luze was a little annoyed. It was quite uncomfortable having his hand under his chest. The floor was very hard. Everyone looked at Luze, who didn't intend to get up at all, and then the stale-faced Li Liang. They almost couldn't hold in their laughter. As for Li Liang, he was completely satisfied with Luze being able to come out unscathed against his spirit martial state level 6 full-powered attack. Their school actually was going to become famous. However, this student's brain seemed to be impaired. Which idiot teacher would use a poison palm when sparring with students? He just silently watched Luze act. A few minutes later. What game are you playing? Interstellar ship. Oh, Heaven River ship Li Pipe, SSS rank character. How much did you spend? It was a first free draw. Let's beat him. Luze. Why were they discussing games? Why was no one coming to save him? Luze thought about things. Since Li Liang didn't seem to want to do anything, and the other students didn't seem to react, could he get up now? He flipped up and pretended to weakly open his eyes while looking at the bunch who were playing games. Brother Ze, you're awake. Brother Ze doesn't seem to have good sleeping posture. Luze. He suddenly wanted to hit some. You're up? It seems my poison palm isn't good enough yet. Luze turned around and saw Li Liang giving him a strange smile. He smiled awkwardly. Haha. He didn't know how to reply at all. Li Liang sighed. What was this student of his thinking? He shook his head and said, Luze, there's still 1 week's time left. With your current power, you can't improve any further at school. From tomorrow, you can stay home and rest. Cultivate. Luze's eyes lit up. Really? Not coming to school was the dream of countless students. Seeing how happy Luze was, Li Liang felt he was getting a heart attack. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Yes. Everyone gave Luze looks of envy. After school, Luze went to find Lu Li again. When they got home, Luze said, Lu Li, starting from tomorrow, I'm going to cultivate at home. You can go to school alone. Lu Li was confused. Why? Luze smiled and said, because the teacher said I was too strong. What can I do? Your brother is too excellent. Lu Li heard this and eventually nodded. I'm not a little kid anymore. You don't need to tell me this. Do you think that I can't go to school without you? Luze's mouth spasmed. This sister of his was really troublesome. But Luze wasn't going to say that out loud as she could still blackmail him. He smiled. How can that be? Li is so smart, I just didn't want you to wait for me. Okay, of course Li understands. Brother must work hard in this final week, though. Luze smiled. Don't worry, I will. It was still early when he got back to his room. Luze looked at the assortment of light orbs floating in his mind dimension. He thought for a moment before taking out a couple faint purple ones to devour. With his current state, using faint red orbs was way too slow. He might as well increase his mental power and go into the pocket hunting dimension at night to kill some green wolves. As a faint purple orb went down his throat, Luze's mind cleared up. He started to digest all that he learned, including martial techniques, battle experience, and the wind control god art. At the same time, Luze thought back to that fight with Nangang Jing. Power god arts and elemental god arts were different. The night he had attained perfect mastery in his foundational martial techniques, he realized that if one went into depth studying the use of power, one could release 10 or more times greater power. As long as one's body was strong enough, it would be a terrifying increase to one's power. Nangang Jing's power god art should have similar uses to this. Chapter 39, Luze, Food Hunter. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze spread his mental power to sense every part of his body and every system. At the same time, Luze's mind ran rapidly. The foundational martial technique perfection allowed him to control his power to an extremely precise level, while the complete body refinement made his body extremely strong. If he combined the two, would he get even more powerful? Power was surging around in every cell of Luze's body. The power in each cell had its own rhythm. Luze carefully controlled them to resonate in the same rhythm. Gradually, sweat trickled down his forehead. He didn't have enough mental power. Luze found that in order to use power that was beyond his limits, he needed to utilize the combination of mental power, body power, and technique. Only this way would he be able to attack many times more than what he was capable of. At this moment, Luze's head sunk. The effect of the faint purple orb was gone. He opened his eyes and breathed slowly. Since he had found a way, he only needed to practice. And, whether it was body refinement, martial technique, or mental power, he could reach the state which was needed. To him, it was just a matter of time before he mastered a strength god art. If he worked harder, becoming a big boss would soon be achieved. Excitement flashed across Luze's eyes. He took out a faint purple light orb and started cultivating. At the same time, in the living room, Lu Wen and Fuxia had come home. Fuxia made dinner and found that Lu Li came, but not Luze. She asked, "Li, where is Ze?" "He's probably cultivating in his room," Lu Li said. Lu Wen smiled. "That kid has gone back to being a martial arts maniac." "This is great," cough, "no, I meant not great. Ever since that kid changed, his baby girl seemed to be getting further and further away from him. Indeed, it was better for Ze to be a martial arts maniac." Lu Li heard this and her mouth spasmed. "That guy is very shameless now," she thought. "He isn't as proper as he was before. Since he's cultivating, let's not disturb him. Let's just eat. I'll save him a share. When he is done, he can warm it up and eat it," Fuxia smiled and said. Luze was completely immersed in discovering a strength god art. He devoured purple orbs one by one. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly realized that it was already dark. "Hoof!" Luze suppressed his excitement and breathed slowly. In just a short period of time, he would be able to gain a strength god art. Perhaps it wouldn't be the same as the explosive power Nangongjing had displayed, but it would pretty much be the same. At this moment, Luze's phone vibrated. He waved his hand and a light breeze brought the phone to his hands. He found that this wind-controlling power was best suited for lazy people. He could let the wind bring him whatever he wanted. He opened the phone and saw a message. It was from Alice. "Alice, senior schoolmate, are you there?" Along with a cute emoji. Luze's eyes lit up. Did she have the ingredient list ready? He quickly replied, "Yes." Then immediately, Luze received a long list of ferocious beasts and spirit herbs. "Alice, senior schoolmate, these are the ingredients that junior schoolmate intends to use. Some ferocious beasts on there might be a pretty high level, pretty much a high-level spirit beast. Just find what you can based on the situation." Luze, "I understand." He had already made up his mind to prepare multiple sets for all the ingredients. High-level spirit beasts, those were ferocious beasts equivalent to high-level spirit martial states. They must taste really delicious, right? It seemed that he needed to work harder. "I, Luze, am a food hunter. For food, I am relentless." "Alice, is senior schoolmate cultivating right now?" "Luze, I've just finished cultivation and am about to eat." "Alice, then I won't disturb senior schoolmate. Go senior schoolmate." "Woo." "Luze, thank you, junior schoolmate. I will make sure to prepare the ingredients." "Alice, hee, then junior schoolmate will be waiting. You should really go eat, senior schoolmate." "Bye." Luze smiled while thinking that this junior schoolmate was really caring. Luze started to make his way downstairs. He wondered if mother had left anything for him. If not, he would have to order food. Luckily, he found that his mother had left some food for him. He heated it up and quickly ate it before heading back to his room. After knowing that there were high-level spirit beasts on the ingredient list, Luze had extra motivation for his cultivation. He didn't dare imagine the loss he would feel if he was not able to eat good spirit food. He crossed his legs and entered the pocket hunting dimension again. Perhaps because he had grown stronger, he preferred to encounter green wolves quickly. He closed his eyes and a light breeze brushed past. The information within a radius of a few hundred meters appeared in his mind. He found a few super huge rabbits and one of them turned into a jackhammer. However, Luze had lost his interest in rabbits. He planned to let them go and send his harmonious looks towards other prey. Luze walked as he sensed the surroundings with the wind at the same time. He found that such a god art wasn't limitless. His stamina and mental power would be drained through the use of god arts. Because Luze wasn't at the spirit martial state yet, he didn't know if it would use up spirit power. Luze casually walked around and half an hour later, he found a large number of rabbits as well as a black dog pack. He found some green wolves too, but they stayed in a group of 3. Luze didn't feel confident that he could take on 3 at once. After walking for another half an hour, Luze's eyes light up. His gaze locked onto a patch of grass 2 meters tall, 100 meters on his left. A lone green wolf. The green wolf clearly had noticed him as it was slowly walking out of the grass. This wolf was a bit larger than the one from yesterday. Usually, the larger an animal of the same species was, the stronger they were. If it was yesterday, Luze would probably be no match for it. But now, the situation was completely different. Luze's eyes went cold and he entered his battle mode. Chapter 40, I am different to you guys now. As the man and wolf gazed at each other, the atmosphere turned tense. A moment later, Luze's eyes flashed and white light appeared around his body. At the same time, gusts of wind circulated around his body. Screech! A light crackling sounded from the air and Luze instantly appeared on the left of the wolf. Rumble! He punched out with his right fist which had wind swirling around it. Luze's full-powered punch tore open the air. Rumbling sounded over the world and struck at the waist of the wolf. Awoo! The extreme danger made the wolf's fur stand up. It let out a ferocious roar as green light flashed all over its body. It disappeared from its spot. Rumble! Luze's punch missed. The terrifying fist force created a 12-meter crater in the ground. Even low-level spirit martial states would be amazed at such destructive power. Caught it! Luze smirked slightly. The green wolves were masters of the wind element. They were extremely fast. Yesterday, that wolf had almost annoyed Luze to death just with its speed. Today, the wolf was stronger but his speed had increased a lot too. He could just barely keep up. All was good as long as he could keep up. The fist force exploded and Luze's figure disappeared along with the green wolf's. Then, there was the sound of clashes in the air. The man and wolf appeared and disappeared anywhere within an area of a few hundred meters. The clashing between the two created airwaves that blew down all the surrounding grass. The powerful explosion made all the rabbits in a few kilometer radius raise their ears. Then, they ran without hesitation. Oh my, the rabbits thought, there are big bosses fighting. The explosion traversed far and wide, catching the attention of black dogs, green wolves, and other powerful animals. However, they didn't care. After all, different animals would choose to hunt different things. Battles were all too ordinary. As long as the battle didn't affect them, they could fight however they liked. After clashing tens of times, the man and wolf took advantage of the backlash to fly out and land on the ground separate from each other. Luze looked at the panting green wolf and smiled slightly. In just a day, he was able to fight head-on with a green wolf. Yesterday, he was thoroughly abused. And due to his internal organs being refined, he had longer stamina than the green wolf. Although they were in a draw now, if things continued, the wolf would be no match for Luze. Luze's eyes were cold. He didn't give the wolf a chance to rest and shot forward once again. Awoo! The wolf roared and charged forward too. Luze's face was calm. Since the wolf posed no threat, he decided to start practicing his new technique. Although he hadn't mastered the strength god art, he could still increase his strength a little. His mental power started to cover his entire body. Then, his mind, body, and technique fused together. White light flashed across Luze's eyes. He clenched his fist and punched. Rumble! The fist roared like a huge dragon. White light burst out of the fist. The force splurged out and everywhere it passed, grass and dirt flew away. The terrifying fist force plowed a long mark over the earth and headed towards the green wolf. The green wolf's eyes narrowed as it tried to retreat. However, the terrifying force had locked onto it. It could only counterattack based on its instincts. Green light burst out from its body. It opened its huge mouth and all the surrounding airflow was sucked into it. An extremely condensed and refined green energy ball appeared in its mouth. Rapidly spinning wind could be seen inside the ball. It even made whirring sounds. The green wolf's eyes looked ferocious as it spat out the energy ball. The transparent fist force clashed with the energy ball. Rumble! Rumble! At that instant, green light exploded and loomed over the entire space. Then, there was an ear-deafening explosion. A powerful pressure swept in all directions. After the green light calmed down, one could see that the landscape was ravaged. A 30-meter ditch had appeared. All the nearby grass had been pulverized by the wind pressure and remnant energy. Even the earth was deeply plowed. This was an extremely terrifying destructive power. As soon as the explosion stopped, Luze disappeared. He must attack fast like the wind and fierce like fire. In his view, those idiots who forced the main characters of novels into desperate situations and stopped to talk and act cool were just plain dumb. In simpler terms, just fight. The green wolf had just unleashed a powerful attack, therefore, it felt weak. However, Luze had strong stamina and despite feeling a bit tired, he still rushed over. He instantly appeared on the side of the wolf and kicked with his right leg like a whip. Before the wolf could even dodge, his leg struck its waist. Thud! Power flooded into the green wolf's body. Its huge body was smacked into the air and out came the sound of bones cracking. Blood mixed with internal organs was spat out from its mouth, spraying across the sky. Its body carved out a huge arc in the sky before landing in the distance. However, Luze didn't intend to stop there. He tapped on the ground and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was right below the green wolf. Punch! Fist force mixed with the wind element struck the wolf's body. Although it could control the wind, it would need some effort to calm the swirling wind. As for the terrifying first force, it coarsely ravaged the insides of its body, completely damaging it. Awoo! Thud! The wolf wailed. It flew up as a result of the fist force for tens of meters before landing heavily on the ground and smashing out a pit. Luze looked at the dead wolf and breathed slowly. He felt tired after the consecutive bursts of power. As the green wolf slowly turned to dust, 6 red orbs appeared. There were also 2 purple orbs and 1 wind element orb. Luze happily picked them up. From now on, I'm no longer a rabbit hunter but a green wolf hunter. He finally wasn't at the very bottom of the food chain. Thinking about all the ways he had died in the past month, his eyes teared up. He was easily killed by green wolves' wind blades, bitten to death by big dogs, burned to death from tigers' fire and killed by the claws of huge golden eagles. The worst of all was when he came out of a rabbit hole, the sky above him darkened and then there was no more. When he woke up, his body felt crushed. He was probably stepped on by some passerby. But, those painful memories have now come to an end. He would greet a new future starting today. Now, he could finally raise his head and look at the rabbits with condescension. I'm no longer the same as you. Chapter 41, Wasn't it drawing chi into the body after level 9? Just when Luze was feeling hopeful about the future and was planning to open the door to the new world, he felt a terrifying temperature from behind him. The hair on Luze's back exploded. He flashed with white light and moved to the side instantly. However, he heard a terrifying explosion from behind him. The airwaves and the high temperature were burning him. Argh! So hot! Luze could only howl in pain before his consciousness sank into darkness. Luze opened his eyes, he was back in his room. His handsome face was twisted. It was the same recipe, same taste, and same pain. He remembered this. It was that same type of red lion. He cursed they wouldn't be able to find a wife. Moments later, the pain eased and Luze laid on his bed face down. Just when he thought that he got the keys to the new world, he found out that the locks had been changed. Heartless. Today, he died a pitiful death like usual. After a while, Luze suddenly sat up. He still needed to get the guaranteed entry to Federal University and collect the ingredients on the list. How could he waste his time here? Cultivation. Cultivation. Luze quickly took out the wind element ball and a faint purple ball. He ate the wind one before the purple one. After that, he started his cultivation. 3 hours later, Luze opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that his understanding of the wind grew deeper and that his god art grew stronger. Luze smiled and didn't stop. He continued taking out green wolf orbs and cultivating. There wasn't enough time. In the morning, after the usual cultivation with Luze happily waved to Lu who had to leave for school. After finishing breakfast, Luze went back to his room to cultivate. During the day, he would use the faint purple orb's enlightenment abilities to study and learn the strength god art. At night, he would learn the wind control god art and refine his body. This was Luze's cultivation plan. There were only 6 more days left. There wasn't much time left, but Luze was ambitious. Luze wanted to break through to the spirit martial state with the remaining time. That way, he would be able to take on high-level spirit martial state enemies. When he went to Nanfang planet, the high-level spirit beast ingredients, not good, he was going to start drooling. Cultivation. Cultivation. Luze took out a faint purple orb and ate it. 3 days later, nighttime. Luze sat with his eyes closed on the bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Then, his mouth spasmed and his body arched, shaking in a rhythmic way. He was really unlucky. In these last 3 days, only the final step remained to refining his Ren and Du meridians. He also kept learning the strength and wind control god art. Luze felt that he should be invincible to 3 or less green wolves. However, when he killed his 16th green wolf in the pocket hunting dimension today, a 2-meter-tall huge green wolf appeared before him. As though sensing the blood of wolves on him, it chased him like crazy. As soon as he gathered the wind element, it betrayed him. Without any hesitation. Thus, Luze could only rely on his own body and the unfamiliar strength god art to resist. However, he eventually lost and was sliced into many pieces by 4 huge wind blades that were waved out by its claw. Luze would remember this. He planned to get revenge in the future. But the good thing was that he had killed so many green wolves and didn't lack small orbs. He took out a wind orb and started cultivating. 2 hours later, Luze opened his eyes again and frowned. Every wind orb seemed to contain limited information about the wind control god art. Luze even found that quite some of them were repetitive. It seemed that he just needed to digest some more of the information and he might be able to completely master this wind control god art. Then, Luze took out some red orbs in preparation for body refinement. The energy had reached the last small portions of the 2 meridians. Soon, the last portions became sturdier and whiter, similar to the other parts. They emitted a blood jade color. After using 3 consecutive orbs, the 2 meridians were finally perfected in refinement. Luze rejoiced. The next step was just drawing spirit chi into the body. After this, he would become a spirit martial state master. Just when Luze was feeling excited, the remaining energy started to spread across his body. His blood started to boil. Luze could feel that his body was filled with life force and was undergoing a new change. What type of situation was this? Luze felt confused about the situation. Wasn't it drawing spirit chi into the body after level 9? This wasn't the same thing, coach. As the energy spread, his skin, muscles, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, 12 meridians, and Ren and Du meridians all started vibrating at a strange frequency. It was getting faster and faster. Luze frowned and reached out inside his body with his mental power and found that the barrier between each small state was disappearing. The light pausing in the flow of power was disappearing as well. Some corners that weren't refined previously were also being refined. This time, it was a full body refinement. However, the vibration was coming to a stop as the energy was being used up. Luze quickly ate 5 more orbs. He felt that this was a huge fortune for him. He didn't know if this would happen again if he stopped this time. He must finish this refinement. Hour by hour passed. It was early morning already. Li didn't see Luze at the training grounds. She went to his bedroom door. She hesitated for a moment before slowly putting down her hand that was about to knock on the door. Perhaps he was in solitary cultivation? It was best not to disturb him. But, he didn't even tell her, humph. Li raised her lips and showed a gentle smile. Chapter 42, Let me put my hands on my waist first. At this moment, Luze's body was half transparent. He sat on his bed like a perfect work of art. People wouldn't believe he was even real. When the sun shone through the window, it pierced through Luze's body and lit up the room. Luze, however, didn't notice this change at all. The refinement was nearing its end. He had used 50 light orbs during the process to finally complete it. Looking at the crystal-like components of his body, he felt very happy. All crystal body, no impurities throughout. Luze felt that he was even stronger now. His power was at least double that of when he reached the full refinement of the Ren and Du meridians. Let me put my hands on my waist first. Should he yell at the sky, if the heavens forbid me, I will go against the heavens. If you go against the heavens, you can still live, but if you go against me, there's only death? Never mind, that sounded a bit retarded. He was a mature man now. Soon, Luze opened his eyes in excitement. The refinement was completely finished. He looked at the layer of grey matter covering his body before going to the bathroom. He changed and washed himself. He always did this twice a day. Just when Luze was happily washing away, his face froze for a moment. Wait, something didn't seem right. He shakily lifted up his half-transparent hand. Luze. He calmly closed his eyes. The way I opened my eyes must have been wrong. Let me do this again. He opened his eyes and saw that his hands were indeed crystal-like. Luze's mouth spasmed. Although it seemed his insides turned crystal-like. Don't change the outside too. Luze quickly finished his shower and arrived before the mirror. He looked at the half-transparent body of his and knelt on the ground lifelessly. How awkward would it be when he spoke to people and they looked at the people behind him? Either don't change at all or change completely transparent. What sort of bullshit is this? Will sunlight be refracted from him? If he went out like this, Luze would die of laughter. This was not allowed. He wasn't going to let that dark-hearted person feel happiness because of this. He quickly got up, changed his clothes and went back to his room. He intended to struggle against this. What if he could change back? However, just when Luze planned to try to change himself, there was a knocking on his door. Brother, are you still cultivating? Luze's lazy and gentle voice came from behind the door. Luze looked down at his hands and his mouth spasmed. He quickly said, Yeah, Li, for some reason, brother wants to have a solitary cultivation session. I can't practice with you for these 2 days. That doesn't matter, Li doesn't mind brother working hard, Luze said softly. Luze breathed easy. It seemed her heart wasn't completely dark. But, brother seemed to have gone out and taken a shower. Luze said, so does that mean that brother is lying to Li? Shit. Luze's face changed. Wait. Because his face became crystal, it couldn't change colors anymore. This seemed to be a good thing, didn't it? Regardless, he would have to save himself first. He thought quickly and said, "Cough, it's because I had a sudden enlightenment when I was taking a shower, so I wanted to go into solitary cultivation. I'm definitely not tricking you." He just wanted to turn himself back to normal. Really? Outside, Luli's eyes glimmered. She thought that Luze felt she was too childish and was angry. Yes, how could I lie to Li? Hearing this, Li raised her lips and smiled. Then Li won't disturb brother. Good luck, brother. Okay. Luze breathed easy. Luze quickly ate a purple orb, making his brain work better while his mental power inspected his entire body, feeling the changes. Soon, he found that because he had just finished refinement, his entire body was filled with this crystal glow. The energy inside him was very vibrant. Luze breathed easy. It seemed that he could still go back to normal. If he really stayed like this forever, would he be able to find a girlfriend? Luze calmed himself down and started to gauge his sudden increase in power. An hour or so later, the crystal color started to slowly recede. His body returned to its original form. Opening his eyes again, Luze saw his white jade-like hands and finally felt assured. But Luze's eyes flashed. He clenched his hands tightly and a crystal glow flashed. His fists became a crystal-like color and a powerful strength surged. So powerful! Although he didn't quite know how strong he was very strong. Luze felt now that he would be able to easily take Li Liang's attack from that day. This didn't take into account his wind control god art and strength god art. Not good, he was too strong. He was going to get cocky. No, he must go fight some more powerful animals in the pocket hunting dimension. Only this way would he deeply feel that he was still a noob. This wasn't asking to die. This was cultivating his mind. Luze closed his eyes and entered the pocket hunting dimension. He saw the familiar grass plain and smelt the familiar smell of grass. Luze once again went on a journey of slaying monsters. He casually went in a direction and used the wind to sense information and find some prey. Soon, Luze found 4 familiar animals. It was those armored dogs. Thinking about what had happened before, how Luze was chased into a rabbit hole by 4 hounds, he still felt butthurt thinking about it. Seeing the same 4 black hounds, an evil smile grew on Luze's face. I'm strong now. This time, it's my turn. Chapter 43, Special Effect, Explosion. Rumble. In the depths of the endless grassy plain, an explosion suddenly rose. Luze was completely turned into a crystal color. In a huge pit, he watched as the 4 black hounds slowly turned to dust. In just one attack, the black hounds that chased him so happily were killed on the spot. He looked down at his crystal hands. He used his power so freely, more so than ever before. This satisfaction made him want to keep fighting. Additionally, it was much easier to fuse the mind, body, and technique now. Luze could easily use twice as much power than his body actually possessed. Although this would greatly use up his stamina, the increase in battle power was terrifying. Along with his gradually complete wind element god art. After some careful thinking and analysis, Luze suddenly came to this conclusion: damn, he was really strong. Not good, he must go find some boss to crush his bloating confidence. Otherwise, he might even try to take on an abstruse martial state warrior. They were powerful people who turned spirit chi into liquid. Each black hound gave him 4 red light orbs and 1 faint purple orb. They didn't drop orbs that contained information about god arts. Clearly, the black hounds were weaker than the green wolves. He picked up the orbs and kept searching for his prey. Now, his targets were those green wolves that were over 2 meters tall or those flame lions. Only prey such as these would teach him to calm down. An hour or so later, Luze had killed more than 10 black hounds and ordinary green wolves. Then, he finally found a 2-meter-tall green wolf in a patch of grass where it was over knee height. The green wolf was very vigilant. When Luze saw it, it was already watching Luze with its cold eyes. The man and wolf stared at each other. There was no extra pause as they instantly charged at each other. Luze's eyes were cold. He used all his power and his body turned to crystal. Under the sun, Luze was shining. He couldn't use his weak wind control god art against such a huge green wolf. In that case, double power. Mental power fused with his body and then combined with his technique. The crystal color dimmed down, but instead, Luze's speed instantly rose. A distance of a few hundred meters seemed like just an inch. In the next moment, Luze's crystal fist collided with the green wolf's sharp claw that had wind circulating around it. Rumble! The wind on the claw rippled out and the clashing point created airwaves, spreading out in all directions. All the grass in a 100-meter radius was sliced and diced. Luze could feel the terrifying power of the claw entering his body. This power had spinning wind attributes. It was spinning fast, but also sharp. The huge amounts of power pushed him back. At the same time, the wind-like power ravaged the insides of his body. Cough! Luze retreated tens of meters before stopping. He spat out crystal-colored blood. The slicing in his body made his face even clearer. Fuck, his bloating confidence was instantly broken. But compared with getting sliced to pieces with one claw, he had made a huge improvement. Awoo! Before Luze could calm down the injuries, the green wolf charged again. Luze's mouth spasmed and turned to run. Rumble! Rumble! Luze ran as he dodged the green wolf's attacks. After 2 attacks, Luze's mouth seeped out more blood. He wanted to cry. He could neither beat the wolf nor run away. He was in deep despair. At this moment, the green wolf howled and green light appeared all over its body. Luze's face froze. As a wind element user, he could feel countless wind element energy gather around the green wolf. Shit! When he turned around, he was so scared that his face turned transparent. Above the green wolf, there were more than 1,000 faint green 1-meter-long wind blades. The sharpness of the wind blades made screeching sounds in the air. Then, the green wolf howled and all the wind blades charged at Luze. Luze was completely stunned. What was he supposed to do? The wind blades could even curve. In an instant, he was completely surrounded by wind blades and buried alive. Argh! Luze let out a pitiful cry. This was really being cut by 1,000 blades. And due to his defense being so strong, he wasn't instantly killed. He had to deal with the constant pain. After an unknown amount of time, Luze's eyes sunk into darkness. Luze opened his eyes again, he was back in the room. He swore to himself to never seek death like that again. Pfft, no. He swore to never bloat his confidence. These bosses had special abilities and explosions. He had died very pitifully. More so than ever before. He had felt the whole process very carefully. He took 364 wind blades before his consciousness dissipated. An hour or so later, Luze finally recovered. There were still 2 more days. He didn't have much time left. Cultivate. He touched his chin and thought for a while. That move was so cool. His body refinement was perfect and his cultivation state was about the same. He should focus on learning god arts now. Luze took out the wind element orbs and purple orbs again. 2 days later, in the morning, Luze finally opened his eyes. A green flashing light could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Phew! He breathed heavily and slowly got up. The graduation trial was finally about to begin. He clenched his fists and smiled. The 1 month of endless cultivation had given him roaring power. He used up all the wind element orbs in the last 2 days, and as such, he had a rather great standard of god art control. Although he couldn't compare with the huge green wolf, the difference was limited. At least the wind wouldn't betray him without hesitation. Luze felt he could gather all of the ingredients Alice had mentioned. Thinking about this, Luze's stomach grumbled. He was so hungry. Time to eat breakfast. Chapter 44, I want to make a bet with you. Luze went downstairs after cleansing himself. Lu Wen, Fuxia, and Lu Li were already there waiting for him. Today was Luze's graduation trial. Fuxia made a huge breakfast for him. As parents, they weren't powerful martial artists, so they could only support him in this way. Seeing Luze come down, Lu Li smiled and said, "You can do it, brother. You have many girl fans in my class. If you get a good result, perhaps they'll come after you." Speaking of this, a blue-haired girl with a vibrant smile suddenly appeared in his mind. Luze rolled his eyes at Lu Li and joked, "Am I that sort of person? I'm a serious person. Ze, I told you, if you aren't a player, you've wasted your youth. You actually reject those cute little schoolmates? Are you still a man?" PFF. Lu Wen was instantly subjugated by Fuxia again. However, Lu Wen was very hopeful. He hoped those cute school girls would make Luze fall in love with them. That way, Li could be Dad's good little girl. "Good boy, don't listen to this shameless person. Just try your best, don't force it. Most importantly, stay safe." Fuxia looked lovingly at Luze and touched his head, saying, "Don't get injured." Luze smiled. "Mother, don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Hearing this, Fuxia rolled her eyes. "Little shit, if only you would listen. Hehe, for the week of this trial, Dad will play a live broadcast of you in the company. Don't lose face for me." Lu Wen struggled up from the table and smiled. This was the first time a joint graduation trial was happening. The education department of the Telun system made an official live broadcast website for the event. The top 10 seeds will be on the front page. You can also find the person you want to watch based on their name and student number. One could only imagine how many people will be watching this graduation trial. The entire human race of the Telun system will be watching. Even Lu Wen wanted more people to know how excellent his son was. Luze smiled. "Don't worry, Dad. Okay, eat. Don't be late." After breakfast, Luze and Lu Li went to school. They were watched by everyone like usual and went to their own buildings. Lu Li stopped and had her hands behind her back while she inclined forward and looked at Luze. "Oi, Luze." Luze vigilantly looked at Lu Li. Did she want to set him up again? Lu Li smiled. "I want to make a bet with you." Luze felt dazed and asked in confusion, "Bet? What bet?" "A bet on your ranking. If you get first, I'll give that to you." "Really?" Luze's heartbeat rose and he looked at Lu Li in disbelief. Of course, he knew what Lu Li meant by that. It was that recording. That was his dark history. She would really give it to him just like that? No. He must get first. Looking at how excited Luze was, Lu Li flicked her beautiful hair. Of course, there is a losing condition. If your rank is lower than the top 10, Li tell Dad about it. Luze. That must not happen, no matter what. Lu Li smiled. What? Brother doesn't want it. Then Li will take it back. No. I want it. I really want. Seeing this, Luze called out. This made those students watching them glance strangely between them. Hey, that she's talking about, is it? Maybe. If he loses, and she tells their dad, he's definitely going to get his leg beaten. No way. They're siblings. Idiot. Luze is my husband and big sister is my sister. How is that possible? Whatever makes you happy. Luze. His hearing was extremely precise and powerful due to him getting stronger. Now, he felt very awkward. To be honest, his feelings towards Lu Li were complicated. His past body thought of Lu Li as a sister. But his current self thinks of Lu Li as a beautiful young girl. Now, both seemed weird. Plus, there were no blood relations between them. Who knew what she thought of him now? Fuck, this is too complicated. I give up thinking. Luze smiled at Lu Li and said, it seems that will be mine. Lu Li's eyes flashed but she said nothing. She waved her hands and left. Walking into the classroom, Luze instantly felt the tense atmosphere. No matter how close people usually were, those practicing martial arts were competitive and hot-blooded. Brother Ze is back. People greeted immediately. I envy him so much. Li Liang said that Brother Ze's power is beyond Spirit Martial State Level 1. He definitely has hopes of being taken by the Federal University. I want to suck up to him. Piss off, Brother Ze is going to fight for resources for the school. Don't drag him behind. Ze, the rules of the graduation trial came out. I recorded them for you, Li Erhao said. Luze heard this and smiled. Thank you, Erhao. Don't be so polite. Luze looked over the rules carefully. It went on for a week. The resources from the educational department will be distributed based on the rankings of thousands of schools on the 3 planets. The rankings will be determined by how many ferocious beasts you kill. The entire planet Nanfan will be the hunting grounds. Other than Year 12 students, no one else is allowed in. There will be 10 million students released onto the planet. At the same time, there will be supplies set up beforehand on the planet. Luze looked at it. Each school was a team, and though it didn't object students from attacking each other, it didn't encourage it. No rewards came from defeating other students. However, if you teamed up, there will be bonuses in hunting. This was related to the current situation of the human race. There were countless powerful races in the universe. Humans must unite to survive. Chapter 45, has this got anything to do with him being a merciless jungler? Just as Luze was planning out what he was going to do, Li Liang walked in. He glanced across the class before eventually stopping on Luze's position. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Li Liang smiled and said, "What are those expressions? Look at me, I'm very nervous but at least I'm laughing on the outside." PSH. Li Liang's words immediately broke the tense atmosphere and people couldn't resist laughing. "Old Li, you have changed. You weren't so naughty before. Were you infected by Brother Ze?" "That's right, it's Brother Ze's fault." "Luze. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I so confused?" Luze felt that he was being targeted. Seeing the now lively atmosphere, Li Liang laughed happily and then said seriously, "Everyone knows the rules. It's a competition. First with other schools, then with other classes, and then between our class. I hope everyone can work well together. The higher the ranking the school gets, the more resources we get. That way, more resources are distributed between each class." This seemed to be right. As for seeds, your score is very important to the school's score. Doing well benefits both you and your school. Li Liang looked at Luze, Su Yang, and Su Feng. The 3 nodded. They would need higher ranks to get guaranteed entry. "Okay, head to the training grounds now. There's a floating bus there, which will take everyone to the space station in the education hall." He had said all there was to say. Now, it was all up to them. But he believed his students wouldn't disappoint him. Everyone got up and left. Su Yang walked up to Luze and smiled. "Luze, this time, Su Feng, Liu, and I will be forming a 3-man team to hunt beasts. With your power, you'll probably go to more dangerous places, so we won't follow you. Luze smiled. It's fine, the place I'm going to isn't suitable for you guys. Luze was planning to collect ingredients. Going alone was definitely more convenient. Su Yang's mouth spasmed. Although this was the truth, it still hurt. Leo laughed. Hehe, Su Yang is a level 9 martial warrior now. Our 3-man squad will definitely obtain a good result. Su Fang looked down and followed quietly. She seemed a little nervous. They arrived at the training field. 10 rows of black floating buses were parked. They all used anti-gravity engines. As for what gravity waves were, Luze felt that it had nothing to do with a merciless jungler like him. This was something for academics, not him. After getting on their class bus, the bus started to head to the space station in the suburbs. The space station was pretty much the same as an airport. However, instead of planes, there were spaceships. There were all sorts of spaceships parked there. Public, private, human race, alien race, etc. Under the guidance of the station's personnel, they got on a small spaceship their school had prepared for them. It rose up and flew towards the large spaceships parked outside the planet. Luze and the rest sat and watched planet Lanzhong gradually shrink before their eyes. They were very excited. Looking at the darkened sky and the basketball-sized planet, Luze finally felt that this was all real. The universe was boundless. Stars and galaxies emitted vibrant colors that caught Luze with just one glance. It was a dreamlike scene. Humans are so amazing. Luze looked out and sighed. However, humans were just a minuscule race in the entire universe. Soon, when their planet was just the size of a bead, a shadow appeared that blocked out the light of the Telun star. They looked up. An extremely huge spaceship blocked their path of ascension. Students, beware, the ship is about to enter Telun 1 mothership. Please don't walk around, a soft voice reminded. I was scared, I thought we encountered some space pirates. How big would they have to be to take on this star-sized mothership? Oh boy, it's my first time leaving the planet. I'm so nervous. Don't be scared, it's my first time too. I'm nervous as well. Soon, the mothership opened the connection tunnel and the ship flew inside to the interior parking grounds. Screech! The ship's doors opened. People came out and led everyone away. The ship stopped at a 10-kilometer-long airport. There were ships constantly landing. Students wearing other uniforms got off from their respective ships. Outside, there were police checking their ships. After that, people from the educational department guided them to a bus. It shot off towards the inside of the mothership. Luze looked at the zigzagging bus and his mouth spasmed. Oh my, is this a flying ship or city? The bus drove for half an hour before arriving at their destination. Luze curiously looked around at all the machines here. It looked like a sci-fi film. This place was a huge inspection center. All students had to be checked rigorously. If someone used high-tech face-changing surgery to take the test for someone else, it would be a joke. So, even DNA was checked. There were also devices to prevent students from taking in high-damage weapons. Chapter 46, Region of the Abstruse Beasts. Entering the inspection center, Luze arrived before a blue scanning pod under the guidance of the personnel there. The staff member pressed a button and the pod slowly opened, showing a small, narrow space. Then, the staff member smiled. Luze, please enter the scanning pod. On top of that, place your storage-type device on the stand to the left. It needs to be scanned too. Then, his eyes glanced across Luze's black storage ring. He could tell that this was a storage device. Luze nodded and went into the pod. Then, he took off his storage ring and placed it on the stand. Inside was only the clothes that his mother prepared for him. He didn't really care. The main reason he brought the ring was to store the ingredients. But now, Luze felt a bit worried. He didn't know how this scanning pod worked. There was a strange dimension in his mind. Would that be discovered? But clearly, Luze had worried too much. In just 10 seconds, there was a beep and the screen displayed that everything was normal. The staff member returned the black storage ring to Luze and smiled. Luze, the inspection is done. Please put on this bracelet. This bracelet contains a map of the planet and will record your location as well as your points. You're a seed, so there will also be a live broadcast of you. Luze looked at the dark bracelet and felt shocked. Was this thing really that powerful? He wondered if there were beauty filter effects. But then he thought, he was already so handsome. Even without a filter, he could charm thousands of girls. The staff member continued explaining, at the same time, if the wearer receives a lethal attack, the bracelet will release a spirit power shield that can block the attacks of level 9 spirit beasts. It will also send a help signal to the rescue center. There are rescue personnel that will come to help you. Of course, if the defense shield is activated, it means your trial is over. Luze nodded and put on the bracelet. Then, the staff member said that he could leave. Luze left and headed towards the resting hall of their school. As soon as he entered, he saw quite a few students muttering as they looked outside the window at the distorted time and space which was a result of the warp drive engine. How long will it take to reach planet Nanfan? I checked before coming. Our warp drive isn't very powerful, so it will take 6 hours. This amount of time is just enough for all of us to get checked. When we get to planet Nanfan, it will be night. Pretty much, but the Department of Education probably wants to test our adaptability. After all, nighttime is more dangerous than day. Adaptability? How? I'll go find a place to hide until day arrives. Whoever survives till the last is the winner. At this moment, Su Yang saw Luze walk in and waved his hand. As soon as Luze walked over, Su Yang dragged him over to the screen. Ze, look, on the level ranking of students in this trial, the first is Spirit Martial State Level 5. Luze looked up and saw a leaderboard. The very top showed the 10 people with the highest cultivation states. The first was Kakasi, Spirit Martial State Level 5. The second was Tao Dao Actualization, Spirit Martial State Level 4. The third was Lin Ling, Spirit Martial State Level 4. The 4th to 10th were all Spirit Martial State Level 3. As a Level 9 Martial Warrior, Luze didn't even know what ranking he could reach. So these guys were all this strong. He heard that Ren Zhan and Lin Huan were only in the Spirit Martial State. Ze, I heard that your power is beyond Spirit Martial State Level 1, are you confident in taking them on? Luze smiled. I haven't fought them yet, so I don't know. Soon, the mothership left warp drive and the scene outside went from a twisted space tunnel back to the vibrant cosmos. Students, please return to your own spaceship. We will be deploying soon, a soft voice sounded from the speakers. Everyone went back to their spaceships through the buses. Then, ships left the huge Telun one by one. Look, many people exclaimed. People saw that there were 2 same-sized motherships nearby. There were also dense clusters of spaceships leaving the motherships like locusts. They're the ships of the students from planet Heian and Jingping, right? Everyone looked at the scene in awe. All the ships flew in the same direction and soon, they saw a completely green planet that was decorated with a few spots of blue. This was the site of their graduation trial grounds, planet Nanfan. Okay students, we've arrived at planet Nanfan. You will be deployed on the planet, so you must make a decision on where to be deployed. Where do you want to be deployed? A staff member walked inside the ship and asked. Everyone looked at Luze. After all, he was the strongest in their school. He should be the first to pick. Seeing all of the students look at someone who wasn't even a Spirit Martial State Warrior, the staff had a sliver of interest in his eyes. Student, which region will you choose? Luze smiled. I choose the floating light forest. What? Everyone, including the staff, burst out in shock. That was the only region with abstruse beasts on the planet. Abstruse beasts were beasts on par with abstruse martial state warriors. It should be a restricted area that no one goes to. But Luze chose his first stop to be there. No one dared to believe this. Chapter 47, Resort to the second best choice. The staff member looked at Luze. His mouth spasmed slightly. Luze was the person who wanted to die the most. Wasn't living any good? Was life not worth it? He glanced over Luze's data. Luze was indeed just a level 9 martial warrior. There were abstruse beasts there. Why was a noob like you wanting to roll around in front of them? He slowly said, "Sorry, student, I can't teleport you there. It's too dangerous." If something really happened, he would be held responsible. He didn't want to expand his wings on the border of the law. Yet, abstruse beasts are too dangerous. Su Yang, Liu, and Su Fang looked at Luze worriedly. Pfft, there was a sneer. Luze, your confidence has bloated too much. Do you think that you're invincible just because you're first in the school? Luze looked up and saw Ren Zhan with his arms crossed looking at him. Luze barred his lips. You're no match for me anyways. Oh, by the way, Bao. I didn't go and find you, did you have to come to me and Bao? Hearing this, Ren Zhan's face froze. He hadn't seen Luze for so long that he forgot all about this. Last time, it was just in front of the seed contestants, but now, it was in front of his entire cohort. He wanted to cry. If he remembered this, he wouldn't have even come out. But, Ren Zhan was annoyed at Luze. This guy completely disregarded him. He would do it again. When he surpassed Luze, he would disregard Luze and encourage him to work harder after beating him. Thinking about this, Ren Zhan felt relieved. His power was even freer. At this moment, Lin Huan said, "Luze, how about we team up? We're the only 3 with spirit martial state power in the school. We need to work together to get a good score." Luze smiled. "You guys team up without me. I'm really going to the floating light forest. I have something important to do." This forest was the place with the most ingredients. It was a place of great importance to him. The other reason was for the guaranteed entry. He promised his dad, and there was also the bet between him and Lu Li. Lin Huan heard this and sighed helplessly. Clearly, she knew that she couldn't change Luze's decision. The others had complicated expressions too. Luze was a bit too cocky in choosing the floating light forest. His results concerned the ranking of their entire school, and that was related to the resources they got. If he was immediately disqualified, it would be a huge loss. The atmosphere was tense. People no longer looked at Luze with respect, and instead, some blame could be seen. Only Luze's classmates looked at him worriedly. "Brother Ze, are you okay?" Luze smiled. "Do I look not okay? Don't worry, if I can't win, I can just run." He didn't learn the wind element god art for no reason. He had the confidence to run even when facing an abstruse beast. "Sigh, student, the department has a rule that we can't deploy students to the floating light forest. It's too dangerous for you guys." Fuck, this guy's brain is damaged. He was really planning to go. He could only bring up the education department's rules. Luze felt confused when hearing this. He looked at the staff member's expression and couldn't tell if this rule was real or fake. He tested, brother, if we don't speak of it, no one will know." The staff's mouth spasmed. "Hurry up and choose one that's not the floating light forest, or you can return with me," the staff member said. "Then I choose the Yellowstone forest." Luze could only resort to the second best choice. The Yellowstone forest, the staff member's face froze. He felt a headache. He looked at Luze's hopeful eyes and realized that this guy probably planned on running to the floating light forest. The Yellowstone forest was the closest area to the floating light forest. It was an extremely dangerous area where high-level spirit beasts often appeared. But since this guy was so determined to go, he wouldn't going to try to stop him anymore. If something really happened, everyone here was a witness that he could use. At this moment, the ship entered the atmosphere. Soon, the ship arrived at a barren place covered in yellow stone pillars that were tens to hundreds of meters tall. This region of space had a radius of a few hundred kilometers. Fierce gusts of wind circulated around the stone pillars. There were very little water and plants. After finding an empty space, the ship stopped. Luze said goodbye to everyone and got off. Seeing Luze leave, the staff member felt relieved. Any longer and he would have died from anger. "Rise, keep deploying," the staff member said into his communication device. It was dusk and the stone pillars drew out long shadows under the dusk sun. Luze glanced up at the rising ship and completely released his tense mouth. He tapped the ground and instantly disappeared. The wind element was very active here, it was his type of place. Thinking about the ingredient list Alice gave him, there were quite some good food ingredients here. For example, stone root herb, rock heart fruit, yellow stone crystal beast. Alice also specifically mentioned a spirit herb called yellow crystal vine. It's said to taste very well. Luze licked his lips and planned to gather a lot to take back. Luze immediately used the wind to sense the few hundred meters surrounding him. Moments later, Luze's eyes flashed and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was a few hundred meters out. He found something. Chapter 48, Did this student do something? In a broad discussion room inside the education hall, tens of people sat on seats. Sitting at the very top was an old man and two middle-aged men. Everyone was looking at a huge screen. It was the live broadcast of the seeds. There were images popping up one after another. "Look, it has begun." The middle-aged man who was sitting at the front and had a hideous scar that stretched across from his right eye to his left chin spoke. His eyes looked ferocious. The old man smiled and said, "This is the first test of our system. I hope that we can select some talented students to provide fresh blood for the human race. Everyone, please take care." The fair-skinned middle-aged man sitting at the front spoke, "Elder Lin, you're too polite. Cultivating prodigies is our responsibility." The old man smiled. "Watch the broadcast." On the screen, the scores of the seed participants started changing. Soon, the top 10 appeared. The first 3 were the first 3 on the cultivation state rankings. The fair-skinned man smiled. "Lin Ling. If I'm not wrong, she's Elder Lin's great-granddaughter, right? Elder Lin is really good at teaching. Such power is considered a prodigy. 18 years old and spirit martial state level 4, this was barely considered a prodigy. It was a bit hard to get guaranteed entry into their school after all." Elder Lin smiled and ignored the fair-skinned man's insinuations, instead saying, "Teacher Harry, keep watching." Elder Lin's confident attitude made Harry and the scar-faced man show interest. At this moment, the scar-faced man pointed at the broadcast and said, "This student is interesting." Harry looked over curiously. There must be something special about a student if Li Kuang thinks they are interesting. Even Elder Lin looked over. Even his great-granddaughter didn't get such praise. He was curious too. It was a handsome-looking youth. He was squatting next to a thick yellow stone pillar while digging out a brown-colored spirit herb below it. He was smiling as he was digging. There was a 5-meter-long yellow-scaled lizard laying behind him, but he was completely unscathed. Elder Lin said, "That's a stone armor beast." Looking at his score, it was a level 2 spirit beast. How did it die? Harry and Li Kuang were confused as well. They didn't know. Wait. This student is only a level 9 martial warrior. Another teacher called out. This immediately caught everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the youth's data. Luze, Martial Warrior Level 9, Chongyang City's #1 high school's first ranked. Everyone looked at each other. A Level 9 Martial Warrior and a somehow dead Level 2 Spirit Beast. This seemed very eerie. Because Luze kept digging for herbs, it affected his progress of killing ferocious beasts. As such, he soon fell out of the top 10 and the broadcast disappeared from the screen. Ha, he's probably just lucky. A teacher laughed. Perhaps he encountered a half-dead level 2 spirit beast. He said this, but he also secretly entered Luze's name into his computer and watched his live broadcast. Other teachers secretly did the same. After all, if this was a prodigy, it would be good to get him into their school. Only Harry and Li Kuang didn't do anything. If Luze was really a prodigy, he would soon get back into the top 10. Luze didn't know that he was noticed by quite a few teachers. He dug out the stone root herb and left again. After walking past 3 stone pillars, another 5-meter-long stone armor beast charged towards him. The color of its scale was so similar to the stone pillar that most people wouldn't be able to discern it. Ordinary people might be ambushed and die. But clearly, it had chosen the wrong target to ambush. Luze calmly dodged the attack and casually patted the beast's head. Power seeped through, crushing its skull. This move was so casual and cool. The teachers watching Luze. What did this student do? How come I can't understand? There must be a problem. A huge problem. The teachers watching Luze secretly contained themselves to prevent themselves from exclaiming out of shock. As long as it wasn't the top 10, other teachers wouldn't notice this student. Perhaps they had found a treasure? The teachers watching Luze laughed sneakily. Meanwhile, at Lu Wen's company, Lu Wen, Fuxia, and the workers all looked dazedly at the stone armor beast that had just fallen down. It was the first day of their boss son's trial. The broadcast was shown in all their offices. The workers were very curious, so they watched it. However, they didn't expect to see such eerie phenomena. Wasn't CEO Lu's son only a level 9 martial warrior? Wasn't that stone armor beast a level 2 spirit beast? That beast died from getting its head patted? This head patting must be poisonous. Oh shit, CEO Lu's son is so handsome. I feel the same. CEO Lu never said his son was this strong. Fuxia and Lu Wen's mouths were wide open. Their faces wrote, shit, is this really our son? Fuxia looked at Luze's confident smile and couldn't resist smiling herself. My good son is this strong, he has grown up to be a man. Lu Wen nodded with a complicated expression on his face. Chapter 49, Does this kid lack cultivation resources? At the school, classes had finished but no one had left. Everyone was watching the broadcast of their senior schoolmates. Luze's class was watching Luze's broadcast. Seeing Luze pat a rock-armored beast to death, applause exploded out in the classroom. Senior schoolmate Luze is invincible. Senior schoolmate Luze, I want to have your babies. I'm going to be the one to have his babies. Lu speechlessly looked at Luze, who was focused on digging spirit herbs and collecting food ingredients. Alice's eyes narrowed as she spoke happily, senior schoolmate Luze is so strong. It seems that he can find quite some high-quality ingredients. Luze's mouth spasmed as she glanced at the happy blue-haired girl next to her. So, in her eyes, power was just used for finding food? It seemed Luze, that bastard, thought so as well. Far away on planet Nanfan, Luze suddenly shivered. He looked around vigilantly. What terrifying thing was scheming against him? For some reason, he felt a little cold. Luze didn't notice anything abnormal and frowned. He looked at the dead rock-armored beast and left. It wasn't on the ingredient list and also looked ferocious. Yuck! He touched the black bracelet and a hologram of a map appeared before him. Luze swiped and found his location as well as the floating light forest. After checking the direction, he started to head towards the forest and use the wind element god art to search for materials. The sky was getting dark. In about 2 hours, it would be completely dark. Nighttime was when the ferocious beasts ravaged. There were quite a few high-level spirit beasts here, so it was a bit risky for him to hunt alone. Luze planned to walk for another hour or so before finding a place to rest. There were many rock-armored beasts. Almost every stone pillar had a beast resting there. Luze found quite some spirit herbs but also killed quite some rock-armored beasts. However, he still hadn't found a yellow stone crystal beast. Luze's teachers, Lu Wen, Fuxia, Lu Li, Alice, and the other students were speechless. From level 1 to level 3 spirit beasts, they were all instantly killed by Luze, no matter how they attacked him. Everyone was completely dazed. Were they really spirit beasts? They were so weak, though. Or was Luze too strong? When 4 rock-armored beasts charged at Luze together, he still just tapped them and they all fell down in unison. This time, 2 people in the teacher's room couldn't hold it anymore and exclaimed, "Shit! Impossible!" The quiet discussion room was stunned by these 2 exclamations. These 2 teachers immediately became the center of attention. They laughed awkwardly. "Haha, sorry, it's nothing. Sorry for disturbing you." The 2 glanced at each other. They were probably both watching Luze's live broadcast. What they didn't notice was that there were still some teachers who had resisted the urge to exclaim. They were all shocked. This Luze was definitely a prodigy. 4 rock-armored beasts. 2 were level 3, 1 level 2 and 1 level 1. They couldn't even last 1 second. Luze did it so casually. They still couldn't tell how he did it. But they knew that this kid's power was at least above Spirit Martial State level 5. However, this guy was only Martial Warrior level 9. This was the potential a young duke had. This was a great chance for the vice young duke. Such a prodigy. Their eyes turned green. That Luze has suddenly risen to 12th place, one teacher said. When the teachers watching Luze heard this, they immediately looked hatefully at the teacher who just spoke. How were they going to fight over this? If the 2 up there knew, they would definitely intervene. The teacher who had spoken immediately felt more than 10 murderous gazes on him and instantly put on a defensive stance. He was very confused. Who did I mess with? He felt that he was very innocent. Finally, the teachers could only sigh. From that guy's speed, it wouldn't be long before he was in the top 10. They couldn't hide it anymore. This teacher's comments caught the interest of some other teachers too. They had a strong memory of Luze's entrance at the start. Even the 3 sitting at the front were surprised. This level 9 martial warrior had surpassed most spirit martial state students. He really had something. However, at this moment, Luze's points stopped moving. His ranking soon fell. Harry and Li Kuang glanced at each other in confusion, but they didn't care. They wouldn't care about someone who wasn't in the top 10. However, there were still a few teachers who were interested in Luze. They opened Luze's live broadcast. On there, Luze was holding a few rock fruits and laughing like an idiot. The teachers. They closed the live broadcast. This was embarrassing. Luze was very happy. This was his first time finding some stone heart fruits. It took him almost an hour to find a stone heart fruit tree. It made him smile happily. He carefully put the 12 fruits away and headed off. The teachers watching this guessed, is this kid lacking in cultivation resources? Why does he seem so happy every time he gets some spirit herbs? If their school promised enough cultivation resources, would there be hope? Usually, young Duke level people walked alone on their path for cultivation. So they only needed occasional teaching from a famous teacher and large cultivation resources. They couldn't compare with the 2 at the front in terms of teaching, but for cultivation resources, they could consider it. These teachers planned on contacting their respective schools and apply for the maximum cultivation resources. A school with a young duke would have much greater fame. The young duke would be the role model of the students, and this would then form healthy competition. Chapter 50, Can't You Be More Mature Like Them? It was getting late and the region Luze was in completely sunk into darkness. There were no clouds in the sky and the silver starlight shone down, illuminating the yellow stone forest in a silver glow. The nocturnal beasts started to roar. Quite a lot of students would be disqualified on the first night, right? Luze rubbed his chin and found a good-looking stone pillar. He pressed lightly and a faint crystal glow flashed. The area of 1.5 meters he touched instantly turned to powder. Soon, a comfortable cave was made. The audience. Some people looked at their hands. They were all hands, why were his hands better? He just casually pressed and a hole appeared. Some teachers' eyes flashed as they sunk into contemplation. They seemed to have seen such power somewhere before. Moments later, they remembered something and their eyes opened wide. They looked at Luze in disbelief. Their eyes flashed and they directly went to contact their schools. This guy was a prodigy. That was a marker of extreme use of power. He might have even awoken a strength-related god art. If that was really so, Luze's rating would go higher. At home, Lu Wen dazedly looked at how Luze casually created a hole. He looked down at his own hands. He pressed in the air again and again while asking Lu Li curiously, "Li, what theory is this?" Fu Xia also looked at Lu Li in curiosity. Their martial arts talent wasn't very good, so they could only ask Lu Li. Lu Li's smile froze and then she said calmly, "Dad, if you get it you get it, it can't be explained by words." Lu Wen and Fu Xia both nodded. Lu Li was speechless. She didn't understand how it worked either. Just how much was that guy hiding from her? In an exquisite mansion, Alice was watching the broadcast with an extremely handsome golden-haired middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he said with surprise, "Alice, your senior schoolmate is quite talented. He's so young, yet his use of power is so amazing. He probably awoke some type of god art." Alice asked dazedly, "A god art?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Similar to the girl of the Nangang family, but the difference is huge." Alice covered her mouth with her hand. "Like Sister Jing?" The middle-aged man nodded. At this moment, Alice laughed. The middle-aged man looked at Alice in confusion. "What's there to laugh about?" Alice smiled. "Dad, I didn't tell you, but a while ago at our seed competition in our school, senior schoolmate's final opponent was the 12-year-old Sister Jing. He was beaten heavily." "Oh." The middle-aged man laughed and showed some interest. "With this kid's current level, he will soon be able to see that girl from the Nangang family." Alice nodded with a smile. "Senior schoolmate is very powerful, he progresses rapidly." Alice's father looked at Alice and showed a soft smile. However, in the depths of that smile, one could see some bitterness. At this moment, Luze entered the cave and sat down. He entered into his pocket hunting dimension and killed a few green wolves before being slaughtered by a big boss. He frowned for a bit and then breathed easy when the pain subsided. He killed some green wolves, but he didn't dare take out the light orbs. It was a live broadcast. The human race was united, but not all people could resist their greed. He didn't want to test it. Looking at the dark yet speckled sky, Luze thought that if only he could use the little orbs directly in his mind dimension. Wait! Luze's eyes lit up. He had always taken the orbs out to use them. He had never tried using them in his mind dimension. If that was the case, he wouldn't need to cultivate so sneakily. However, Luze gave up the thought of trying it. After all, if an orb abnormally appears, it wouldn't be good. The beasts outside roared violently and there was the constant sound of battle. The nightlife of planet Nanfan wasn't very calm. Luze shut his eyes lightly. Using his wind control god art, he could sense movement within a radius of a few hundred meters. He sealed his chi from the entrance and closed his eyes to rest. When he woke up again, it was already day. Luze walked out and stretched his back while looking around. There were some battle marks on the stone pillars, scratch marks and blood marks. Luze didn't mind. He looked at his map and checked the direction before heading towards the floating light forest. On the way, Luze picked some stone heart fruits as breakfast. After removing the stone-like skin of the fruit, the flesh inside was very tasty. They were the size of a watermelon. Luze ate too but still felt hungry. Thinking about how this was a precious ingredient, he could only resist his gluttony. Why were there only these little fruits? Luze frowned and felt annoyed. He still hadn't found the best-tasting yellow crystal vines Alice spoke of. Soon, Luze had been moving for an entire morning. He had killed more than 100 beasts that ambushed him. His score rose and soon he was in the top 10. The teachers watching Luze were quite nervous. Although they knew that with Luze's power, he would soon reach the top 10 and even the top 3, they still hoped that Luze would be disqualified before reaching the top 10. That way, they could take this student before those two noticed. Just at this moment, Luze, who was slowly walking, suddenly showed excitement on his face. His legs tapped the ground and he instantly disappeared from the spot. In a few seconds, he was 1 kilometer away. My God! The teacher who exclaimed yesterday couldn't resist again. What was that speed? Luze had always been running slowly up until now. The speed he showed was only of Spirit Martial State Level 2 power. It was weaker than the battle power he showed. They thought that speed was Luze's weakness. But now, it seemed that his speed was way too strong. Even ordinary level 8 spirit martial warriors wouldn't be able to keep up to this speed. The other teachers controlled their emotions very well, but that idiot from yesterday yelled out again. Couldn't he be more mature? The other teachers looked at this teacher in confusion. What's wrong? He laughed awkwardly. Nothing. Look, that Luze from yesterday is 10th.